demonstrate our sincere commitment to health and safety, we've made you all fill in some forms earlier, which I hope you've all done.
Why is there a picture of Richard Whiteley?
Because
the Whiteley
you can take your hat off if you like.
Thanks, because my hair would be ruined.
Yes, you couldn't have that. You all took the white... Fly away hair. You all took the Whiteley test, which is a test for hypochondriasis, to test whether or not you are hypochondriacs.
The test was a bit of a stupid test, though.
The tests are, aren't they, as a rule? What was particularly stupid about it?
Every question in the test you had to answer 1 to 3, 4, 5, and 1 meant not at all, 2 meant a little bit, 3 moderately, 4 quite a lot, 5 loads and loads.
Yeah.
And then one of the questions was, do you worry about your health a lot? And so how can you answer moderately to I moderately worry about my health a lot. I worry about my health a lot a little bit. I worry about my health a lot a lot. I mean, the answers didn't go with the questions.
No, you're right, they didn't think it through, did
No,
they?
and it's all, I mean, how long did they spend on it? 3 minutes? Because if it was 4, they're idiots.
OK, here we are. Ross, you scored 20.
Right.
And any score between 14 and 28 is not a hypochondriac.
Right.
My tendency with those things is to put the thing basically all the way through the middle.
Yes.
Do you want to kill children moderately? Don't want to be too much either way.
This test is all about how much you're worried about your health.
Yes.
But the results are meaningless unless we also have medicals. Because it may be that Ross is at death's door, in which case he's an idiot for being so late.
That's true.
Or it may be that one of us who's come out as obsessed with our health is also at death's door, in which case that's a very sane response.
Once again, your relentless, urgent and slightly worried logic is making this a nonsense.
Ruining the programme.
No, it's
again,
not. It's absolutely spot on. But
I didn't read the questions.
Didn't you?
No, because you always put 5. That's the point of all those things, don't you? I'm always absolutely terrified of it or not bothered at all.
This explains why Alan is a mild hypochondriac, Ross is not a hypochondriac, David is a borderline hypochondriac, and you are dangerously...
Well, actually, I am. I didn't know that it was about hypochondria, because, as I say, I didn't read the questions, but I am. I've got every single disease there is. I mean, really, every one.
Are you telling me you've got elephantitis?
Yes. I've got a twisted testicle, a hideous skin disease, 2 slit discs, a very...
And a partridge!
I've got every conceivable disease there is. I went outside for a cigarette before the show, and I thought, for once, I'm not going to get lung cancer because I'm wearing this.
What conclusion did the great biologist Stephen Jay Gould draw from a lifetime study of fish?
Oh.
Yeah.
They haven't got any legs.
Is that his lifetime study?
Yeah. Well, no, it wasn't his lifetime study of a fish.
Yeah. After a while, they smell.
Yeah. He's a bit thick, and he just stared at me, and they haven't got any legs.
Starfish don't have brains. It's the kind of Louis Walsh of the aquatic world. They really don't have brains, they're starfish.
And they're not really fish, are they, starfish, to be honest?
Well, the word fish is in there, which kind of qualifies them, I think.
Well, is a starfish a fish? Is a jellyfish a fish?
Well, yeah,
cuttlefish a fish?
Yes,
but
the starfish...
crayfish is a lobster.
There's a division, isn't there, in the world, whether it should be down to sort of experts in biology, whether things are fish, or whether it should be down to menus.
Yes.
Certainly, for example, a crayfish comes under fish in a menu.
He looks like he's reading the sell-by date on that.
He does. Stephen Jay Gould was very great. He's dead now. He's very great. He won a Nobel Prize. He was a paleontologist and an extraordinary biologist. And he came to a conclusion which is...
They can feel no love.
No, that there is no such thing as a fish. A fish has no biological meaning. There is just...
Well, that's so... I'm absolutely right. Go with menus.
On a menu it does. But in a menu, a fish is not the same as shellfish or seafood, is it?
It often comes in the same bit and separate from pudding.
Things that live in the sea.
Fish and a pudding are different.
How can something not be something? Something can't be not something, can it? But if you've created a something, then something has to be that something, otherwise you haven't created a something. So it has to be a fish. if there is the idea of a fish in the first
I
place.
swear there's a philosophy somewhere.
Slow down, Plato.
There's some sort of ontological argument going there, and of course, to us, that we use the word fish. But biologically speaking, a salmon is more related to, say, a camel than it is to a hagfish. Like, there are lots of things that fly, like a bumblebee flies, a vulture flies, and there are flying lizards. They're not all birds.
No.
But we call things that swim in the sea fish, and actually, biologically, evolutionarily, they have absolutely nothing to do with each other at all. So, after a lifetime study of fish, biologist Stephen Jay Gould concluded that there's no such thing as a... would you believe that they put a man on the moon?
Who? Who, these guys?
NASA.
Oh, NASA. Yes, yeah, I think they put a man
You
on the
believe
moon.
that?
Yeah.
I believe it.
Yes, you believe it. Good, that's all. That's sort of all at the end of the question, really. But you probably know that quite a lot of people don't believe it.
No.
Yeah, but, well, I sort of believe one thing,
Yeah.
which is I kind of believe that they might have done some mocked-up fake photographs.
Really, why?
Because I was shown... Someone convinced me of it.
Yeah.
by talking about the angle of light and the shadows on the moon and all that. But then I did an advert with Patrick Moore, and I said, "So, Patrick, did they land on the moon?" And he looked so annoyed with me.
Yeah.
Actually, he explained to me how he had helped map the moon for NASA, and he'd spent years on the project, and the landing site was partly his idea. And if I ever spoke to him again, he was going to be sick in my eyes.
They are rather tight. If you'd spoken to Buzz Aldrin, he might have punched you.
I was going to say...
Buzz Aldrin punched someone because he just got so tired of these conspiracy arses.
I think it was a television documentary about...
Well, there have been several, of course.
You know, look at this photo. This couldn't possibly have been taken on the moon. This is obviously taken in a studio.
You're getting me started now, because one gets very sort of strange about this. But there are a lot of conspiracies. 6% of Americans believe that man didn't land on the moon, but 25% of Britons believe that they didn't. So that's a quarter of our nation are not convinced, apparently.
That's so depressing.
Isn't it?
It is.
The flag, it's one of the thing I read...
The flag is another thing,
it's
yes.
the flag, and you
yeah,
think,
but there it is.
Well, obviously, they've starched the flag because they wanted to get a good photograph of it. They've stiffened the flag.
No, they haven't stiffened it. That's the point. The fact it's rumpled. There's no breath of wind out there, obviously, because you're in space, which is, as it were, a vacuum. But what there is movement. If you impart movement to something, it doesn't stop moving for a long time because there's nothing to... There's no resistance against it. So they unpacked it, unfurled it, put it down, and it moved back and forth. People said, breeze. Ha ha. As if, A, they would be stupid enough to fake it and allow the tape that had the breeze in it to go out.
But also, if you went to the moon, the least you'd expect is a flag moved a bit strangely. You know what I mean? You expect him to make the soup dragon, and you think, OK, he's not there. The flag moves a bit strangely, I can go with that.
Yeah. Why isn't one of them holding up a camera? Because you can see him reflected, the one taking the picture's reflected in the visor of the one, and he's not holding up a camera like that, you see. But that's because they didn't, in the visors, put a camera up in front of their visor. They were mounted.
You couldn't really actually imagine them getting a camera out, clip,
like that,
wind it on.
I'd like to go to the moon.
You would like?
Oh,
I'd like to do that.
Yeah. I mean, two of the other things, just in case people are saying, but you haven't mentioned the clincher. One was the idea that below the lunar module that landed, there was no crater or sense of disturbed dust. The fact is, the engine's cut off and it hovered down and it very, very quickly landed. And unlike in science fiction films, it doesn't send out spears of flame as it descends. That just didn't happen. So,
because it was designed by, human brains and geniuses, and not a lot of people sitting tapping away at the internet who've got to go up to work in the morning.
Yeah,
Who do you trust here?
We are in trouble as a species if people refuse to believe in things that they couldn't actually do themselves.
So true. So true. And the other one was the footprints. They said, look, there's too much moisture because look how clear they are. Only a sort of caked mud could do that, but actually you could do that with flour. The fact is, it's just very fine ground, and and there's, of course, it's a vacuum again. It coheres. And the other thing with the mirrors that Apollo 12 astronauts put on the moon, which are now used for bouncing lasers off, for detecting, for example, how far the moon is getting away from us. And you can make incredibly accurate measurements because of mirrors on the surface of the moon. And perhaps to me the clinching one is that America's enemy at the time in the space race was the Soviet Union. And not once did they make a suggestion that they thought America hadn't done it. They never said, no, we know this was hoax.
Yeah.
The fact is, for every ill-conceived argument that the moon landings were a hoax, there's a perfectly logical explanation to put our minds at rest. And lastly, how did the monkey wrench get its name?
I'm nervous of this because this was a fact that came up on The Unbelievable Truth.
The marvellous Radio 4
And
quiz show.
it has happened before that facts we've asserted on The Unbelievable Truth have been, I think the word is mocked. This programme for being factually incorrect. And, you know, I'll be honest with you, I don't do all the fact-checking.
Ditto,
Yeah.
I have to say.
But on that show, what was given to me on a piece of paper to read out was the fact that the monkey wrench was named after a person whose name was something like Monka, and he was some kind of, I don't know, technical...
You could not have parenthesised it more, but nonetheless, we
Yeah.
are beastly rivals of yours. And you did mock us in your last series when you...
Well, the person that handed me the piece of paper put on it a piece of QI fact error mockery.
We had
It's
said...
turning into war. All I want is peace.
I know, you're right. From now on, it is peace.
But we're like, in this war, we're like the southern states. We haven't got the resources, and we're going to turn to racism as a result.
But no, we incorrectly said that René Descartes, believed that monkeys could speak, but didn't, because if they did, it would put them to work. In fact, Descartes reported that he had heard this belief, and you correctly said that, and mocked us correctly.
Right.
Gave us a rap over the knuckles. But there you go, that's minus 50 to David, of course.
So
The answer, actually, is it's a kind of rather gigantic, not quite sure. The Americans
So we might be
claim
right.
it. No, we know that it isn't Mr. Monkey, because an article written in the 1880s said that the true inventor, Charles Monkey, was dying in poverty despite inventing this incredibly useful thing. The problem here is that the term monkey wrench was used in England as early as 1807, and these articles were written in the 1880s, so it's just obviously completely impossible for that to be the case. It's generally believed that it's the face of it reminded people of the jaws of a monkey, you know, or that a monkey version of something in the Navy is a sort of rigging up of something.
But it's not all bad news for Mr. Monkey, because he is the originator of the phrase "spank the monkey." So, you know, he didn't die in vain.
Exactly. Well, there we go. So I'm sorry about that, minus 50. Nobody knows how or why a monkey wrench is so called, though we do know that it wasn't for the reason given on David's otherwise excellent and superb... Shakespeare coined over 1,000 new words, but not all of them caught on. Here are some of the ones that didn't. See if you can put them into a sentence for me. Sweltery, quatch.
Quatch.
I've got a sweltery quatch at the moment.
Already we're there, aren't we?
It happened when I put my kicky wickies on. Cock will be function. I've always been near-legged.
You're a boggler in those times.
I've boggled my Carlot.
You're Foxian. What happened to Cockled Boggler?
Car lot, that's a thing. That's where people sell
That's a sexy
second-hand
garage.
cars.
Yes, well, that's true, actually.
It's just well
It has
ahead of its
taken
time.
way ahead of its time.
Yeah.
A boggler is a very clumsy burglar.
Or it's a burglar that can't believe the stuff he's getting his hands on. Look at this DVD player.
Well, he used it to mean a hesitator, one who boggles. I don't know if that was in boggling the mind.
What is a kicky wicky? Is that like a Russell Brand's version of a football or something?
It's an affectionate term for a wife. Oh, my dear Kicky Wicky.
A kicky wicky is not an affectionate term.
Domestic violence is a lot more acceptable.
Oh, the old smashy washy. The old battery wattery. Punchy wunchy.
And a quatch. Or is it a quatch? It's actually an adjective.
A quatch.
Quatch. Quatch means be a bit podgy, a bit quatch.
Oh, you're a bit quatchy.
Yeah. Sort of, yeah.
Luckily, I'm wearing a surgical truss.
Plump, shall we say. Whoppened, or wappened, is corrupt. That's never really caught on, has it? But look at the ones that did catch on. Here's just a small example of words that are first used in Shakespeare. Accessible, acutely assembled, barefaced, beguiling, critic, even-handed, eyeball, Frenchwoman, hunchbacked, neglected, overpowered, promising, radiance, revealing, rose-cheeked, school day synonymous, three-legged.
French woman is a bit of a stretch. French woman. He invented it.
He invented taking the space out.
Yes, he may have done. Even-handed. Bewitchment.
This is my
symbol.
wife. She is a thingamajig. I don't know. What can I call her? Oh, Frenchwoman.
Thank you,
Frenchwoman?
Of course, you can't be absolutely certain he invented all these because there may have been in use before, but he is often the first printed source we have for them.
He presumably had to have a pretty good idea that people would understand what he was going on about.
Yes, exactly. Oh, I've done it again.
Oh, no.
You know, this bit of rough is not behaving. I've said that before. So, actually, I'm going to make a lava lamp for your edification, pleasure and entertainment. I have here a little tube. This is actually a tube that usually contains tennis balls. And this is a mixture of vegetable oil and water. And I have here a little...
Quite hard to mix,
syringe.
by the way, those two things.
Yeah, they are.
They separate, don't they, David?
Yes.
Hello. So you pump the colour in, and I'm going to use Alka-Seltzer, or any effervescent hangover cure pill will do.
Are you going to say don't try this at home?
Well, you can, actually. Honestly, it's not like a Mender. It's not going to explode. And cue light. Way, there we go. Pop it on, and then as the effervescent works, it begins... Yeah, there we are, beginning to get the effect. And there we are, the colour's now beginning to come into it. And you're getting a sort of lava lamp there, obviously. Professionally, they're made more permanent. A lava lamp, ladies and gentlemen. You've all got the equipment, as it were, so you can make one yourselves.
So exciting.
Aren't you lucky?
Yeah,
already. We've begun with the thrilling excitement.
Awesome.
Will the show have to pay something to the format holders of the Generation Game?
If you'd like to pen.
It is a bit Generation Game, you're right.
Let's just...
What do we do with that?
We inject colour in.
Inject colour. You've all got different colours to make it thrilling. Don't
Like
put
that.
too much of the effervescent hangover cure.
I put all of it in.
Did you? Don't put too many pills in. And now just put a little of the...
No, put loads in. It's brilliant. Look at your bullshit lava lamp.
Mine is...
Your lava lamp is... Well, give me... Steal another one.
It's all happening in our corner.
You see, when did it explode now?
Hopefully.
I can... No, you don't.
You're no fun. Stick another one in.
I'm a responsible adult. There has to be one on this programme.
Look at all these little balls.
I'm nervous of having
Stop saying that.
This genuinely reminds me so much of school. You said, don't put all the Alka-Seltzer in, and then Alan said, we're putting it all in. As a result, and I've gone along with him, and now I'm frightened.
You know the one in trouble. You made me laugh. You made me laugh, David.
He was laughing at my collar.
I told you before.
You're in trouble.
It's not funny. There's nothing funny about making people laugh. Well, maybe, but oh dear, I've got oily hands.
Mitchell's taken the lid off, sir. Mitchell's taken the lid off. It's not serious.
This is most unfortunate.
Are you...
Why haven't you got any little balls in yours?
I beg your pardon.
This is not how it was supposed to happen at all.
I love how broad Stephen's
Industrial... We all know why Alan has industrial strength tissues. Now, what are your chances of survival in a plane crash?
I'm guessing it's going to be one of these where there are loads and loads and loads of plane crashes, but usually no one dies.
Yeah, it's more or less true.
So statistically...
I imagine it swings on the whistle that you get on the life jacket. I think that's probably what saves the lives. The people, and if it's that kind of plane crash that's never happened, where the plane lightly bobs onto the water, everyone gets out nicely, takes their high heels off, inflates the thing, tops it up, and then, oh, help doesn't seem to have come. I know. Oh, that's all right. Here comes the American
It does
Army
rather
now.
rely on someone
Can you
having
think
quite
of-
selective hearing.
Can you
I
imagine-
didn't hear that plane go down, but...
Imagine anything more... I can't imagine imagine anything more pathetic?
What if there's
a
plane
load
crash?
of air travellers
What if
bobbing
there's a
along in the
plane
water going beep, beep, beep?
What they should give is everyone gets a different note.
Oh, that
You get a little songbook.
Now, wouldn't it be tragic, though, if you were playing a little song and one of the notes didn't go off and you went, didn't make it?
Didn't make it.
Oh, dear.
I see Dave's been eaten by sharks. We're going to have to play chopsticks.
Let's do South Pacific. We can do the show right here.
I heard a great, an urban legend about the brace position. Someone told me that the reason they want you to put your head between your legs is so that to preserve the dental record.
I don't
Yeah,
think it's true.
I heard that as well. And actually, I don't know why they didn't just tell people that. You know, in the unlikely event of your death, I'm sure you'll all agree you'd like to be identified.
Leave.
Bite down hard on your own armrest.
Can you name the family in Swiss Family Robinsons? Yeah.
Robinson.
No, indeed. No, there is no family called Robinson in Swiss Family Robinson, no. In Swiss Family Robinson is a book by a man called Weiss, a Swissman.
Is it a reference to Robinson Crusoe?
To reference to Robinson Crusoe. They're a Swiss Robinson. Yeah, that's what it is. They don't actually have a surname. They're called Ma and Pa and Ernst and Franz and names like that. But the weird thing is there have been films in which they're called the Robinsons. It's just a misapprehension.
Are they even Swiss?
Well, they are Swiss. They are Swiss. When it was translated by William Godwin, he called it the Family Robinson Crusoe, because that's the idea. It was a Robinson Crusoe family, as it were. A family undergoing a Robinson Crusoe experience. It's a good title. And that got mysteriously changed in 1818, 4 years later, to the Swiss Family Robinson. A third of all the film and TV adaptations have them as being called Robinson.
I think they need a better title altogether.
Yeah.
Basically, it's just like a sort of shortening of the pitch.
It is,
isn't it?
isn't it?
Swiss family like Robinson Crusoe. It's a Swiss family meets Robinson Crusoe.
Exactly.
The two most entertaining things we can think of, Robinson Crusoe and a Swiss family. This is dynamite. As long as we can come up with a good title.
Which military leader does this mighty Norfolk oak commemorate? Yes, Joe.
Nigel Farage.
Well.
It's a very big oak.
No, it isn't mighty, is it? So it's not that old, in fact.
Yeah, it could be.
It's about 80 years old. Not quite 80.
Not quite 80.
It was a
Kitchener.
sapling. It was a sapling 78 years ago.
So, it'd be too late for Kitchener.
Not Mosley.
You're in the right ballpark, but even more of a military leader.
Hitler.
Adolf, as you rightly say, hit, as you pointed out, le.
Yes.
There's a commemorative oak tree in Norfolk.
The fact is, everybody who won a gold medal in the 1936 Olympics in Berlin was presented with a sapling of an oak tree. And
Our oak trees.
Ah, well,
Proud, you mean they've got oak trees in Germany?
Yes, I'm afraid the German for oak is Eich, so Eichmann is Oakman.
Is it really?
I feel
Some of the oak trees are on the German side.
Yes, our word acorn and oak come
Stout,
from the Eich.
proud English oak. Well,
Yeah, hearts of oak. I know. Anyway, the Hitler oaks, yeah. There are none left in Britain except the one in Norfolk, which is surviving, as you see.
You would assume that it's not going to really last that long once people watch this.
Well, no, they might go and take it down. A lot
Yes.
of Americans didn't keep theirs for that reason. Jesse Owens actually did keep his. He won how many gold medals at the...
4.
4, quite right. And one of his Hitler oaks survives in his old training school in Cleveland, Ohio. Gave another to his mother. Some US athletes threw theirs away, as I say.
What a lovely present.
Well, it was handed out by the committee rather than Hitler himself, but they were, of course, associated so much with
I gave
his
my mum a
regime.
pair of Saddam Hussein's pants.
Anyway, there you go. Congratulations to all those who did win.
Describe the night of the horrified sheep. So it was an actual thing that happened November the 3rd, 1888, and something happened that spooked all sheep over a 200-square-mile area in Oxfordshire. Tens of thousands of sheep panicked. They jumped fences. They ran for their lives.
Earthquake.
Well, that was one of the theories at the time, that there might have been a small earthquake or something dropped from the sky, but probably what happened is just one sheep panicked. The hospital was just very dark, and the sheep go, "Where's my friends? Where's my friends?"
Have you just gone... And then all the other sheep must be going... think he's on his own.
Yes.
When he panicked, they all went, "Oh my God! What have we done?"
If a sheep can't get to sleep, do you think he counts his friends?
I wonder what the reason was that we decided to count them in the first place at night.
Well, it must be really boring to count sheep.
Yeah, that sends you off. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think you've nailed it.
Thanks. I tell you what, I'd love to count kittens.
Ah.
Imagine if 70,000 kittens ran past you. That would just be the most adorable thing that ever happened to anyone.
See, I really struggle with this. I'm more of a dog person.
That's probably why the kittens are all running away from a dog.
Yes.
I always think that about cats. You know when people say, oh, like an old woman died in her flat and she was eaten by her cats? I mean, could be...
What world do you live in, people? Kettles, old women.
3 days.
Yeah. You get...
3 days and your cat will eat your face.
Yeah.
Because it will have loosened up enough for it to get purchased.
Yeah.
What sort of show is this?
They never say that, do they, about, you know, aged meat on a menu, you know, with a 20-day aged beef. They never use the phrase, "it will have loosened up enough to get purchase."
Have a look at this. Here is a night to remember. This is the 9th of November, 1874. The New York Herald front page article reported the wild animals broken loose from Central Park. Terrible scenes of mutilation. The article described 49 deaths and 200 injuries. There's some excellent details in it. It included a sighting of a lion in a church and my favourite, a rhinoceros in a sewer.
How do they get it out of the sewer?
Never mind that. How did it get in there? It was fantastic.
Manhole cover. Must have fallen in.
But it wasn't until the very last paragraph that the article concluded, of course, the entire story given above is a pure fabrication. Not one word of it is true, not a single act or incident described has taken place. It's a huge hoax, a wild romance. And then it went on to ask, that was the reason for the headline, what would we do in New York if this happened? It's one of the most notorious and indeed accidental media hoaxes. But in fact, it just caused complete panic in the streets.
Is that a huge risk? In zoos?
Well, yes. So you would think that maybe it's something that we don't need to worry about. You've got enough cages. But in February 2016, the Yuano Zoo in Tokyo did their annual test to see what they would do if an animal escapes. And what they did was they got the 27-year-old gorilla keeper called Yumi Tamura to dress up as a zebra. There she is. And there they all are dealing with it. And so, yes. Verified death. Now, here's my favourite moment, checking to see if animal is dead. Wow. The famous poke them with a stick. No one knows why tens of thousands of sheep went crazy in Oxfordshire on the night of November the 3rd, 1888. They may have been surprised by the fact that it got dark, or by the news that earlier in the day, Preston North End beat Notts County 7-0. I'm really trying with the football thing, just so... Right. What can you tell me about the royal we?
It doesn't smell.
And we're off and running.
I'm edging his first delivery slip. Richie Benno.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
Was that an Australian accent?
Oh, come on! I've been working on that since you were last here.
Really?
They don't open their teeth up.
They?
They? Yes.
They. I've busted my crown,
Oh, no.
you see?
I'll go over to this side. What can you tell me about the royal we?
There was something weird about George III's wee. I think it maybe was purple, and then they thought he had porphyria, and then now they think he didn't have porphyria, but they were definitely saying there's something up with this guy's wee.
Yeah.
Also, he's gone mad.
Yes. That is entirely correct, but I'm heading in a different direction. Why might a royal person say we?
First person plural.
It is the majestic plural. It's known as nosism from the Latin nose for we. It's the idea that the royal person, instead of referring to themselves as I, in fact, says we.
Implying there's more than one of them.
Yes, well, we can trace it back to Henry II, and it used to mean God and I. That's what it really comes from. We've got Henry II there and his successor, Richard I, and it's Richard I that introduced the motto, Dieu est mon droit, God and my right, and that remains the royal motto ever since.
Got your crown on, Dave, got your crown.
I like to think this is like a working crown. This isn't like a Parliament opening coronation crown. This is a crown...
Daily.
Yeah, you can wear it all the time, you can go into battle.
Yeah. I'm going to get a paper and some fags.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going to the garage at 3 a.m. for munches.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, the Queen doesn't actually use the pronoun one as much as you would think. They analysed all her speeches since 1952, and she uses I 6 times more often than she says one. It's a parody, really, of how she speaks, because it isn't.
Unless she got bored of it.
Yeah, one's
must be
not
boring
doing that
being
anymore.
Queen, so just mix it up a bit.
It must be quite dull, do you not think? Constantly having to open and close things.
I don't think, to be fair, you mean opening as in launching?
Yeah.
And, yeah. I don't think she closes many things. I don't think, when BHS went under, I didn't think
What are trees made of?
Wood is the right answer.
Yes, well done. You see? And what is wood made of?
Carbon?
Yes. And where does the carbon come from? The earth. The earth? Yeah. No, you'd think most of what makes a tree was drawn up from the soil in nutrients.
It's air,
It's actually vast majority of everything that makes a tree comes from the air, yeah. Photosynthesis, which breaks down the air and leaves the carbon. And that's the carbon that makes a tree, so it is made of carbon. It's quite surprising. So tell me, what good did the Great Fire of London do?
Pretender. I'm risking it here, but I don't care. Wiped out the plague.
Oh, dear It was taught in school, so you've got every reason to think it, but it's just simply not true. There's no evidence whatsoever. Apart from anything else, the plague was already over.
Well, yeah, but it wiped out the conditions in which it could have come back.
Not really, because the plague was mostly in the suburbs, not in the city. The city was not the place that was most affected by the plague, but it was the place that was destroyed by the fire. By the time September 1666 happened, which was the fire, there were very few deaths. It had gone down to... It had almost ended. No one quite knows why it ended, but it certainly wasn't the fire.
Did it make it easier for them to knock down a load of places that they had their eye on?
Essentially, that's the point. It gave the chance to Christopher Wren to get some church building done, especially St Paul's, of course.
They had lots of grandiose plans about turning London into a grid or a spiral or that, and then they kind of thought about it for ages and then went, put it back as it was.
Yes.
You know, all squiggly lines and weird corners, please.
Yeah, which we love. It is one of the
nice. Yeah, but I think Christopher Wren was a bit depressed about it.
Yeah. Well, the best thing about the Great Fire of London was that it got Wren an opportunity to build in China, the city of Jinan. Spelt Qinan, but pronounced Jinan in China, is about the same size as Corby, you can see it behind us, and is also, by coincidence, the site of one of the country's largest steelworks. But what quite interesting material do they make their houses from?
Yeah. I don't know, is it dinosaur eggs?
I'm almost inclined to tear up the real answer and say yes, but...
Because I've got one.
A Chinese dinosaur egg?
Yes, it was a birthday present from my wife.
Every evening, Bill, 4 hours on the egg, just in case.
Yeah. I'm thinking about taking it abroad, you know. Taking it through the airport, you know, see if I can get it scanned for free, you know, just put it... So he goes, my God, what the... You know, I thought of doing that when the tortoise was ill, getting it It's stone, it's fossil, obviously, it's stone, weighs... I thought it was a skull at first when I opened it, and I thought, that's a bit of a weird present, but I'll go along with it. Yeah, great. And they're huge, and they make very good building blocks, so they...
Well, it wasn't as gibberingly, drivellingly stupid an answer as it at first sounded.
No.
No, it's not that. It is a very famous Chinese thing that these houses are
Bamboo.
constructed of.
Terracotta.
Oh, dear, not bamboo. No.
Oh, sir. Yeah. Bootleg Coldplay CDs.
Bits of the Great Wall.
Yes is the right answer. Help yourself to 10 points. Absolutely right. Yeah, it's a rather sad thing, this Great Wall of China. It is disappearing. There's only 20% of it left.
Where has it gone?
Well, people just cart bits off to build pigsties and walled barns, and farmers just take bits because it's handy material. The Gobi Desert is encroaching upon the Great Wall.
Is it?
Yeah, unfortunately.
How rude.
Yeah, I know.
How does the desert encroach? Sort of like, you sort of look away and then...
Clay's grandmother's footsteps.
I'm sure it was. It's the same way you get the armrest on a train.
They should convert it into flats or something, you know, something useful.
That'd be brilliant.
If they converted it into flat, look, it's thick enough for flats. You just need to knock a few windows on either side, and then you could probably have, you know, 400,000 or 500,000 flats all the way along it, and then people would look after their own bit with, you know, window boxes and everything.
Or a retail opportunity. The Great Mall of China would probably do it. That would do it. But no. But there you are. There are points all round to everybody who deserves them, and none to those who don't. What makes up more than 70% of the internet?
It's my personal collection, isn't it?
Of what?
Of gentlemen's special interest literature.
I think we know what you're talking about.
Well, if you're going to be like that...
No, it's just quite surprising. They did a survey on behalf of the American Civil Liberties Union, who were very annoyed about some legislation that Bush was trying to push through, which they thought somewhat prohibitive of personal liberty, and they discovered that less than 1% of the internet is pornography. Less than 1%. Of all email traffic, 85, in fact, up to 89%, is spam. It's as simple as that.
Trying to sell you Xanax and penis enlargement.
Exactly. Soft Cialis, whatever that is.
The annoying thing about those, I get loads of them, most of them from my girlfriend, but it's the ones from my mum that really hurt.
Yay! Yes, a recent study has established that the World Wide Web is less than 1% pornography. And on the other hand, 89% of all emails are spam, which is good news if you're looking for cheap pills or you want to increase your extremities. What tools do you need for do-nothing gardening?
No tools.
You think? It's also called natural gardening or natural farming. It's an Eastern version of our organic farming that has actually spread around the world.
You sort of have to dig with your hands or persuade other animals to do the gardening for you.
Yes, persuade other animals.
So you sort of persuade that a fox, he doesn't want a sort of den, but a rockery.
Well, in the case of paddy
get some
fields...
fish in and they desperately try and dig a pond before they die.
Well, fish is right. Well, in paddy fields, where, as I say, it started in the East, they use ducks instead of herbicide. They eat the weeds, the throttly things that kill the rice, and they use carp as well that helps purify and keep the water in the paddy fields good. Describe the aviation techniques of the concrete arrows.
Well, concrete can't really fly, Stephen, can they? Because it's very heavy.
Well, you say the jumbo jet isn't heavy?
Good point.
It needs a lot of thrust.
Well, you can, so when you're in an aeroplane, you can hear that noise, which is them filling it with helium. Assuming that's what the noise is, and that's how it works. Yeah. Yes, we're just waiting for the cabin to fill with helium, and then we will float gently up and then across the sea.
Imagine the conversations you'd have in the plane if it was filled with helium.
It does stuff to your ears, so that's what you are hearing, but it sounds normal.
Good point. We look to you for all this information. Yeah. We're very grateful for it. Well, naturally, of course, you are quite right in the sense that there have never been any flying vehicles built of concrete. But there have been concrete arrows that have a great deal to do with aviation. And we go back to the early days of aviation in a country that was expanding perhaps more rapidly than any economy has ever expanded, and that was the place...
America.
The United States of America, yes. And there's a large landmass, and they had...
arrows to show the way across it?
Well, yes.
They had...
Is that how big
this
the
was even
arrows
faster.
were?
No.
No.
Those would be huge. But
They would be huge.
They were big enough. They had 70-foot-long concrete arrows every 10 miles across the USA. And there's one that still exists. In 1933, they stopped the programme because radio advances and so on had meant they were unnecessary for navigation. But before that, they really needed to find a way that aeroplanes didn't have to dive down into towns to look and see where they were, which before
Ask for direction.
Yeah, basically.
Going down along the high street.
Where am I? And what was common was that the towns would actually paint the name of the town on a large roof.
Is that what those big... You see roofs with T's written on
well,
it.
maybe.
Is that for pilots who fancy a scone? T's, but no airport nearby, sorry.
But there, yes, the arrows, straightforward, really simple, and it worked. Speaking of things visible from the air, can you imagine something that the French made visible from the air to try and win the First World War? Or at least to try not to be utterly crushed by the First World War?
Something for the German spotter planes to see?
Yes.
The fake weaponry or something like
a
that? Wooden
great
tanks or something?
Big baguette.
It was a fake something.
Fake Eiffel Tower.
Well, and more.
Fake guillotine.
Fake Paris.
A fake Paris,
Fake
Corinne.
Paris.
Well done. Finally. Finally. Come on, Elsie, come on. And now you've had the pleasure of a whole audience being patronising to you. Come on, Ozzy, come on. Yes, you're absolutely right. The French were very worried as bombing technology was improving towards the end of the war that Paris, their beloved Paris, was going to go up in smoke and all the wonderful buildings. So 15 miles to the north, on the stretch of the Seine, they built lots of buildings, including a Gare du Nord and even moving lights to suggest the railway tracks and other such things. Unfortunately, it was never completed because they only had the idea in 1918 and by November, of course, the war
Was it to
was
scale?
over. From the air, yes, I think it was.
Not like that London in Legoland.
No, not like that. How many uses can you think of for a monk's earwax?
Oh, it's endless. Candles.
Yeah, candles and
Polishing
beer.
wood.
That sounds like a euphemism.
But,
And I meant
Not
it.
much else to do in a monastery.
I know.
what are monks
Polishing their own
handed
wood.
down to us, mostly?
Bibles.
Bibles and manuscripts, illustrated.
Spend their lifetime writing, copying them out, doing lines, basically.
Yes. There we are. There's a picture of a happy monk doing his illuminations. And that side of it, the painty side of it, is they used a substance called glaire, G-L-A-I-R, and it tends to get bubbled. But they found if they added earwax into it, they could get a really smooth, beautiful lustre and sheen to the illustrations that they were doing, which have lasted us down the centuries.
How do you think of that, though, to go, there it is.
The thing you
Hell,
might
paint
try
with
at
that.
home is that you could take a pint of foaming beer and then pop a little earwax into the head of your foaming tankard and the bubbles should collapse.
If you're watching TV, don't listen to this man.
I think you're right.
It would be better if it was the other way round. That you had a sort of flat liquid and then you put a bit of earwax in it, it went fizzy.
Oh, okay. Chuck some sodium in your beer.
Yeah.
That should work.
Which orifice does sodium come out of?
They left other little things for us, little maniculi, little hands that pointed to certain sections of the text in the Bible, which you can see one on the left
Well, if
there.
you've read the name of the rose, they left clues everywhere about all sorts.
Yeah, and octopuses as well. You can see an octopus at the top there. They, for some reason, like octopuses.
Is that a person with a huge sort of trumpet up his bottom?
It's something odd, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I don't know what they're doing there. They're praising the Lord. And above that often have knights fighting snails.
It's so boring in those monasteries.
Exactly.
The old fart trumpet was the favourite thing to do. I was going to say on a Sunday, but perhaps not.
No. Well, they used to leave...
Do that!
They used to leave little remarks like, oh, God, it's cold in here, or I'm so bored. And just like anybody would.
School kids on the desk.
Exactly like that.
So why are they fighting snails?
No one's quite sure, but it's a common feature, knights versus snails. They seem to like it. Some people may think it was a symbol of the struggle of the poor against the aristocracy.
I think people shouldn't watch this show anymore.
of
Do you think they had loads of snails, sort of in these cold, damp monasteries, and there were snails everywhere, and they were hoping a gallant knight would come and help them deal with their snail infestation problem?
Just how great were the great train robbers?
Well, they're not that great because they got caught.
Well, yeah. I mean, they got so caught. They got caught almost immediately.
Yeah.
And they got caught in very stupid ways. Do you know how they were caught? They went to this farm and played Monopoly using the stolen money as their Monopoly money. And then they cleared out and left their fingerprints over everything, over all the Monopoly set. And they were all, you know, they all had form. They were all, you know, known blaggers. So they were just rounded up, all 12 of the gang of 15. One was acquitted, 2 were never caught. They were pretty inept, is the answer, basically. Who's the most famous of the great train robbers, would you say?
Ronnie Biggs.
Ronnie also Ronnie Biggs, yeah. And what was his role? Was he the mastermind? Is that why he's the best known?
No.
No, he was such a small peg in the whole thing.
Was he the driver?
No, he wasn't even that. He was inside. He was doing a stretch for taking and driving away. And the mastermind of the entire event met him and said, I'm planning this blag.
I'm planning a game of Monopoly.
Yeah,
He's just got to pick something up on the way.
Yeah,
It's my set, I've lost all the fake money. And the only way of replacing it I can think of...
I've run Waddington's, they didn't want to know. Get a new set, they said. Don't be ridiculous, I said.
Anyway, the mastermind was called Bruce Reynolds. And he said, if you can find me someone who can drive a train, a diesel train, I will cut you in on a big job that's going down.
You can... I mean, it's not... That's like... I mean, that's not like someone who can sort of melt diamonds with their eyes. Someone who can drive a diesel. Apparently they exist somewhere.
But the amazing thing, David Mitchell, is that Biggs found this guy whose nickname was Old Pete or Stan Agate. No one knows who he was because he was the one who was never caught.
Was that Old Pete the train driver? I know.
Yeah. So his job...
After Casey Jones had turned him down.
Yeah. For this, for being found, Ronnie Biggs got a share worth 147,000, which in today's money is 1.6 million. And all he had to do, Ronnie Biggs, was get this guy, Old Pete, to the scene. But this Old Pete got to the train and said, oh, I don't know how to drive that. Ronnie Biggs still got his share, but Old Pete was useless. He couldn't drive a train. He'd been lying all the time.
I like the idea that Old Pete's like those actors who put on their CV. Yes, I can horse ride. Oh, yes, I can drive a train. I speak Mandarin too. Train through China, no problem at all.
That's how he found him. He went through Spotlight. And the other, apparently, he was very well reviewed in Much Ado About Nothing last year.
And he's trained in modern dance.
Yeah.
That could come in handy. Well, the great train robbers weren't particularly great. Most of them were caught because they left fingerprints on the Monopoly set at the safe house. Which was the first animal to be cloned?
Oh, well, that can't be. So it's not Dolly the sheep, then.
No, you're right. It isn't Dolly. You've all been so good at avoiding my little honey traps. No.
But I thought it was Dolly the sheep. It's not.
Not the first animal, no. We have to go back to the 1880s for the first cloning. Really? Yeah. It was a sea creature, actually.
An octopus or something?
No, it was a sea urchin. There's one. This was a German called Driesch who did it in 1885. But in 1902, another German, Hans Spemann, cloned a salamander. And he used a rudimentary noose, right, to separate the cells of the embryo. And the noose was made of the hair of a human baby. And he used it as like a little lasso to just to separate. Isn't that marvellous?
That is fiddly work.
It is very fiddly work, I've got to say.
There must have been lots of times where he's going, Okay. Could I please have another baby's hair?
Back to the baby.
All the people trying...
One guinea, madam.
trying to keep him calm. Would you like another? No, I don't want another coffee. I don't want...
Go. Do you want me to have a go?
No, I don't.
Oh, so right. But Dolly was in 1996. Dolly the sheep is the one that you cleverly avoided. But why Dolly? Why called Dolly? Do you know?
It was named after Dolly Parton because the cell came from the mammary glands.
Correctly, Correctington. Well done, sir. Excellent. Only points.
think there was a point where they go, we can just get another sheep and say, yeah, there it is, it's genetically identical, that one. There, those two sheep look similar. Well, that's because they're genetically identical.
Well, oddly enough, things can be genetically identical and rather surprising because the first cat to be cloned was called Rainbow, and her clone was known as CC. And there. You say, now, how can that...
Ah, well, they didn't put the effort into it.
No, you're going to say, you see.
When they trolled the pet shop through that little faker, they could have they could have at least sent the guy who they sent to get the other kitten with a photo of theirs. Not just get any cat.
Yes. The little kitten is called CC. Points if you can guess what that stands for.
Cat clone.
Whittier. What sort of Whittier? Say? Points to the audience. Copycat, you see. Very good, yeah. The operation was known as Operation Copycat, obviously. It's part of a larger project to clone a dog, which was...
Oh, that's a bit...
Well, it was called Missy, the Missiplicity, named after a dog named Missy. And the world's first cloned dog from Korea is called Snappy.
And they ate it.
Of course. Well, anyway, the point is the first animal to be cloned was the sea urchin way back in 1885. Since then, many other animals have, of course, been given the treatment, including the first cloned cats, which look nothing like. What makes Australian spiders so dangerous?
It's their cunning and their organisation, Stephen. And the fact they're willing to put the man-hours in. They will stalk you for weeks. They'll look for patterns in your behaviour, and they'll strike when you least expect it. Just as you're hovering over a poorly bee, holding a shoe high, that's when they'll come and bite you in the bum.
You mean the spider is working with the bee?
Yes. The bee is saying, there's not much longer left for me, but you can have a bit of fun here. Come on. Come in and bite him.
So is it that they sort of hide and lose?
Well, not deliberately, but the only real danger they seem to threat these days, since 1981, when anti-venoms were introduced all around Australia, there are two very poisonous types. There's the redback and the funnel web, the famous funnel web.
Is it people's reaction to it? Is it the way that people...
Yeah, that no one has died from a spider bite since 1981. Yeah. No one in Australia. But people have been in accidents, which have been fatal, some of them, and some have caused enormous damage from spiders that have dropped out of sun visors in cars and fallen on people, and they go, "Ugh!" like that, and then crashed. So that's their danger now, oddly enough, not their venom. What is the highest mountain in Europe? Yeah.
Mont Blanc.
Oh! Sorry you said that. No, it isn't. It isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it does begin with an E, if that's any help.
Enormo Blanc.
Very good.
Monte Bianco.
Not the Eiger, no.
Etna.
Oh, hello.
I'm going to
Eiger. Did you say Etna?
Yeah.
Etna, eh? No, indeed.
It's some island. It's from the bottom of the sea, if you measure... No.
That's Etna, isn't it, or Stromboli? No, it's not. It's actually right on the borders of Europe, but it does count as Europe. It's definitely Europe, isn't it?
Is it somewhere in the Caucasus?
It is in the Caucasus.
Oh, which of the mountain names of the Caucasus?
Mount Elbrus is the answer. Mount Elbrus. It's where Prometheus was supposedly chained for daring to steal fire from heaven, and he had his liver pecked out every day by vultures as punishment. Ooh. Yes, that's gotta hurt.
You want to get it over with at the beginning of the day.
Yes, you would. 100 people attempt to climb the summit every day in the summer season, when it's not too cold, and about 30-odd die every year.
Do you know that 1 in 8 of people who try to climb Everest die?
Really? That's a high attrition rate, isn't it?
Not good, is it?
Not good at all.
You get acute mountain sickness because you can't breathe. So your stomach won't accept food, so you start throwing up. Apparently there are signs all the way up saying, if you are throwing up and you have a headache, go back.
Yeah.
But people don't.
So when you're putting your party together to go up Everest, just, if there's 7 of you, just get someone you don't like.
Yeah.
Preferably with asthma. Lead on, Wheezy.
In 1997, it was a Land Rover Defender that drove to the very top of Mount Everest, which is a high mountain. It's 18,510 feet.
It's also a very busy mountain for people climbing it, all of whom must have been thrilled to see some guy drive past.
What was the lingua franca of ancient Rome?
Great balls of fire!
Dutch. I knew that's not going to come up.
Yeah, very good, yeah.
See, that's where you've got to think, Joe. You've got to think what they wouldn't put up.
Cheers, Sean. Latin.
Oh!
I did that deliberately.
Yeah, I know. At this point,
she's
it makes...
going for the record.
Yeah, it makes
no
sense.
difference.
Yeah, you might as well.
Yeah.
It's like shooting the moon when you play hearts or one of those
Oh,
games.
it's such a brilliant game.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
What does lingua franca mean?
When people get together, it's a language that is commonly used as like everybody's second language, as it were.
Is it Greek?
Yes, it is Greek. It's the right answer. Greek is the language that people would use in Rome if they weren't Latin speakers. What is this a representation of?
It's Roy Chubby Brown eating a hobnob.
It's Gladstone eating an ice cream and then being beamed up by the Martians.
It's giving birth.
Oh, yes. Brilliant. Brilliant. That's exactly what it is. It's a lamb being born.
God.
In fact, this is a sound effect. Well, you can actually see the sound being made.
Has he listened to lambs being born? And then down now, as he said, no one knows what a lamb being born sounds like. I'll do any old crap.
She actually...
I'll drop a towel.
She's oddly named Lizzie Calf, oddly enough. And she used to do the sound effects for the Archers, amongst other things. She's now our sound wizard. But there is a name to this science of sound effects as used in movies. What sound recordists need is clean dialogue. And all the sound effects, footsteps and other noises, guns being cocked, the rustle of clothing, the lighting of a cigarette, almost all of that is done afterwards by someone called a Foley artist. And here's an example of some of the early Foley artists making their noises. And all kinds of different things are used. If you close your eyes, let the audience see how it's being made. You see if... Alan, when I say close your eyes...
Now, by the way, when I open them, you won't all have gone, will you?
A lamb on my head.
Yeah. You close your eyes, we'll let the audience and everyone at home see some more sounds being made. See if you can see what these are. So, what was that?
Guillotine.
Guillotine, all right. Very good. How was it made?
With a guillotine and a person.
They wanted the sound of cabbages being chopped up, and so they had to kill a guy.
Oh, very good. It was
My
indeed.
eyes shut long after the sound of it.
I'm still singing with my
I'm so obedient.
It was indeed a cabbage. You slide a knife along a scaffolding pole and then chop a cabbage and drop it into the bucket. It's pretty good.
Saves
Got
the
another
life
one.
of
Close
an
your eyes.
aristocrat.
Okay.
And what was that?
Someone pretending
It's a
to be a
horse
horse.
clapping.
I mean, that sounds exactly like some coconut shells. That's a two-legged horse.
Yeah.
Wearing some awkward shoes.
There you are, there. That's it. You've all done.
It's a horse clapping.
Don't you think it sounds like a horse? It's terrific.
It does sound like a horse.
You've seen it many times in films without knowing that it was coconuts. If you see the visual thing, then it works. Another one.
At the
All right.
same time.
Close your eyes, yeah. What do you think this sound is?
It's fire. It's fire, isn't
Yes,
it?
fire, exactly. They use this for fire ripping through straw and things like that.
On all the... That one.
Now, here's a good one. This is weird, this. Because you see it and you think, no, bollocks. It's a piece of paper coming out of an envelope, right?
And we're taking off a shirt.
No. This is what they genuinely used at Elstree. For the doors in Star Wars, electric doors. Paper being taken out of an envelope. Simple as that. You watch a bit of Star Wars now and you see the doors open, you think, oh, yes, so it is. So anyway, we thank Lizzie Calf, our sound expert, and we apologise to her. She's in tears now, having been mocked by David Mitchell.
No, I'm not. Look, I'm perfectly willing to accept that with the pictures there, then you're going to buy the whole effect.
Yeah.
But, you know. Time now for the odd one out round. One between you this week. Your four are SpongeBob SquarePants, Sally Burko,
Walter Tell and Carmen Miranda.
Fruit.
Sally Berko fruitcake.
No, she was caught. I'm sure I saw this on Channel 4 News. This was big. She was at one of the conferences balancing some item of fruit on her head in a bar.
Yes, that's correct.
Walter Tell, son of William, balanced an apple on his head and had it shot off by his father. Carmen Miranda had a whole bowl of fruit on her head. It's fantastic, and sang "Yes, We Have No Bananas." SpongeBob SquarePants, he's quite a guy. Bob is the odd one out. Is it because he's got a friend called Patrick?
And he's the odd one out because nobody else knows anybody called Patrick. Where does SpongeBob live?
He lives under the sea.
In a pineapple. Yes, but also under...
a pineapple.
No. Yes!
Yay!
Hello!
Right.
Is there an echo?
Did you say
Is there an echo?
Did you say under a pineapple first?
There was a little echo over that side. He did all... you know what? Let him have it. Proper chairman, and God love you, Hump, would have said by now, I'm going to award points to both sides.
But I can't say it now. How spineless would I look? Yes, SpongeBob SquarePants is the odd one out.
How would you describe his voice, Ian?
Rough, manly.
Touching Lord Helsham. Well, Tom Kenny, the man behind the distinctive voice, describes it as a dolphin with a touch of seagull thrown in, which is also a starter at Heston Blumenthal's. Can you name any of Carmen Miranda's hits?
Yes.
I
like you very much. Way down among Brazilians, coffee beans go by the millions, and they got a lot of coffee there to sell. There's a full lot of coffee in Brazil. At last, the show's coming to life.
Carmen Miranda cracked America, but her English wasn't great. She told one magazine, I say 20 words in English, I say money, 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 and I say hot dog. She went on to teach Nancy DeLolio how to speak English. Yes, they've all had fruit on their heads, apart from SpongeBob SquarePants, who lives under a pineapple in a fun town under the sea. Sort of like Blackpool will be once all the fracking starts.
Anyone tell me what this story from the week's news is in emoji?
There was a couple of guys who wanted to celebrate getting married together, and they wanted a cake, and this was in on Northern Ireland, I believe, and the catering firm were very angry. They said they couldn't do this, but there's a court case, and they have to do it because they have to be open to anybody that wants a cake sort of made, so they can't sort of say you can't have your cake.
That's correct. Let's have a look at a picture of the cake. Beautiful.
This judgment is probably going to be reviewed. It is the equivalent of going into a Muslim-owned cake shop and saying, I'd like you to have a face of the Prophet on the cake. You're open for business, make me the cake. Otherwise, it's against the law. So this is creating quite a difficult area. It's freedom of expression versus freedom of religion, which, again, is difficult to explain in emojis.
So why Bert and Ernie?
Well, I hate to tell you, Frank. I hate to be the one to break it to you, but they're together.
Yeah, it's that kind of talk that ruins people's careers. Do you know that Sesame Street have issued an official statement on this incident? Absolutely true.
Bert and Ernie are not officially gay.
They've said Bert and Ernie are best friends. They are not gay, they are not straight, they are poppets. They added, they do not exist below the waist. What? Yeah. God, I feel their pain. A judge in Belfast has ruled that a Christian-run bakery was wrong to refuse an order for a cake with the slogan, support gay marriage. The Christian bakery specialises in cakes and so bakes only 5 loaves of bread a day. But thanks to a joint promotion with the fishmonger next door, they still have 5,000 happy customers. After winning the case, cake lover and gay activist Gary Lee said he'd be celebrating tonight with a candle in his brownie.
Yes, this is the news that a number of female mayors has for the first time overtaken the number of mayors called Andy. So, what did nobody see coming?
Well, everybody saw a Tory rout coming, and it was indeed a Tory rout. They lost 500 councillors, they lost the West Midlands mayoralty, they lost the Blackpool South by-election, and they lost their passion for life, Bill.
And at the end of the evening, the Lib Dems had won more councillors than the Tories.
Now that's bad.
And they had a sort of defection as well, didn't they? Yeah.
They did.
Natalie Elphicke.
Yes, let's have a look. Yeah, there she is.
At the last minute, just before Prime Minister question time, she defected. She crossed the floor, which is amusing because she's the MP for Dover and she's used to people crossing her.
And also, she was about as welcome as a surprise visit from Matt Hancock.
Well, you sound like you're speaking from experience, so...
A lady never kisses and tells.
No.
Right, let's get on with the show, and we start with the biggest stories of the week. Ian and Henning take a look at this.
That's Matt Hancock literally in hot water, trying to wash his hands of it. That's an emergency flight from Turkey, possibly bringing equipment to there. They're just testing.
Yeah, there is the doc from earlier.
Yeah, this is the growing criticism of the government's handling of the coronavirus crisis. It looks like the Prime Minister Boris Johnson's still convalescing, unable to attend important meetings. So no change there then, Ian.
No, I mean, that was the shock news at the weekend, that he'd missed 5 of these important Cobra meetings and had been too concerned with, Brexit and reshuffling the cabinet and his impending marriage. I mean, he did have a lot on in February, and so there wasn't really time to organise the country in the face of this pandemic. So, yeah, that hasn't gone so well.
No, I think no one can complain because, I mean, he didn't get voted in because of his diligence. So no one can be that surprised. I mean, yeah, OK, you can say, OK, the Premiership so far has been unmitigated disaster. What did people expect?
So you're blaming the public, Henning. That's always makes you popular.
Although there was one crucial decision he was involved in back in March, which was to keep Britain out of talks with the EU to bulk buy protective gear at the beginning of the crisis. That's according to the most senior Foreign Office civil servant, Sir Simon MacDonald, who told us Commons Select Committee this was not a communication error, it was a political decision. Although later he admitted that he'd made the claim inadvertently and wrongly. So a communication error of his very own. What is going on, Emma? What's happening?
Well, it's quite an odd thing that after something goes out like that, you can make the claim inadvertently. Were you actually wrong? I don't know. It now just looks quite odd that he said with full confidence to a select committee one thing and then afterwards it wasn't the case. But the thing that they've been very lucky about with that particular situation is no one who signed up to it on time has yet to receive a containment. So what they can now say is, well, look, it didn't make any difference anyway.
Do you not think that everybody's been just looking at old episodes of Yes Minister, in which in the first 5 minutes the civil servant says something that's clearly true, and then the minister tells him that it isn't true after all, and then he remembers that it isn't true at all? And I love the idea that it's, was this a political decision? We could ask him now. Was the fact that you said the opposite straight afterwards, was that a political decision? Michael Gove's performance was fantastic because he's essentially being asked, is the Prime Minister trustworthy? And Gove has spent the last couple of years telling us he isn't. That's why he ran against him. So he had to sit there and say, I can't imagine why any of this would be believed. Well, we can.
Health Secretary Matt Hancock has also been criticised for failing to provide essential equipment for NHS staff. He responded by saying, I would love to be able to wave a magic wand and have PPE fall from the sky in large quantities. Well, if they haven't locked the doors properly on that flight from Turkey, you may be in luck.
There was a thought, though, that ministers in a report this week in the Telegraph were hanging Matt Hancock out to dry, obviously unnamed ministers.
Yes, there was a big promise about testing, and we were going to have 100,000 tests a day, but so far we haven't done that. We've been something like 18,000, is that right, Emma?
But in the first PMQs, Dominic Raab committed to meeting that target. So, you know, it's only a few days' time, we'll find out.
Thoughts inevitably are now turning towards unlocking the lockdown. The Mail reported that the government are considering a traffic light system. Any idea how that might work, Paul?
Yes, red followed by yellow followed by green. And then repeat the process.
Yeah, and the idea is you sort of gradually ease the country back into go mode. So in the red phase, basically, shops will be allowed to open at first, and hairdressers, thank God, Ian, eh? Then in the next amber phase, the schools might open. They're talking about May the 25th as a provisional opening date for those. And then finally, the green phase is when the pubs will open. Here it is, as the Sun's report. Pubs shut till Christmas. Oh, don't worry if you were worried about keeping up with the death toll. They've got that covered as well.
How did David Cameron vote on the high-speed rail bill's second reading?
Well, he's all for it, isn't he?
He didn't turn up.
Oh, he didn't turn up?
No. He didn't actually turn up.
He was on a train, it was late.
Well...
He didn't bother, even though he lives just across the road. Apparently he was having a date night, and Nick was really looking forward to it, so he... Mayor of London, Boris Johnson, is a supporter of the high-speed rail link, but how did he sensitively answer those voicing environmental concerns?
He said it's absolute bollocks. All these environmentalists, they don't care about butterflies and trees. All they care about is their house prices. Do you know what? If Boris Johnson was like a woman or a poor person, they wouldn't get away with the things that he says. But because he was, like, well-educated and posh, I think people think...
Is there a problem coming here?
No, but I think... No, but we wouldn't get away with it. But people assume that his stupidity is deliberate because he's been so well educated. He basically said that trees were stupid and that they didn't need to be saved because there are no trees in this country older than 200 years old.
Why is he so anti-tree?
He hates trees. They all hate grit. They all think the environment is like for pussies, don't they, and girls and stuff. No, they do. It's all money.
Who's
They
they?
make me sick. Oh, you lot.
Yeah.
It's the next episode of the demise of Theresa May, who's gone from being the Iron Lady to sort of flatter version, like the Ironed Lady instead.
So nothing is happening. There was a big coup. We thought we were going to get, you know, a new Prime Minister, but no.
It's a bit like a very dull, slow Attenborough, isn't it? Where the same wounded wildebeest just keeps limping across the plain, and the hyenas can't quite get organised enough to kill her off. Basically what it is now.
Yes, it's about the week of plotting and infighting in the Tory party. There was speculation this week that Theresa might demote Boris Johnson in a reshuffle. Why might that not work?
He said he won't be demoted.
That's absolutely right. According to the Telegraph, allies of Boris warned that if May tried to demote him, he would just say no. We learnt more about the principal stance Boris Johnson took when he decided to back Brexit last year. What was that?
Well, he confessed to someone that he changed his mind and became a leaver just to annoy Cameron.
Yeah.
Sorry. He confessed it in an interview.
Yes, well, according to the Mail, so... Do you call that an interview?
Can we edit that bit out so people believe it?
Yeah. Well, according to a reputable paper...
Can we edit that bit out as well? It was to Lord Adonis.
Lord Adonis.
Can you imagine being called Lord Adonis?
Hey.
It's quite a lot to live up to in the morning.
Lord Adonis. That's my safe word. I'm only joking. You're never safe with me.
So, to further endear themselves to the electorate, a number of MPs have been found to have done what?
Oh, they have tried to claim speeding fines on expenses, haven't they?
And parking tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's four of them, and a government minister.
Presumably these people went for the points and went for the fines because they didn't want to do speed awareness courses, didn't they? Because presumably they were available. And I heard last week's show, and you have been on a speed awareness course, have you not?
Indeed.
As have I, but I was going even slower than you. I was going 22 in a 20.
I was doing 24, Speedy Gonzales.
Interestingly, in the speed awareness course, literally no one recognised me at all.
They said it was humiliating.
Mainly because I was disguised as Suella Braverman.
He's only handing over his WhatsApp messages from 2021, from when he changed phones. So, yes.
Is that right?
So a lot of the messages we're not going to see, and the original phone he had, he was on a boat with Rebecca Vardy. Yeah.
Ruth, it makes me think about WhatsApp messages between politicians. So, are you in a WhatsApp group with Boris Johnson?
I'm not in a WhatsApp group with Boris Johnson, but I do co-chair his Appreciation Society with Nadine Dorries.
So, have you ever WhatsApped Boris?
Yes, but in his old phone. I don't think...
What has the Prime Minister had to say about this COVID inquiry going back and forth?
I feel quite sorry for Rishi because he's in Moldova with Zelensky and the European leaders trying to do big boy politics. And once again, he's clearing up and being asked about Boris Johnson and he's not getting to do the Prime Minister thing at all.
And you feel sorry for him?
Well, I do, because he's like this earnest and industrious little chinchilla that works really, really hard.
Yeah.
And then there's just this big looming gorilla behind him that just takes up all of the space and all of the lights. And he just, you know, he can't get on his wheel. It's a shame.
It thought it should have an inquiry into COVID and appointed Baroness Hallett. And she said, well, can I see all the evidence? And they said no.
But it's even more complicated than that, isn't it? Because she said, can I see all the evidence, please? And the government have said no, but Boris has sort of said, yes, I will hand over all my evidence. And he's handed it over to the government, but the government haven't released it. And the reason he has handed all his over is because he kind of wants Rishi to hand over all of his evidence and all his messages, presumably including loads during lockdown, which went, oh, that bastard next door's having a party again.
This is the news that the deadline for submitting requested information to the COVID inquiry has passed and the whole government and Boris Johnson have been arrested. So sorry, hang on. There's an alternative ending. Nothing's happened.
But also, if you have an inquiry, it tends to be up to the person chairing the inquiry what's relevant. If you say to someone who's committed a crime, is there anything relevant? They go, oh, no. Oh, no, you don't want to see any of that. You don't believe them. So if the government sets up an inquiry, it's presumably got to give over all the stuff. I think by the time this goes out, they'll have backed down. I don't think the government's going to... Are they, Baroness? They're not going to spend the run-up to the next election fighting their own inquiry.
Depending on when this airs, we'll have found out that they've gone to a judicial review.
It'll certainly be sorted out by the time this is on Dave.
Jennifer Arcuri, who is definitely not a close pole-dancing friend of Boris. And definitely there is no conflict of interest at all in anything that Boris ever did with her companies, ever.
They've admitted that they obviously have been lovers. That's
No,
not...
no, they haven't admitted.
Haven't they?
No, no.
Oh, OK,
no,
a different WhatsApp group.
No, no.
Sorry, OK, no one... What I mean is no one knows, and...
He took her around some of the sights of London, apparently.
Oh, I see. It's like...
Up the gherkin.
She went on the Piers Morgan show. She was given a chance to deny it.
Yeah.
6 times she didn't deny it. She said,
Yeah.
I'm not going to weaponise this by giving an answer. Whereas she could have ended it if she'd said, no, we didn't.
But them being romantically involved in whatever capacity isn't the problem, it's the business side. So we get kind of carried away with the saucy bits.
No, but no. It's more if you are having an affair with someone and you pay them £126,000 of public money, that becomes very, very reprehensible. And if you put them on trade missions and also write letters suggesting that they get jobs which they're not qualified for, again, the fact you're having an affair with them is important. So sex, obviously, we're not interested in, but we are in this case.
Oh, I see. I see.
He's been charged with lying, hasn't he?
Yes.
With falsifying, with the big bus with the figure outside that was something like £320 billion a week goes through Europe or something like that. So
we'll have to be careful or they'll cut this out, and I don't want anyone to spoil the fun of thinking Boris is going to go to jail for life. Which, so at the moment we're just at the preliminary hearing stage.
Oh, right, OK.
About whether when he was a public official he was telling lies and therefore abusing his office. It should be an interesting trial. I mean, very similar to putting the Pope on trial and saying, are you a Catholic? He was sacked from then sacked from sacked by his own reprimanded.
Ian,
yes,
we're not allowed to say anything that might prejudice the case.
Well, that's absolutely fair enough, because I would like him to have a fair trial with a desirable result of him being imprisoned forever.
Without wishing to prejudice the outcome of the case?
No, because we mustn't do that. I'm not saying he's guilty.
Would you like to see Boris Johnson?
Let's deal with your arguments. One of them is on the side of this bus. We sent 350 million to Europe. We don't, and you know we don't. No, we don't. You know we don't.
No,
Admit that that figure is grotesquely misleading at best.
I won't.
The true figure is 161 million, correct?
No, the true figure is 350 million.
In net terms, the real figure is 161.
If you take out the abatement and the money that comes back, the UK money that comes back via Brussels, the figure is obviously lower.
Matt Lucas is so good.
What lie did Boris Johnson tell Robert Peston?
Was this the 350 million again?
Linked?
On the NHS?
Linked.
Did he say it would be
Oh,
reconsidered?
He said it was in the manifesto.
Yeah.
Did she say it at the manifesto launch?
No. Not only did he lie, but he actually cheated as well, because he looked at Peston's notes in the hope of finding out what the question was going to be, and he was caught.
I didn't know what cheating you were referring to there.
You've suddenly adopted the character of a northern housewife. Have you heard about... Well, no surprise to me. He was rinsing out his own gloves last Saturday.
We haven't talked about Labour very much, so to head off any accusations of bias...
Are you leaving now to be replaced? The next round will be hosted by Michael Portillo. Come on, we can have a train round.
When it comes to Labour's manifesto promises, how did Shadow Foreign Secretary Emily Thornberry muddy the waters?
Was this Trident?
Yep.
She said there'd be a review, and the review might include scrapping it. Was that the problem?
And do you know who contradicted her and said it was Labour's policy to keep Trident?
Shadow Defence?
The Shadow Defence Secretary, that's right. This was Nia Griffiths, the Shadow Defence Secretary. Emily is not the Shadow Defence Secretary, I am.
You're doing it again! I don't know who that man was. She was in the pub on Saturday, but it wasn't her husband, I'll tell you that much. I know full well he's got a job in Peterborough.
That's the police. Someone listening in. The police have been caught trying to find journalists' sources, which everybody used to think wasn't legal. But due to something called RIPA, which is not a sort of BBC One 9 o'clock thriller, it's the Regulation of Investigative Powers Act. The police can do this. They don't even have to ask a judge. They can just go straight in and say, I want the phone records of that journalist because I want to find out who his source is. It is quite serious. And it's, you know, you don't have to feel sorry for journalists, but if they can do it to journalists, they can do it to all of you.
You're absolutely right. They're not hacking into phones, but they are allowed to get, as you say, phone records of who's phoning who.
It's very, very interesting. You remember this. Some years ago, I had to give evidence for the DTI in a case called the City Slickers case. And they asked me for my phone records, and I said, I don't keep them. They said, oh, well, what a shame. Anyway, they got them. The DTI just got them.
They got them anyway?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Do you remember that was the one when Piers Morgan was editor of The Mirror at the time, I think?
He was, yes.
Yeah. I gave evidence against The Mirror.
Did you do it in that voice?
To protect your identity, did you appear as a 7-year-old girl? Was that the thing? Behind the screen?
You're right. It all hinges on...
Yeah, this is Paris and the tragedy there and our attempts afterwards to work out what to do about what's happened. The answer so far being we don't know. How terrified should you be? Should you leave your house at all? Ever? Again? Or perhaps you should go out just a bit and then run back inside quickly. Yeah. It is... I mean, it does strike me as one of the few things we're still allowed to do is sort of make jokes and laugh. So we might have a go at that.
Yes, what has been... But we have to talk about the aftermath of the events in Paris. What has been the British government's immediate response? Who have they hired?
Who have they hired?
They've hired 2,000-something.
Spies.
SAS.
Spies.
Oh, spies.
Should we know that? 1,900 extra spies.
Do you know what that'll cost?
About £2 billion, I think.
And £2 billion for the SAS, another £2 billion for cyber security. Where's this money suddenly come from?
Back of the sofa in the Chancellor's office.
It comes from the magnificent management of the economy that the government has done. That means... the essential requirements of the safety of the nation.
I knew there'd be some comedy tonight.
So where did David Cameron decide to start pumping himself up? Where did this happen? Yes. I mean, geographically, where?
Was it in the Ghoul area?
He was visiting the Institute of Chartered Accountants.
Oh, yes, I see.
Oh, that's a really pumped-up kind of place.
Exactly right. Yeah, do you want to have a little look at this?
Yeah. And if I'm getting lively about it, it's because I feel bloody lively about it. And if you think I'm going to roll over in the next 10 days and let Ed Miliband and Alex Salmond rack that, you've got another thing coming. Taking a risk, having a punt, having a go. That pumps me up.
I think that passes for hysteria amongst the accountants.
Yeah. As well as being bloody lively and pumped up, what else is David Cameron going to do?
He's not going to put up taxes.
He's not going to put up taxes.
It's more than that,
But how is he going to ensure
He's
that
going
he
to
does?
pass
By an
a
act
law
of Parliament.
to stop people like himself putting up taxes. It's the most pathetic gesture I've ever seen. Saying, look, I can't be trusted not to just whack up income tax as soon as I get in, so I'm going to pass a law to stop me. Income tax, VAT and national
insurance, yeah.
You know, in any government that comes in, historically, the first thing they do is they put up taxes, because they have to. And it's the only year you can do it where you're not worried about the election. So taxes will go up. He'll have to find some other ones. Or break the law and be arrested. Or maybe he knows he's not getting in anyway. Oh, the Kent police.
George Osborne was very good on this in 2009 when because Brown was talking about passing legislation.
Yeah, Gordon Brown outlawed child poverty.
Yeah.
Gone. Thank God for that. Don't have to worry about that anymore. It's against the law. No, it's finished.
The low point of the media coverage this week, I think, was the analysis of Samantha Cameron's feet. In various newspapers where there was a shot of her with her shoes off, and there were big close-ups, and all the experts were coming in to describe.
There's thought there's a slight yellowing of the toenails.
Definitely a yellowing, and
could have been
how
caused...
high heels were damaging her feet.
Was it in the Daily Mail? Was it saying Labour poisons Sam's feet?
Which football team does David Cameron support?
Aston Villa.
Well, he doesn't really know, does he? And he claimed to be an Aston Villa supporter, but then he said this in a speech.
Where you can support Man United, the Windies and Team GB all at the same time. Of course, I'd rather you supported West Ham.
He seemed to realise he'd said the wrong thing.
How did he explain his mistake?
I don't support West Ham or Aston Villa. I'm no interested in football. We played rugger where I come from. But a lot of people watch football, so I pretended to have an interest in it in order to gain their votes.
Paul and James, take a look at this.
Yes. OK, there's clearly an animated rocket taking off. Yes, this is Rocket Man. I think this is a Republic serial called Revenge of the Rocket Men.
No, that's the man that Donald Trump thinks is the leader of North Korea.
Little Rocket Man.
Little Rocket Man.
It's about transport, flying. There's
yes.
A guy that claims he's going to be taking people from London to New York in half an hour, something like up into space. So he's a Rocket Man. So, it's essentially you're going to be able to get from New York to London and back in half an hour, although there's no reason why you wouldn't want to do it necessarily. But it's one of those stories, it's in 5 years' time it's going to happen, in 5 years' time. It's always in 5 years' time.
Apart from this occasion, it's 7 years' time.
Oh, 7 years' time.
This is Elon Musk. He's the billionaire inventor.
Elon Musk?
Elon Musk. That's what I'm wearing at the moment. And it's his new space rocket travel service, operational, he reckons, within 7 years.
Yes.
Do you know what the rocket is called?
Big effing rocket.
BFR, which stands literally for the big fucking rocket.
How big's the milk bottle it's going into?
Is it actually what he called it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the BFR.
So it's not the big friendly rocket.
You mustn't go on Instagram. You're not ready, Ian.
Look, this is how it's going to work. It's amazing how every country looks like North Korea when it's got that diagram. But what are Elon Musk's plans for this rocket?
He said he wants humans. He wants us to be a multi-planet species.
Yes.
So he wants to set up sort of stuff in Mars. He basically knows how to get us there, but he doesn't know how to sort of keep us alive.
How did he suggest Mars might be warmed up quickly?
Pull it nearer to the sun.
Explode a thermonuclear device at each pole.
He's a Bond villain. He's even got the name. This is ridiculous. We're falling for it. It'll be too late when we're colonising the moon. His evil plan will have come to fruition.
But even before the Mars thing, it's getting around the globe. Yes. He thinks we could pop to Australia for the day, which is good, because the only thing that stopped me going till now is the thought of not being back in time for Neighbours.
I don't think it bodes well for our planet for us to have a plan B. Do you know what I mean? Like, if we're not going to save... I don't think we put enough effort into saving our planet if we know we've got a backup. A bit like trying to save a marriage whilst going on Tinder. I don't think we should have any sort of place else to go.
Then.
And how bad would Earth have to be for us to want to live on Mars?
To go to Australia? But, I mean, the G-force alone would probably kill most people.
Yes. That's interesting. Well, actually, because he's got other ideas. There's the Hyperloop. This is a network of tubes around the globe that can fire people from one place to another in seconds.
I mean, I'm into this guy. He's sounding crazy, but I like it.
And he's building something absolutely remarkable right now. What he's building, which I think is brilliant. This could be fantastic.
Yes.
Do you know what it is? It's the world's biggest battery. BFB. There we are.
What's the battery going to be powering? The little windmill?
It's a... It's a 100
That's
megawatt...
our entire energy policy in a picture.
It's a 100 megawatt wind-charged battery that will power South Australia indefinitely. Or an iPhone for a couple of days. Elon Musk, interesting man, he has a two-pizza rule. Do you know what the two-pizza rule of Elon Musk is?
No, but I'm even liking him more.
Yeah. He said if there's a meeting that can't be fed with 2 pizzas, there are too many people in it.
Oh, nothing worse than a tight billionaire.
Which travel company won't be providing much competition for the BFR?
Monarch Airlines.
Yes, right, absolutely right, yes. Because they went bust. Why?
They went bust, they ran out of planes.
Yeah.
The exchange rate did for them. But they did go to a lot of places that people don't really want to go to anymore.
This is true. Sharm el-Sheikh is not
It's not a big draw now, is it?
No. Which airline has had a record number of bookings this year?
Ryanair?
Yes. Ryanair.
Too many bookings.
Despite all the cancellations due to shortage of pilots, Monarch have a few spare. Ryanair's bookings increased by 1 million in September.
Wow.
That's an amazing thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cheap flights, I suppose.
No frills.
No frills.
No pilot.
Yeah. During the mass cancellation, what did Ryanair offer some of its passengers by way of compensation?
Punch in the face.
I think I would take that over what they offer. A replacement bus service.
Now, with the attacks in Paris and everything kicking off in Syria, it's good to know that our army will be keeping us safe. Who knows what Captain Coward's been up to this week? Unfortunate name, I grant you. Anyone?
He's not a cartoon character, he's a real person.
No, it's a woman, Captain Clapton. She's got a clap as well. Captain Claire Coward's got the clap. What a great poem that would be. She hasn't, I'm
Can
sorry,
you say that?
Claire.
I think alliteration is no defence in law.
Captain Claire Coward of the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers sent a 400-word email to junior officers complaining about their poor performance when it comes to supplying coffee and biscuits to senior commanders. She wrote, "Ensure that there is always enough coffee, never run out and don't scrimp on biscuits. A selection of the following always goes down well: Jaffa cakes, chopped malted milks, choc hobnobs or digestives. And as a treat, party rings or pink wafers."
It's a sign of pomposity, really, isn't it?
It
to devote
is.
that much effort to
It is, really.
the pink wafers.
I think the pink wafer... I've never liked the pink wafer.
No.
I think it's, I think it's misleading.
Yeah,
And
what type of biscuit is that?
Yeah, it's just all pink wafer. There's nothing else. And if you don't like pink wafer, that's it. I mean, with a Jaffa cake, there's some sort of surprise in the middle. Well, not a surprise when you have more than one, but... Does anyone here actually enjoy eating pink wafers? See, nobody. Well, you'd eat anything that's got a cake on it, wouldn't you?
Anything that's got a cake on it or a cape on it.
Yeah.
Cape. I'd eat Batman.
Would you?
It's said that the CIA made 638 attempts to kill Castro. So, let's play a game of assassination attempt, true or false.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah.
I'll name an assassination attempt.
Yeah.
You buzz in to say if it's true or false.
Well, how can we buzz true or false?
You buzz if you think you know the answer, and then you say whether you think it's true or false.
OK, yeah, that's good. That'll work.
Poisoned shoe polish, true or false?
True.
Yes.
But I buzzed.
That's where the system breaks down.
Yeah. Shoe polish laced with thallium sulfate was supposed to make his hair and beard fall out, leading to a loss of popularity among the people, which they believed was due to his hairiness, and would then depose him.
Unless he had access to a wig.
This is the next assassination attempt. The CIA persuaded Castro's friend to hit him over the head with a big book.
No. False.
Yes, correct.
Absolutely false.
OK, next one. We can do better.
Go on, then.
Shrinking spectacles that would gradually tighten their grip around Castro's head until his eyes popped out. You've buzzed, have you?
True. No. It's false.
No,
It's false.
Next one. Toilet paper that would catch fire from the friction when wiped against human skin.
That's one of my worst nightmares, that.
I'm going to change brands.
Paul, is it true or false?
Definitely false.
Yes. And finally, poisoned wetsuit.
True.
Yes.
They lined his suit with something because he liked scuba diving. That was his thing, cigars and suits. And they also put something in a shell. Didn't they put a fake bomb in a shell at the bottom of the sea or something?
They did.
He was going to go down to and... Yeah, I said,
And they painted
sounds
it
like a
pretty
bad
colours.
episode of
Yeah.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
There's no such thing.
Yeah. I like the idea of a virtual conference there with virtual policies and virtually no one there and virtually no ideas.
Now why are you looking at me? I was going to say, this
You're
is...
the only one of us who I'm guessing would be interested in this.
The thing about the conference, they're showing the wrong rooms because the room that is packed at party conference is the main hotel bar at all times of the day and night. Sometimes
What,
even...
including this year?
Well, no, not this year. Not this year. That is very true.
But this year, they had to go online and it didn't work.
Depends what you mean by work, Paul, in the sense of did the speeches get delivered?
Well, Ian, for a
Did we
start.
Time now for the Odd One Out round. Just one between you this week. Your four are CEO Lizette Ocampo, the serpent in the Garden of Eden, Donald Trump's former doctor, and the evil queen.
Buzz, 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 buzz,
Ian.
buzz.
Ian seems to be attacked by a swarm of bees.
This is about people smuggling something into a plant. So the serpent is disguised in the Garden of Eden. The Disney Queen is going to poison Snow White with an apple. Trump's doctor famously said Trump's diet was so bad he had to put vegetables inside each other to try and make Trump's diet better. I mean, literally smuggling a vegetable into the White House, which had been done before, but only during an election. And this woman, who I think I don't know anything about.
She was doing a Zoom meeting, I think, last week, and accidentally put on the filters that made her look like a potato. And then she couldn't turn it off.
So she's the odd one out.
Is the correct answer. They've all tricked someone into eating fruit and vegetables except for Lizette Ocampo, who turned herself into a potato using computer trickery. Lizette went viral last week after using the filter setting on her webcam to turn herself into a potato during an online work meeting. She couldn't turn the filter off and had to spend the whole meeting looking like this. The serpent in the Garden of Eden famously tricked Adam and Eve into eating forbidden fruit, but there's a detail in that story people commonly get wrong. Luckily, we have a theology expert with us tonight. Paul, what's the deal here?
Yeah. I've no idea. I thought the odd one out was that the Disney Queen had a tree growing out of her head. Yes, the question... there we are.
I think I know this one. It doesn't say it was an apple. We know it's fruit, but it could be a kiwi.
Yes, it's a common misconception that the fruit Adam and Eve took was an apple. The book of Genesis only specifies that it was fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The misunderstanding over the apple in the Garden of Eden came about apparently as a result of a Latin pun. It's because the Latin for apple is malum, while the Latin for evil is malum. There you go.
I'm a little bit distracted because my wine delivery's just arrived.
Wine delivery?
Yeah, it's essential. This is essential goods.
How much have you stockpiled?
Well, it goes lovely with beetroot.
Do you want to go and get them?
No, it's fine. You'll have to go away. I'm on the telly. Leave the wine in the cupboard. Leave the wine in the cupboard. Sorted. Sorry.
It was recently revealed that former White House physician Dr. Ronnie Jackson used to trick Donald Trump into eating vegetables. According to the Daily Mail, he was so concerned about Trump's diet, Jackson took to hiding cauliflower in the president's mashed potato. While Sky News revealed that Jackson had also ordered Trump's staff to make ice cream less accessible, presumably by hiding it behind a book. After a year spent trying to get Trump to lose weight, Dr. Ronnie Jackson resigned to run for Congress. He said he didn't call in any favours from Trump as he had so much on his plate. In the book of Genesis, a serpent tricks Eve into eating some forbidden fruit. Not sure where Adam was at the time, busy burying all the fake dinosaur skeletons, I'd imagine. The evil queen tried to trick Snow White into eating a poisoned apple. Snow White lived with 7 dwarfs: Happy, Grumpy, Bashful, Sleepy, Dopey, Sneezy and Doc. The last 6 stages of coronavirus and the person you see at the end.
Anyone can lose the bit of paper. I mean, if you're a vicar, everyone always expects you to be able to quote chapter and verse from the Bible, but you don't hold the information in that way. So it's thou shalt not commit adultery, you know. Tiny detail. The Gospel according to Shrek, I don't know.
No, he was announcing the childcare plans.
Yeah, it was a big one.
I mean, it was that issue. So there were 2 things to remember: how many children and how much it cost. It was poor. I mean, it's difficult to spin it any other way.
I've just heard that Theresa May's now pulled out of doing Woman's Hour herself. She's been replaced by Justine Greening. What do you think of that?
Do you know that's in the same studio as Saturday Live? So I'll be detecting
the
signs
aura
of nervousness on the seats when they go in.
That's really disgusting.
It's another edition of I Didn't Know a Vicar Would Say That.
Do you usually sniff the seats?
This is the exciting news that the election campaign is nearly over. Theresa May warned that when it came to the EU, Jeremy Corbyn could find himself alone and naked in the negotiating chamber, something only achieved once before by a rat-arse Nigel Farage. During her interview with Jeremy Paxman, Theresa May insisted that what's needed to negotiate a successful Brexit is a bloody difficult woman. Luckily, that's exactly what Germany has got. After Theresa May missed the debate, the Mirror referred to the absent Prime Minister as Chicken Theresa May. You can order Chicken Theresa May in a restaurant near me. It's thin-skinned, boneless and refuses to be grilled.
Who has had to go?
Is this the Scottish Health Minister who was seen flouting her own rules about staying close to home to save the NHS? And not once, but twice was caught at her second home in Fife when she lives in Edinburgh, and it's a good hour's drive, even in light traffic. So she had to step down. Her and the New Zealand Health Secretary, he was also caught doing the same thing.
Exactly, and it's a much longer journey for him to get to Fife.
Much longer. Even
Much
in
longer.
light traffic.
Exactly. He had to swim 10,000 miles, apparently, and the last 1,000 miles being the most difficult because they were over land.
It's the fact that both of them didn't just do it once. They got caught the first time, and the Scottish medical officer got caught by the police, but then just did it again. And he thought that's pretty bold. And the New Zealand guy was caught going to the beach, so he thought, oh, all right, I'll go for a very long bike ride and I'll take my car off first. It's the message. It's very odd when the message doesn't go in, even though you're delivering it.
Yep, he called himself an idiot for going out mountain biking in defiance of his own lockdown measures. He was spotted after he drove his bike to the mountain in a truck emblazoned with his own face. The idiot.
I found a wonderful way of ensuring social isolation, by the way. I'm teaching myself the accordion. No one has been within 500 yards of the vicarage for the past fortnight. It's going very well.
How did Matt Hancock stick his oar into football?
Oh, this was about footballers' wages, wasn't it? That footballers should give up 30% of their wages to pay for the NHS, or, support the NHS. And also perhaps individuals that work at their own clubs who are not being paid £70,000 a week. It seems to me a fairly good idea that the footballers can take a pay cut to support the other employees of the club. That wouldn't be too difficult, I would have thought. So I'm not sure what the complaint is there.
Well, Matt Hancock didn't ask other millionaires to take a pay cut, did he?
No, he didn't, no.
I think you missed the one where he asked Jacob Rees-Mogg and the other hedge fund managers to take a pay cut and give the proceeds to the NHS. That was a good speech. We enjoyed that one. A lot of Tory donors have been asked, basically, not to take any money in the next year and to give the money to the NHS. It was a great speech. A lot of people didn't hear it, but I thought it was terrific.
How has Manchester City's Kyle Walker been helping and hindering the crisis?
Didn't he get caught going out in his motor car to a party or something, or some barbecue? Anyway, he was associating with people in a way that broke every single regulation that the government recommends, and has been rightly and soundly scolded for it.
Yes, it was a little more than a party. He's been hindering social distancing by hosting, according to The Sun, a £2,000 sex party. He's been distributing cash to local sex workers, which is good, who might otherwise have been furloughed. I mean, maybe they were furloughed. I don't know what Kyle's into. What's been the good news for Jacob Rees-Mogg?
Good news for Jacob. It's an opportunity, the global recession following the pandemic. There's nothing like following the four horsemen with some handy investor tips. And I think Jacob's firm has said there's money to be made in that there bug. And he's advising people how they can do it.
The investment fund he set up and still owns 15% of, Somerset Capital Management, have issued a statement saying that the current crisis is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for supernormal returns.
Super spreading the money.
What's supernormal? Isn't supernormal? You'd either have super returns or normal returns. What's a supernormal return? One would rather expect the honourable member to be more precise in his use of language.
This was another week of lockdown, which included the Queen raising morale. According to The Times, Her Majesty and Prince Philip are in isolation in Windsor with a skeleton staff. Well, that's one way of making sure the staff can't catch it. According to The Sun, professional footballer Kyle Walker broke lockdown to have a £2,000 orgy with two hookers at his flat. See, if he'd done it in the park, it would have counted as exercise.
Chris, how much do you blame Corbyn for the referendum result? You even thought Corbyn voted Leave, didn't you?
I think a lot of the arguments that Jeremy put helped the Leave campaign.
Do you still think he will go down in history as the man who broke the Labour Party, as you said?
Well, everything's to... The Labour Party's got to be mended, that's the truth. And I don't like Mrs May and the way she's leading the country, so I hope that Labour can pull itself together.
That's definitely not a straight answer to a straight
That was about as skew-if an answer as I could possibly give.
Oh, Jeremy's in! I think people know you think Jeremy Corbyn's an idiot. I mean, you've said it so many times. Why stop now?
But there's plenty of people who move in and out of the shadow cabinet, and they've said even worse things than Chris has. So don't try and restrict his future career.
I'm sorry.
Just by trying to get him to, confirm what he's already said many times is pretty underhand. Leave him alone.
I'm a bit worried that Ian Hislop is supporting me. And,
I'm not.
Which member of the government's frontline team has been declared an icon of the current crisis by the chief curator of the National Portrait Gallery?
Oh, is it Whitty?
It's Whitty, Chief Medical Officer Professor Chris Whitty. A variety of artists have been inspired by the pasty-faced Panjandrum and his slightly psychotic eyes. Would you like to see some of the artwork?
Oh, yeah.
Bit harsh.
Yeah, come on. Here's a rather nice sculpture by Cornish artist Penny Lally.
Ooh.
And then this rather alarming face by artist Wilfred Wood.
Oh! Oh!
Yeah, it's rather evocative of 10 Rillington Place, that last one. But But who won't Chris Whitty be able to chat to in SAGE meetings from now on?
Elvis Presley.
Yes, you're right. He's no longer attending them.
He's left the building.
Neil Ferguson.
Yes. What did he do?
He had a lady caller.
This is a first-rate tabloid story of the type that the crisis hasn't had at all. It's been incredibly boring to date with graphs and figures. And now, at last, there's a sex scandal in the middle, so everyone is absolutely thrilled. And the man they called Professor Lockdown has now become Professor Trousers Down, which really is a way to make the whole of Fleet Street happy. And not even, I mean, I blame the tabloids. It was by the Telegraph. Bit of a shock, isn't it, Aisha?
I mean, who would have thought that a Boris Johnson supporting paper might want to distract with a front page when we've got the worst death count in Europe? Who would imagine? In a way, this sort of sex scandal, it's so on brand for a Boris Johnson government. It's just like so perfect. And I bet the Prime Minister is breathing a sigh of relief thinking, God, thank God I'm not the one involved in a scandal involving like my groin. Like he's probably just going, thank God it's not me this time.
The funny thing about this story is literally... on the days he is telling people to stay at home, he is getting a visit from his married lover. He's telling people to social distance and yet not doing it himself to a woman who has 2 children and she's got a husband, and it just couldn't be more opposite. So now he's stepped back. I mean,
Are we sure that they didn't maintain social distancing? Perhaps they communicated through the letterbox.
Professor Neil Ferguson broke his own rules on lockdown to share a tryst with his 38-year-old married lover, Antonia Stats. He does love stats.
She said on a podcast before this all came out, she said, the problem with lockdown is it's a real challenge to the relationship between my husband and I, but not quite in the way that he thought.
Sorry? What's gone wrong? What did I do wrong?
No, nothing. I think
nothing.
No, they're admitting it.
Are we
It's
moving
made
on?
up.
No, it's just... What, today? Yeah. Well, extraordinarily, over the last 5 minutes, Chucker has actually withdrawn his candidacy from the Labour leadership.
This has got to be the most powerful programme on television. We haven't even gone out. At the moment, we're appearing in front of 300 people. That's enough to make a man withdraw his candidacy.
Oh, God.
Bad news, they've just shown your video on Have I Got News For You. I resign! I'm away, I'm off.
Do we have any information why he resigned? Why he...
Yeah, Peston called him amateur. He's gone.
In the news this week, with talk of lockdown easing, some people are back in training for the morning commute.
This train terminates at West Hampstead.
You can tell that footage is fake. There's someone reading The Economist.
It's likely there'll be some government advice about the wearing of face masks. Would you like to see how the Belgian Minister for Face Masks got on when he visited a face mask factory?
Absolutely.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this incredibly awkward moment.
En dan is het kwestie van je mondmasker nog goed aan te doen.
Chris, I'm sorry you didn't see that, but trust me, you could teach him a thing or two about how to put a face mask on.
For the people at home, by the way, I've had a lot of these videos just before we filmed. I had them described to me, so I've already done me laughing.
Right.
I'd also like to say as well, I'm very aware that I might not, because I can't see the camera, I've got this little earpiece in, my gaze might kind of drift. And if it makes anyone feel awkward at home, just move to your left a bit.
Typical BBC advice. Always trying to smuggle in the agenda. I can spot it.
The Rwandan scheme is proving quite expensive. It's currently projected to have a base cost of £370 million over the 5-year contract. But on top of that, there's an additional charge of £150,874 per migrant deported. Although I've looked into this and they can get £25 off that if they use a voucher code. I've managed to source this one. At the start of the week, Rishi Sunak insisted...
Who is he? Who is Rishi Sunak?
I think he's a cross between a sunbed and an anorak.
No ifs, no buts. These flights are going to Rwanda. Quite a claim. May I suggest, Prime Minister, you ensure they are ATOL protected, that you pay for it on a credit card so you have Section 75 protection, and, of course, you pay it off in full.
Grieve Amendment, what's that all about?
I'm getting the impression that Ian's been trapped in the back of a black cab with some bloke. I've seen water. What's that all about? Go on, Eve.
It's about if Mrs May loses this vote, then will Parliament be allowed to say what happens next, or will the government be allowed to do whatever it likes, i.e. represent the withdrawal bill? And the amendment went through, and it means that Parliament will regain control over the process. But that's a problem for some people, because if Parliament has control, which is largely Remain, then will Parliament enact something that is against the will of the people, as expressed in the plebiscite? You're with me.
Never all mind that, mate. Which Terminal Leaf Road do you want? Which one is it?
Sticking with football, what extreme lengths has this man gone to ensure his son supports his team, Millwall?
Oh, well, he's one of these things where he's named him after every sort of player in the Millwall team.
Well, yeah, not quite every player. It is along those lines. He's named him Bermondsey Millwall Den Bloomfield. And his nickname is Poor Little
Joke's on him, because Bloomfield Road is Blackpool's home ground, so...
I bet he's laughing.
Yeah, I'm lucky.
I saw that one quite early. What an idiot. Bloomfield. I was on London Bridge once, and there were about 50 Millwall fans on the other platform, and one of them saw me and shouted, "Oi, Islop!" And they all started running up the bridge to come over to the other side. I thought I was going to die. I had the devils of fire here, angels here.
What did you do? Solpadine?
Oh.
Sorry, I'm going to stop doing it. But what did you do? Did you
I ran really fast.
Did you get away?
Yeah.
Lucky you had your Nikes on.
Yeah.
How did Mike Bloomfield convince his wife Kelly to go along with the name?
Rohypnol.
Did he not tell her they were Millwall related?
Yes, he didn't ask her, actually. According to the Metro, when Kelly was taking a nap, shortly after returning home from the hospital, Mike snuck off to register his new son's name. She was pretty angry at first, but has since come round to the name, saying, "It's growing on me. I think he looks a bit like a Bermondsey."
David Cameron was kind of the main act. What did you make of his speech?
Well, I mean, again, he's quite competent. He doesn't mess up the autocue. He got some applause. He did some stuff in the middle. He quoted Kipling, the poet, not the cake maker.
Don't patronise me! To be fair, I always thought it was pronounced Kipling.
It's National Poetry Day today, isn't it?
Is it?
I think it is,
Yeah, it is.
Well, not tomorrow, obviously, when we're showing, so that ruins that.
This isn't live!
It's barely breathing.
How did you feel about him having a go at your friend Jeremy Corbyn, Diane?
Well, it's certainly not the kinder, gentler politics.
He did say in his speech of Jeremy Corbyn, he said, "My friends, we cannot let that man inflict his security-threatening, terrorist-sympathising, Britain-hating ideology on the country we love." This was in reference to an interview Corbyn gave in 2011 where he said it was a tragedy bin Laden had been assassinated rather than tried in an international court. BBC News didn't mention that nuance in their coverage of Cameron's speech because they've still got a licence fee to defend.
It's David Cameron, who gave an interview this week to...
He's given a lot.
He gave this one to Heat magazine.
Ah, the tough ones first.
Yes.
David
Cameron's in heat.
That's why that lamb looked so petrified.
Indeed, yeah.
He began the interview by saying, wow, heat must be where it's at. When I'm interviewed by the BBC, there's only one person. You've got a whole film crew.
But they make television programmes, do they heat?
It's
a magazine, isn't it?
Yeah, but they make everything. There's not a magazine that doesn't have some online...
It's multi-platform.
Not multi-platform, it's 360.
They do the lot. 360.
360 commissioning.
360 digital.
Yeah.
Private Eye, I think, has just hired a town crier, haven't you?
This is the row over legalising gay marriage, which threatens to rend the Tory party asunder. So who's behind it?
That's quite a question with those Tory backbenchers.
Ignoring the answer would fill other lesser shows. I would say... I don't know. Who is?
It's Cameron Clegg.
Cameron Clegg.
And,
Cameron Clegg, a gay married couple.
Yes. And what is the Tory MP Peter Bone's big problem?
His name.
He's against it.
Yes. It's also that he's protesting that neither the Tories, Labour or the Lib Dems even mentioned legalising gay marriage in their manifestos.
I know it's childish, but every time David Cameron says on gay marriage, he says he's got a mandate. It makes me laugh.
So what was the compromise position the government have worked out?
You can't ask these questions.
They can get married in church, but they have to keep the lights off so people can't see them.
The churches that don't want to do it don't have to. That's the compromise. Yeah. And it seems they've come up with a solution that pleases no one.
Yeah. They've also changed the Equality Act, so you can't sue a vicar for not marrying a gay couple.
Can't sue a vicar, that's a great phrase, isn't it? You can imagine vicars running around getting away, oh, can't sue a vicar, can't sue a vicar.
Do you always act them as camp, or...?
I've got 4 or 5 vicars in my repertoire, Ian. One of whom is unbelievably butch.
Meanwhile, the How has Labour activist David Lewis managed to get on a women-only shortlist for the job of local Basingstoke Labour Party women's officer.
Oh. Did he put a dress on? Did he make himself up as a woman and took a photograph?
Well, what he did was he applied under party rules which allow candidates to apply if they self-identify as a woman.
Oh, yeah, so he said he identifies as a woman 1 day a week, didn't he?
On Wednesdays between 6:50 and midnight.
And let me guess, is that when he gets everything done?
Yeah, it's the news that Donald Trump is now a convicted felon.
Yeah, I just said that.
You didn't say it how the Daily Star said it. They've got away with words. Orange man baby is guilty on all counts.
Did anyone see that thing when it said, I have 34 charges? 34. No president has had that many. To be clear, it's not a good thing, is it, being charged?
Do you think he's going to jail, Jack?
He possibly could. I know that if he does, he will be permitted a security brief. He'll have what's known as a ring of steel, which he'll need in prison, I imagine. You know, in all the films, when the new person comes into the prison, you get all the other prisoners at their bars going, new meat, fresh meat. I just can't, they all come together,
Isn't there a thing they do every year with the president on Thanksgiving Day? He has to sort of like pardon a turkey. Yeah. Wouldn't that be funny if he had to do that from his prison cell? You're free!
34 counts of fraud. He could get 4 years in prison for each count. How long could he get, Carol?
136.
Correct.
Right.
Very good. She's still got it.
However, Ed Balls was remaining optimistic.
Mr. Balls, thank you very much for joining us. First of all, there's been this story going the rounds on Twitter and all the rest of it that you've been defeated. Have you heard anything about your result yet or not?
David, the ballot boxes haven't even arrived in the count. And they've got to be counted and then we'll get the results. So I think maybe you should spend less time on Twitter and more time reporting the results when they're actually declared.
Let's just see how
that's the Shadow Chancellor.
So good of him to explain the whole process. They get the votes in and then they count them. Well, thank you, Ed. Thank you for your insight, you little expert.
He's an economist. He's good with figures.
Should we see how it panned out for him?
Ed Balls in the last few minutes, Shadow Chancellor lost his seat to the Conservatives.
Is that an R?
No. No, I think
this
some
is
people
the Shadow Chancellor.
No, some people were genuinely surprised, I think. There were some people who didn't know.
I'm sorry. I thought it was a wave of empathy.
Is David Dimbleby going to call him and go, have they been counted now, Ed?
Vince Cable says what?
Goodbye!
Vince Cable says, I'm absolutely sure we're going to bounce back.
Oh, he did say that afterwards.
Doesn't make any sense, does it? You're optimistic before, then you realise you've done shit. Stop being optimistic. Do you know what I mean? It's all gone wrong.
But that's real grit. Just stop for a minute, please. Yeah, it's too much, isn't it?
The Miliband has resigned.
Oh, my God!
As unexpected as I am to take on the leadership of the Labour Party, and indeed the Liberal Democrats and UKIP as well, I'm going to merge them all together into one almighty union.
Everything we said is completely irrelevant.
So out of that 7, who's left? It's like the Magnificent
Nicola
Seven.
Sturgeon.
3 women are left.
Natalie
Clive
Bennett.
Cumberry.
Has she not resigned yet?
Leanne Wood.
Oh, come on.
So that's...
A lot of pressure, isn't there? A lot of pressure.
So
They
who's
got
gone-
one seat.
They've
Give it
all
back to
gone
Caroline
all
Lucas.
the men have gone except Cameron.
Only the women have staying power.
You'll do anything for applause, won't you?
I'll do anything for a woman.
Well, the polls are all pointing to a big Conservative majority, but what might prevent several Conservative MPs from standing?
Is this the electoral fraud?
Yes.
They might be in jail.
They could be.
And technically you're not meant to stand.
They haven't been
From
charged
prison.
yet.
No, they haven't. So
No.
let's be very, very careful. And not suggest that anyone's done anything wrong.
Although they totally did.
Don't look at me, I've been nothing to do with this. I'll come and visit you, but I'm not having anything to do with this.
Lucky 13, Conservatives may be charged with electoral fraud from...
Electrical fraud?
You've been fiddling the meters. The old thing. Put in the shilling tide with a bit of string and pull it out again.
Paul and James, take a look at this.
Yes. OK, there's clearly an animated rocket taking off. Ah, yes, this is Rocket Man. I think this is a Republic serial called Revenge of the Rocket Men.
No, that's the man that Donald Trump thinks is the leader of North Korea.
Ah, Little Rocket Man.
Little Rocket Man.
It's about transport, flying. There's
yes.
a guy that claims he's going to be taking people from London to New York in half an hour, something like up into space. Yeah, so he's a rocket man. So, yeah, it's essentially you're going to be able to get from New York to London and back in half an hour, although there's no reason why you wouldn't want to do it necessarily. But it's one of those stories, it's in 5 years' time it's going to happen, in 5 years' time. It's always in 5 years' time.
Apart from this occasion, where it's 7 years' time.
Oh, 7 years'
He says
time.
This is Elon Musk. He's the billionaire inventor.
Elon Musk?
Elon Musk. That's what I'm wearing at the moment. And it's his new space rocket travel service, operational, he reckons, within 7 years.
Yes.
Do you know what the rocket is called? Big effing rocket. BFR, which stands literally for the big fucking rocket.
How big's the milk bottle it's going into?
Is it actually what he called it?
Yes. Yeah, it's the BFR.
So it's not the big friendly rocket.
You mustn't go on Instagram. You're not ready, Ian.
Look, this is how it's going to work. It's amazing how every country looks like North Korea when it's got that diagram. But what are Elon Musk's plans for this rocket?
He said he wants humans, he wants us to be a multi-planet species.
Yes.
So he wants to set up sort of stuff in Mars. He basically knows how to get us there, but he doesn't know how to sort of keep us alive.
How did he suggest Mars might be warmed up quickly?
Pull it nearer to the sun?
Explode a thermonuclear device at each pole. He's a Bond villain. He's even got the name. This is ridiculous. We're falling for it. It'll be too late when we're colonising the moon. His evil plan will have come to fruition. But even before the Mars thing, it's getting around the globe.
Yes.
He thinks we could pop to Australia for the day, which is good, because the only thing that stopped me going till now is the thought of not being back in time for Neighbours.
I don't think it bodes well for our planet for us to have a plan B. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're not going to save... I don't think we put enough effort into saving our planet if we know we've got a backup. A bit like trying to save a marriage whilst going on Tinder. I don't think we should have any sort of place else to go.
Then.
And how bad would Earth have to be for us to want to live on Mars?
To go to Australia? But, I mean, the G-force alone would probably kill most people.
Yes. That's interesting. Well, that's because he's got other ideas. There's the Hyperloop. This is a network of tubes around the globe that can fire people from one place to another in seconds.
I mean, I'm into this guy. He sounded crazy, but I like it.
And he's building something absolutely remarkable right now. What he's building, which I think is brilliant. This could be fantastic.
Yes.
Do you know what it is? It's the world's biggest battery. BFB. There we are.
What's the battery going to be powering? The little windmill?
It's good. No, it's a. It's a 100
That's
megawatt.
our entire energy policy in a picture.
It's a 100 megawatt wind-charged battery that will power South Australia indefinitely, or an iPhone for a couple of days. Elon Musk, interesting man. He has a two-pizza rule. Do you know what the two-pizza rule of Elon Musk is?
No, but I'm even liking him more.
Yeah. He said if there's a meeting that can't be fed with two pizzas, there are too many people in it.
Oh, nothing worse than a tight billionaire.
Which travel company won't be providing much competition for the BFR?
Monarch Airlines.
Yes, right, absolutely right, yes. Because they went bust. Why?
They went bust, they ran out of planes.
Yeah.
The exchange rate did for them. But they did go to a lot of places that people don't really want to go to anymore.
This is true. Sharm el-Sheikh is not
It's not a big draw now, is it?
No. Which airline has had a record number of bookings this year?
Ryanair?
Yes. Ryanair.
Too many bookings.
Despite all the cancellations due to shortage of pilots, Monarch have a few spare. Ryanair's bookings increased by 1 million in September.
Wow.
That's an amazing thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cheap flights, I suppose.
No frills.
No frills.
No pilot.
Yeah. During the mass cancellation, what did Ryanair offer some of its passengers by way of compensation?
Punch in the face.
I think I would take that over what they offer. A replacement bus service.
That's not going to get you Australia in a day.
This is the news that billionaire Elon Musk is planning to build a rocket known as a BFR, or Big Fucking Rocket. According to the Daily Mail, the BFR would make it feasible to pop to Australia inside an hour, which could be good news for England's cricket team, as Ben Stokes might be able to play for them on day release. It's been a turbulent week for air travel. Monarch went bust, and hundreds of thousands of Ryanair passengers faced hours of queuing and misery as their flights went ahead.
Fingers on Buzz's team.
What happens to a hedgehog if you remove its fleas? David.
It dies.
David-y, woo. No, there is a myth to this effect, but it's not true at all.
No.
It's perfectly possible if you covered it with anti-dog flea powder, it would die from the dog flea powder, but not from the lack of fleas. They're very happy with their fleas. It doesn't kill them with or without. What mustn't you feed hedgehogs?
Bread and milk.
Exactly, bread and milk is a bad idea. People do it. It gives them diarrhea and they dry out.
Shouldn't really feed bread and milk to any mammal, including humans.
But there is a Radio 4 show that deals...
Oh, come off it. Well, you shouldn't feed humans bread and milk.
No, not really.
What do you mean, not really? It's absolutely demonstrably fine.
No, it's not very good for you.
Well, it's fine.
Bread and butter
We've been
pudding.
drinking milk and eating bread for ages. Why is it suddenly a massive problem? Oh, no, actually, we're supposed to live till we're 250. But no, we've been eating all this poisonous bread and milk all the time. We can barely live past 98. It's ridiculous. Of course we're supposed to eat bread and milk. Not just bread and milk.
Oh, poor Alan.
No.
Don't bully him. Poor Alan.
It's not...
You shake hands and be friends.
Sorry,
now.
Alan.
So, despite what you may have heard on Radio 4's programme...
yes.
Presented by David Mitchell. What's your programme called?
The Unbelievable Truth.
Exactly.
One of the unbelievable truths turns out unbelievably to be not true.
You claimed.
Just people give you this shit and you read it out. It's brilliant.
I've no idea what you mean.
They're not New Labour anymore. No. I hadn't noticed that. They're going to rebrand.
Yeah. Labour.
Labour classic.
They couldn't call themselves New Labour when Blair left. It's like when Mike Nolan left Bucks Fizz. They couldn't call themselves Bucks Fizz anymore.
Labour could go with Bucks Fizz. Champagne socialists, but slightly diluted with orange juice. And the Lib Dems, what are they?
I think they're going to sit this election out. I
Yeah.
think that's probably...
They've got a note from their mother.
I think they'll play the sympathy vote to a certain extent. Just have Nick Clegg topless holding a puppy, just looking into the camera like that.
According to the Sunday Times, what has David Cameron decided to do?
Resign.
No.
Go on holiday.
No, this is about the TV debates.
He's going to debate with Nigel Farage. He's going for the toughest one first.
That's right. Cameron is going to take on Farage. According to the Sunday Times, Cameron wants the TV debates to be in a 2-3-5 formation. So that's Cameron Miliband, Clegg Miliband Cameron, and Farage Cameron Clegg Miliband with Yaya Toure behind the strikers. Thank you for laughing. I don't know what that meant. Who cooperated with the FIFA inquiry?
The English.
Yes, no one except the English and the Australians, and definitely not the Russians or the Qataris.
We never get it, do we? We're conducting... Oh, yes, we'll help. You're guilty.
But why... I mean, why would anyone believe the Russians could be corrupt? But why didn't they cooperate with the FIFA inquiry?
Because they destroyed all their records by accident. Yes. As you do when someone says, I'm conducting an investigation.
It was simply that the Russians were unable to provide more than a few documents from the bidding process because the computers they used during their bid had been leased, they were returned and subsequently destroyed by their original owners.
We must bid for the World Cup. First, we must rent some computers.
Qatari Mohammed bin Hammam undoubtedly paid money to a delegate from Tahiti specifically to vote for the Qatari bid, but why have FIFA dismissed this as irrelevant?
But they said he wasn't acting on behalf of the Qataris. Despite being Qatari and described by the Qataris as their greatest asset in our bid for the World Cup, he was not acting for them. Thank goodness FIFA sorted that one out.
But in this instance, they know he paid money to a delegate to vote for the Qatari bid, so that it's definitely to do with the Qatari bid, but they dismissed it as irrelevant because they said this was only one vote out of the 13 required and therefore could not have been significant. If the ballot papers of 1/13 of the British electorate were forged, that wouldn't be relevant because it couldn't affect the result.
No.
I mean, it's not funny, but these people are arseholes. What, according to the FIFA report, did the English bidding team do that was so worthy of condemnation?
They organised a gala dinner for Warner and generally sucked up to him.
It's almost sweet, our pathetic attempts to bribe them. We sponsored a dinner for Caribbean football to the tune of £30,000 and found a part-time job for a friend of Jack Warner. That's the Jack Warner that the Qataris paid over $1 million to. I think they got a signed copy of your book as well. Did you see the exchange of emails between some of bin Hammam's staff as the allegations of corruption first surfaced?
No.
Well, they appeared in the Sunday Times. It starts, I need you to start shredding his correspondence. So soon? Yes, start from now. There are 3 years of filing to be shredded. Just do it discreetly, OK? What about the request from the Russians to shred?
And how many knots are there in this picture? Silence. Yes.
2.
Well, you've got some options.
Oh, none.
Oh! David. 1?
Yeah!
Oh, you're such a swat.
Is it the noose?
There are 2 hitches, a bend and a knot.
The one on the right is a
Canoose.
Yes.
A noose, but it is a knot.
Oh, a noose is a knot.
A noose is a type of knot.
The
A hangman's knot.
The hitches are the first one and the third one.
It's correct. They are hitches, and the second one is what's known as a bend. In everyday speech, of course, the word knot is used for all of them, but this is QI, where everyday speech is completely... so the highwayman's hitch, for example, I have an example of a highwayman's hitch. That's where you hitch a horse, and the tighter you pull, the tighter it goes, but when you want to get away quickly, you pull the short one.
Oh, that is good.
Isn't that clever?
Does he not just run off with the stick?
It's a post in the ground.
Because if you tied up your dog to that and you went, right, and then threw it, and the dog ran after, what a confusion there.
Yeah. Another one was called the European Death Knot, the Euro Death Knot, or EDK.
Was that named by UKIP?
It's also a one-sided overhand bend. It's used for joining two ropes, as you can see. It's perfectly safe, used right, but a lot of climbers thought it wasn't safe, and it was invented in Europe, so American climbers called it the Euro Death Knot. In fact, it's very, very old, and the 5,300-year-old man, Ötzi, who was discovered in the Alps, dead, obviously.
For a moment there.
He was preserved.
There for 5,000 years ago. Well, help! Will somebody help?
He had amongst his possessions a knot tied exactly in that fashion. So it shows that we've been doing it for a very long time.
And that would have been before rope was invented. So how we pulled that off.
The other hitch we saw was called the snuggle hitch, which is a more secure version of the better-known sailor's knot, the clove hitch.
You look at me as if I would know
Sorry,
that. Come on, Susan, you know that.
One of the surprising things about it, because it looks reasonably simple, was that it was invented in 1987. Or at least that's when it was very first introduced into the International Knot Tyers Guild.
Did they think they had enough knots?
Yeah, no. There are 3,800 in there. We're not going to go through each one of them.
So that's a very specific 80s knot. Did somebody go, we need a way of tying down Banana-Rama?
It was a man called Owen Nuttall, anyway, who invented it, and he called it the snuggle.
I imagine he speaks like that.
Well,
the snuggle...
Nuttall here.
He might well do. The hangman's knot is named after one of the most famous hangmen in history, Charles II's hangman.
Oh, Johnny...
French guy.
Johnny Noose.
No, because... odd enough, his surname is a sailing vessel. Jack...
Boat.
Yacht.
Ketch.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, has a tall mast at the front and a small mast at the back.
Indeed.
Yes, I'd just like to put that out.
Well done.
Thank you.
This became pretty much the standard hanging noose that was used because it broke the neck very quickly. So it was a very quick death when you dropped. The drop, as they called it. So, in a way, it was humane.
It's good that you say he was an effective hangman, because if you weren't an effective hangman, you're essentially just a bloke that opens a door.
So, from the height of ridiculousness to the ridiculousness of height, how will short people save the world?
Is it by going on a baking show and becoming a national treasure?
Ah, extra point.
There we go. We got it.
Eating less?
Yes, it is sort of...
Breathing less?
It is, yes, it's to do with all of those.
Breathing less, did you say?
It's got to be better, basically, overall, because broadly speaking, a short person functions like a medium-height person or a tall person and takes less fuel and uses up less space.
That is exactly right.
They'll be the heroes of the moment with the stockpiling.
Yeah.
They're not going for the top shelves. They can't get there.
No, exactly.
Yeah. If we all die out, it's my lot's fault.
Yeah. Are you very tall?
Yeah.
So there's a theory called reventropy, which is that humans ought to be shorter. There's a guy called Thomas Samaras. In 1994, he wrote a book called The Truth About Your Height, and he argued that people were getting taller because they had excessive protein in their diet, and this was leading to much greater consumption of everything. So you needed more land for farming, you get more waste, you get more pollution, and in order to preserve resources, really, you need to control the size of human beings, and that being shorter is good for you because it's... Look at that, that's me and Richard Osman. Being short is good for you, it slows ageing. Shorter people do have longer lifespans.
Really?
Yeah. So
you hit your head a lot less, though, probably.
That's true. I've never hit my head on a doorway, not once.
But you've probably caught the corner of a table a few times.
and the lid on a toilet.
Yes.
Macy, how tall are you?
5'11".
Do you have, like, strict rules about people you go out with or marry or whatever who is taller or shorter than you? Because my tall girl friends all refuse to go out with somebody who's shorter than me.
I think shorter men can be really, like, attractive, but I would just feel cumbersome, I reckon. My boyfriend is 6 foot.
And was that a deal breaker, as it were? You had to... You know.
I'd love to say no, but it absolutely was.
I like the shallowness of it.
I'm really shallow.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. I think
Very tall, very shallow.
Yeah, I think that's marvellous.
I'm like a candle.
Yeah, yeah. There was another lonely voice campaigning against something the rest of us take for granted. There's a man called Roger Babson. He was an American stock market guru. He was the guy in the Q series that invented little hammers so that typists could wear mittens and work outside.
He what?
Yeah, he was obsessed with fresh air, and he got his secretaries to work outside on typewriters, and their hands were too cold, so he invented a series of little hammers so they could wear mittens while typing. Do you think that's crazy? His real passion was that he campaigned against gravity.
Oh, wow.
So he had a couple of very disturbing events. His sister and then later his grandson died from drowning, and he devoted his considerable fortune to fighting against the evil old man gravity, which he argued killed millions of people every year. And he paid 3 investigators to sit permanently in the US Patent Office, scanning incoming applications for anti-gravity inventions, anything, costumes, shields, whatever it might be, so that could be used to insulate people from gravity, because he hoped one day to eliminate airplane accidents.
There was drownings in his
Yeah.
and he blamed
Gravity.
not water.
No, he didn't have an anti-water thing.
Yeah.
In fact, he set up the
gravity that pulls you under, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that the water's trying to help them.
If there was no gravity, it'd float. And also the water would be
If there
in
wasn't
the air.
gravity, the water would be in the air. Ants, they kill 30 people a year. Jellyfish?
What?
How?
Luring them across the road.
Yeah. Which do you think is the most dangerous out of all those animals in terms of human deaths?
Well, I know hippos are real psychos.
Yeah, it is the hippos. It's actually they kill
psychos.
Hippos
are psycho, man.
2,900 people a year are killed by hippos.
Really?
So compare that to 6 people killed by sharks. You are 1,000 times more likely to drown in the sea than you are to be bitten by a shark, even in an area with sharks. You know that wonderful tune written by John Williams, the 2-note theme to Jaws? He described it as grinding away at you just as a shark would do, instinctual, relentless, unstoppable. Benchley actually has a shark named after him, Etmopterus benchleyi. Not exactly a killer, it's about 30 to 50 centimetres long. Also known as ninja lantern shark. It's fairly recently discovered. It lives off the coast of Central America. We don't have one, obviously, in the studio, but I have a life-size cutout, so it looks like that.
That's the size it is in real life?
That's the size of the one that Peter Benchley, who wrote Jaws, has got named.
That is pathetic.
Yeah?
This is a shark.
But you see, you can't help yourself but do the music. You immediately went...
So he looks really nice and friendly,
He
though.
looks rather sweet. It's got lots of things on the side that says you shouldn't do, but it doesn't say don't swim with actual sharks. That is not the smallest shark, though, the one named after Benchley. The dwarf lantern shark is the smallest, and it grows to only about 15 centimetres.
I'd say, you know, a couple of those on a pizza, a bit of tomato.
Their stomach organs emit light to camouflage them from creatures below, so it makes them blend into the sunlight that streams from the light above.
My favourite shark that I've ever seen was Joe Lycett in a swimming pool in Canada. We were doing gigs out together, and you know your little, like...
Oh, yeah?
your shark that he does in the pool, but you don't see Joe coming. And then he goes, da-da, 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 da-da.
There was a gay Jaws as well that I did, which was da-da-da-da.
Scared of me? Shut up! Did you know that female sharks can reproduce without male contact? Did you
Finally.
know this?
Living the dream.
It is almost impossible to sneak up on a shark, and that's because they have eyes on the side of their head. They can see behind them just as well as they can see in front.
I'm very...
So they've got 2 blind spots, one directly in front of them and one behind.
I'm interested that someone has worked out how difficult it is to sneak up on a shark. It involves someone seeing a shark and thinking, I tell you what, I'm going to sneak up on it. I'm going to give that shark the fright of its life.
What's your normal temperature?
Isn't it lower if you're a woman than a man?
Slightly higher for a woman.
Slightly higher?
Yeah, it was one or the other, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Just go either way with that.
Because, you know, there's that stereotype of, like, turn up the heating, but I'm too hot, babes.
It is an issue that office temperatures are set to male averages as opposed to female averages.
Do you know a fact about Christine Lagarde, who's the head
I don't know
of the
any
IMF?
facts about Christine Lagarde.
Oh, well, you're about to bloody get one, Sandy. Let's swap chairs. Come on, your glasses for a second.
Do you want some cards?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's got all the answers on here.
Of course, the interesting about Christine Lagarde that she used to do was that she... please stop laughing, darling. I'm trying to get to the fact. She, when she'd go into business meetings, would put on a lot of layers for the meeting and turn down the heating, so it'd be freezing cold and they'd all be shivering, so they'd make a deal quicker.
Is that true?
Yes, or sometimes she'd turn up the heating really hot and she'd come in like a small dress and the men would get really sweaty and then they'd try and hurry through the meeting.
I love that about her. That's
Thank you very much.
fantastic. That's a little fact. Very good. So, what do we reckon? Normal body temperature, you know...
97.6. That's not what I said.
It has often been said 98.6 is a sort of normal temperature.
I got it wrong, of course.
If you...
97.6 is most recently dead.
It turns out there's no single value for normal. There was a study in 1868 by a German doctor with the wonderful name of Karl Reinhold August Wunderlich. He had a thermometer that was a foot long. Put it under people's armpits and it took 20...
thank God.
I know. It took 20 minutes to actually assess what the temperature was. And it turns out his thermometer, which has been recently retested, had been calibrated wrong. And it ran about 3 degrees higher in Fahrenheit than a modern thermometer. And the fact that he took it under the arm, which produces readings that are lower and less reliable than temperatures taken orally. So he was working with errors in both directions, basically. It's no wonder he settled entirely on the wrong answer.
So there he is. There is a picture of an idiot.
Well, actually, you were inadvertently, possibly, closest. The average actually comes out at about 97.7. And you said 97.6. So I think you should get another point for that. That's very good.
He's even got them right by accident.
Yeah. So you've each got a way of measuring temperature beside you there. So let's see which one we think is the most reliable. Nish, what have you got, Tony?
I've got a sort of piece of paper.
Yeah. Do you know how those work?
That
Up the butt.
Well, good luck with that. They're all happy to wait.
Does it go on the...
It goes on the forehead. Now, why might that not be ideal?
Oh, because heat rises to the top, so your head's the hottest part of you.
No.
You know what? I genuinely thought you were going to go, yes, and everyone's going to go, ooh, and it just didn't happen at all.
So here's the thing, it's measuring the temperature of your skin and not your body.
Oh.
So similarly, if you put it on your scrotum, that would be wrong. Because the reason men have a scrotum is it's deliberately to keep the balls a bit cooler than the rest of the body.
Yes. I did not know that.
A better way would be to design testicles in a way that it can be at the same temperature as the rest of the body, but it was in some way fudged. No, it's fine, we'll just have them in a disgusting flesh bag. That's workable for a few hundreds of thousands of years.
I love that we've agreed on disgusting flesh bag.
What best describes, in one word, Richard III's appearance? Hunchback! There's no evidence at all that Richard III had a hunched back. Just the black propaganda of the Tudors who succeeded him.
But the character in the play does.
The character in the play does, certainly.
And a limp, sort of arm, twisted arm, isn't he?
A bottled spider, one of the things he's called. Well, a hideous name, isn't it? But no, it seems he was a rather decent fellow in many respects. Intelligent, kind. There was a man called Polydore Virgil, who was a historian who was determined to paint Richard III as black as possible, and so described him as ugly, because in those days they associated ugliness and so on with much as we do today, with wickedness. So, while on that sort of thing, how beautiful was Cleopatra?
She was minging.
Well, I think sort of a bit weird looking, but sort of striking.
Yes,
she had a sort of bit of a weird nose.
Long nose, a long pointy nose. It seemed possibly she had a long pointy nose. There's certainly no contemporary suggestion that she was particularly beautiful. They do say she had a very beautiful voice and that she was very charismatic.
She seemed sexy.
She seemed sexy, which I find is half the battle.
Her mouth is very small in that it only extends as far as the flare of her nostril.
Yeah, that isn't necessarily Cleopatra.
That's just a woman who's...
Artist's impression.
It's just a woman who's got mad with some napkins.
Yeah. She's gone Serviette crazy.
Age cannot wither her, nor custom stale her infinite variety, as Ina Barber said about her, I think. What tools do you need for do-nothing gardening?
No tools.
You think? It's also called natural gardening or natural farming. It's an Eastern version of our organic farming that has actually spread around the world.
You sort of have to dig with your hands or persuade other animals to do the gardening for you.
Yes, persuade other animals.
So you sort of persuade that a fox who doesn't want a sort of den, but a rockery.
Well, in the case of
Get some fish in and they desperately try and dig a pond before they die.
Well, fish is right. Well, in paddy fields, where, as I say, it started in the East, they use ducks instead of herbicide. They eat the weeds, the throttly things that kill the rice, and they use carp as well that helps purify and keep the water in the paddy fields good. Now, I've got some props for you, which is more connected with the principle of the gentleman gardener, which was a familiar 18th and 19th century pastime, to be a gentleman gardener. You can have that or pass it on. There you are, and on your side, you've got props. Isn't it exciting to have props? Physical, actual props. This one. There you are.
I can see where we're going with this.
Yeah. So who's going to go first?
Well, everybody's been given fascinating devices, and I've been given a bottle with the top cut off.
That was designed by George Stephenson of the rocket fame. Was it? The first locomotive, yeah.
And it's to do with the garden?
It is to do with the garden. He was a very keen gardener.
What did he make most money out of? That or the... the train?
I think the train was a bigger hit.
Right.
But he was a very keen gentleman gardener.
I bet he was really tedious and wouldn't talk about the train in interviews and would insist on talking about his bloody...
I feel you're
in many ways, it's the work I'm proudest of. Yeah, but it's crap. It's just a bit of glass with no top.
Well, it would protect some you've got sunlight, I think, is an important factor here. The sunlight, because we've got glass. And what does glass do? It can magnify, Stephen, can't it?
Yes, it can.
Refraction with it, can't we?
Yeah,
okay.
Or refraction.
Refraction,
Yeah.
whatever. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's not get bogged down in that.
Yeah, quite.
We're here to talk about gardening.
No, I'm silly, I'm sorry.
What's
hello. No, not... You found out... No.
It's a saw.
It is. It's for a gentleman gardener.
It's got a concealed serrated blade. You won't get this through customs. I can hijack a plane with one of these. I can't make it work, though. Why won't it go forward? It'll only go that way.
Well, that's how you start the stroke.
How you start sawing.
It won't go back again.
Have you ever used a saw?
I don't think it's designed for exercise books.
No, that too. David has a point. It's for the gentleman No!
I want to saw something now.
These belong. I just want to say... These have been lent to us by the Garden Museum.
It works, it works.
Oh, it really does. Oh, my God!
I'll tell you what, I really wish they hadn't made this set out of asbestos.
Brilliant. That is...
That's a very good invention.
It's for the gentleman who's walking along and he sees an overhanging limb of a tree or overhanging limb of a person, for that matter, and decides to... Oh, no! What have I done? No! That's... Oh.
It's only plastic.
Yeah. And see if you can tidy it away, class. See if you can do that. It's my clever psychology.
Clever, isn't it?
Let's see if you're clever enough to hide that sword. Brilliant.
Well, that was great fun. You got any more?
No, well, David, you got yours.
Well, yes, I don't know. I mean, it's like...
Yours actually is missing a piece. The Garden Museum, to whom we're very grateful for lending us these incredibly valuable artefacts, this would have had a sort of hat in order to make it like a walking stick, a sort of leathern thing around there.
Oh, so you could hold it like that?
You hold it as a walking stick, and then when you see some obtrusive weeds, you turn it around, and almost like a golf club, you...
Just a little hoe.
Yeah, you just hoe.
Yeah.
A little hoe.
Yeah.
Not in the street sense that's used in the United States of America.
Which is the sense I usually use that syllable in.
Yes, absolutely. So, talking of hoes, Rob.
It doesn't...
Oh, hello.
Sorry, a fly landed on my buzzer and I tried to use my little hoe.
My little hoe. It's a new sort of toy for children, isn't it? So what's your little hoe for?
Well, I've absolutely no idea, other than I think it's something to do with light.
Well, it's not bad. It actually forces a shape. What sort of shape would something in there have to be?
A bottle.
Oh, a vegetable.
It would have to be a straight vegetable, though, wouldn't it?
So,
is it for cucumbers? For cucumbers, for growing straight cucumbers.
Points and I've mended my walking stick.
Yes, points all round for Alan Davis. There you are.
Now that thing up there, though, Stephen, it may well be for cucumbers, but that picture there is very similar to a spam email that I get sent. And I have to say, I'll tell you now, don't waste your money, it doesn't work.
Dara, what have you got?
I am guessing that you put a mixture of seeds in of different sizes, because there are little holes of different sizes, and then if you're the kind of person who knows what size seed you need, then you just sprinkle it.
You're exactly...
In the most effete gardening way imaginable. There you go. And we're in the company of which actual gardens would be going, oh, well done, my lad, that's really top-quality gardening you're doing there.
I'm rather exhausted now. I think I may have to go in and have a cocktail.
I'm having a fit of the vapours from my gardening.
So, do nothing gardening, where we started. It's small-scale organic farming with minimal inputs.
When was the First World War first named as such?
The outbreak, the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand.
You think they called it the First World War straight away?
Before it started.
It would be an act of a pessimist to call it the First World War that early, surely. It's going to be some point after 1939, isn't it?
A realist, surely.
So
there's going to be more of these.
Yeah. At what point... Excuse me, I think what I said, people in the box, is after 1939, which may contain 1939, but does not mean it.
No, well...
OK. No. I think after 1939 and after the Second World War are not synonymous. Now, this is just giving you time to type after 1939. Why don't you just type, Mitchell is a cop?
At this point in our Euro quiz, regulations require us to have a Call My Euro Bluff round. So, let's play Call My Euro Bluff. Good evening and welcome. No, hush, Tish and Pibble. With whom should we start? We'll start with David. David, give us some Euro regulation.
It's illegal to sell bananas if they're too curvy.
What do we think? Anyone got a theory about that?
I think that's true.
It's quite a well-known Euro regulation, straight bananas.
It's utter arse of the highest order.
So you're saying a bluff, are you? Well, what do you feel?
I seem to recall this is one of those things that the Daily Mail would suddenly go, how dare they say our bananas can't be bendy? Why, it's bendy bananas made this country what it is.
Yeah.
Balls.
Yeah, you think it's balls. Would you like to reveal, then?
balls.
It's a bluff.
It's just you just have to say how big they are, which is fair enough, because you don't.
In fact-
Otherwise, people are selling tiny pea-sized bananas.
And the clincher is the current EU standards are identical to the pre-existing British ones and the United Nations ones and the OECD ones. I mean, nothing has changed. Nothing is new, except, as you say, the ability of the press to make things up and scare us that our bananas are going to be straightened. So, it's become rather political and rather exciting. Tara, what is yours?
OK, well, this actually is true. Trawlermen will soon be required to wear hairnets whilst fishing.
Is this because they're handling food? And
It's exactly the point is to keep them clean right from the very start. So that's why
convincing stuff? What do we feel?
Well, it makes practical sense as well, of course, because the hairnet could also maybe catch any smaller fish, like, you know, whitebait or scampi that might get in the hair, and then you just, at the end of the day, oh, there's another, that's dinner.
They're used to handling nets. What are your thoughts?
Well, I know they wear hard hats now at Smithfield Market, and they never had to. They're always making people put things on their heads.
Good point. I know, I like that. Good. What do you feel, Phil?
Yes.
You think it's true as well. So most people think this is true. Come, demonstrate, would tell us, put us out of our misery. It's a bluff as well. It's not true. In fact, I quote Richard Littlejohn. He goes, "Oh, what a circus. The safety Nazis have forced fishermen to wear hairnets. You couldn't make it up." Well, actually, oddly enough, Richard, you could and you did.
It wasn't even as if that Littlejohn didn't make that up.
No, he didn't, in fact.
It was made up by British journalists in a bar in Brussels.
Yeah, absolutely
who tried to run to see, will people fall for this?
Yeah.
And the British press fell for it completely.
It's because they know that people love their little 5 minutes of snorting anger over the breakfast. Bloody people! Why the God? It's so...
It's ridiculous. You don't take an active interest in how your country's run for just 45 years, and look what happened.
So, my question is, what's your worst nightmare?
I don't have nightmares. I just occasionally have dreams that are quite stressful.
Oh, like what?
Increasingly, they involve having to do my A-levels again.
Oh.
For some reason, I've been busted back to the sixth form, and I have to do my A-levels again. I keep saying, this is ridiculous. I've been to university. Why am I having to do my A-levels again? But I do have to do them again. And I wake up all stressed by it.
And then have to go to the toilet.
Yeah. It's quite nice, because I reflect as I go to the toilet that I don't have to do my A-levels again. So that's good news.
Are you a nightmare person, Alan?
No, but I wish I had a dream recorder.
They're boring, though, when people tell you their dreams. They're so
not
boring.
other people's dreams. I don't want other people's dreams. My own dreams are amazing.
People always go, oh, my hands were made of coleslaw, and then you were in it, and you had, like, really big, and you're like, this is so boring.
Have you ever been, when you hear someone describe their dream and they mention someone's in it, and then you sit there rather hoping that you're going to crop up in it? And then you don't always, and you sort of go, oh, I've not invaded this person's consciousness enough.
Sometimes I have dreams where I need to fight someone and I have no strength. And I'm supposed to get somewhere and I can never get there. And I'm impressed by all the various obstacles I can put in my own way that I invent in the night.
But those are the most common sort of ones. The thing about being chased, not being able to get to the toilet in time. Being exposed publicly naked is a very big thing. And how you respond to that. So if it doesn't bother you, that suggests you are secure in real life. If you're embarrassed, it suggests you are uncomfortable about something. If you don't notice that you're naked, I think you have a lack of self-awareness, is, I think, what it would probably be. Do you sleep on your left or your right side? Because that may have some impact on whether you dream or not.
Do most people have one side?
Oh.
I like
Are you a tosser and turner?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, my God, this is a dream, and you're going to wake up and go to the toilet in a minute. We're all in your dream.
So what did you say, left or right?
Right.
OK, so that fits with the study that they did in 2004. You are more likely to have disturbing dreams if you sleep on your left-hand side than if you sleep on your right-hand side.
So I'm good. So you toss and turn.
It could be either way. I didn't realise. Now I'm making a choice.
Yes.
Am I just going for rest or adventure?
What side does your wife sleep on?
I'm not aware of her having a preference for one side
So
or the other.
you have one side of the bed, right? Like,
yeah.
Surely... See,
Yeah, I'm not an idiot.
But my husband makes me sleep facing away from him because I breathe too loudly.
That's quite weird, isn't it?
Well, like those two in the picture.
Oh, yeah.
When I got married, another thing I found out, that it wasn't usual to put your underwear and your socks on before you put any of your clothes on.
Well, you're supposed to put it on
else.
afterwards.
No. I put my
superhero.
I put my underwear on, and then I put my socks on, and then I put my outerwear on.
OK, and what's wrong with that?
Well, apparently it's weird to put your socks on before you put your trousers and your top on.
I think your husband is telling you that things he does are things that everyone does. I think it is perfectly reasonable to put your socks on before your trousers.
It's also perfectly reasonable to breathe while you're asleep.
How would you like to have Cedric Gibbons nude on your mantelpiece?
It's not Stanley Gibbons, the philatelist.
No! He's a Hollywood figure, remarkable Hollywood figure, Cedric Gibbons. He was the premier art director stroke production designer of Hollywood for MGM. And in 1928, he was asked to design something. What might that have been? No.
The Oscar.
Thank you. The Oscar. And not only did he design it, he won 11 of them. He was nominated for 36 and won 11. Almost all Oscars, as you know, were won by Walt Disney, who won how many?
109.
26.
20, yeah.
And Cedric Gibbons won 11, and all the rest went to Emma Thompson. Oh, look, she is. Oh, excellent.
Winning smile.
Do you remember which one that was? Sense and
That's
Sensibility or Howard's Way?
Sensibility.
Howard's End.
Howard's Way.
I nearly said Howard's Way.
That interesting boat script I wrote.
But you were nominated for 3 others.
Yes.
Do you remember what they were?
Remains of the Day, In the Name of the Father.
Best Supporting Actress. And you were also nominated for Sense and Sensibility as Best Supporting
OK,
Actress.
I forgot.
I can remember all the GCSEs I did. I would definitely remember every Oscar nomination. I think when, like, the rest of my brain had melted, I fed through a tube, those 5 names of films would still come out.
I made an Oscar. I actually made a genuine Oscar. I went to the factory in Chicago where they were made.
Is it a mould, like a jelly mould?
Well, there is a mould, but it's pure metal Britannium.
Or do you have to hew it?
Well, you buff it.
If you have to,
a damn good buffing.
If you have to hew it, I mean, I'm not being rude, but if I was winning an Oscar this year, I'd say, can I have one of the ones made by the professional? That was Stephen Fry balls that. I was well wonky. In other news, who can tell me which former Tory MP once scaled a building to break into his own office?
It was Rory.
It was Rory. Very impressive for a civilian, yeah? We know you can't say, but it's lovely to have you here. Who has been claiming they're a spy recently? Relative of the fantasist-in-chief?
Stanley Johnson.
Correct. Stanley Johnson. According to him, in the 1960s, he was recruited while studying at Oxford and giving training which included the task of blowing up the power station in Blyth on the Northumberland coast, which he did successfully. And why was Stanley Johnson only a spy for 6 months? Stanley himself told The Times, "My incompetence might have cost people their lives." It's a bit of a family trait. This is the news that MI5 want to recruit more people from diverse backgrounds. Rory Stewart has denied being a spy, but has considered going undercover. He recently told New Yorker magazine that he considered living on a council estate for 2 or 3 years to better understand British poverty. Well, you could try, Rory, but thanks to your old party, there's a 30-fucking-year waiting list. Time now for the Missing Words round, which this week features a guest publication from Rory's old stomping ground, the Penrith Ramblers Group newsletter. And we start with what mocked for looking like Phil Collins?
Lewisham Town Hall. That's right, isn't it? I can tell. It's Lewisham Town Hall.
Not right.
But people say it all the time. It's Phil Collins. Oh, no, it's Lewisham Town Hall.
The answer is statue of baby Jesus, mocked for looking like Phil
I've
Collins.
got to see this.
This is a church in Mexico who accidentally installed this.
OK, give us a clue. Which is which?
And it's quite good, really. It's Genesis.
Yeah.
I
other mistake news. Why have Google been suffering from rogue anuses?
Oh, yes. 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 This is... there's a...
Yes.
Yeah. There's a computer program which misreads old print, so arms comes out as anus, so farewell to anus. I drape my anus across her shoulder in a comforting manner. This is what's happening. This is what's happening. They sound as if I'm making it up, but I'm not, am I, David?
You're not making it up.
No.
The scanning technology they use to turn books into e-books can't differentiate between arms and anus in certain typefaces.
Yeah.
Here's a quote from John Mackay Wilson's Tales of the Borders. Poor Janet shuddered at the words which she heard him utter, for with strange and wicked oaths he vowed vengeance on the individual who'd persecuted him, and she flung her anus around his neck and kissed his forehead. From Georgina Bragg's Matisse on the Loose, she grabbed my anus and positioned my body in the direction of the East Gallery, and we started walking. And in the complete works of Washington Irving, there is a reference to the great captain who had been one of his comrades in anus. Are there any other words that Google Books scanning technology is confused?
Yeah, it can't do tax.
Yes, it reads tax as free. No, it's burn and bum get muddled up as well, as in a patent for a carrier for an integrated circuit that talks of bum-in electrical contacts.
God, Scotland, what happens? It's bums night.
Where they all join anuses and sing Old Lang Syne.
Why was it hard for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle?
Guys, to the right!
This is because it was a gate, wasn't it? It was a gate.
No. Christ, if you remember, says it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God.
Of course, and these were the days before liquidizers.
Yeah.
So there was no chance of pureeing up the thing and getting a straw, and I mean, it would be a mess, but it would be doable, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, because remember, this is a rich man we're talking about. He would have people to do this for him.
He'd have all the white goods, wouldn't he? You know?
Well, obviously, what happened is a lot of rich men read the Bible and thought, that can't be right, surely. So there are two get-out clauses. One was this idea that there was an eye of the needle gate in Jerusalem city walls, but there is absolutely no contemporary historical or archaeological evidence.
Well, actually, in biblical times, women's hands were significantly bigger than they are today, so a needle's eye could be 40 or 50 foot across. Enormous.
You still want that rich man to get through, don't you?
Well, the thing is, what someone told me, I might say, at my bloody school, which is still going, and it turns out it's talking bullshit.
I bet it was a private school.
Private school.
Where they don't like to get on the wrong side of rich people.
There are two sorts of gate to get into cities in those days. One that was quite wide, one that was quite narrow, and a fully laden camel couldn't squeeze through quite a narrow gate, and those were called eyes of needles. And what Jesus wasn't doing was being sort of sarky and going, yeah, it's about as easy for a rich man to get into heaven as to get a planet into a shoe. He was actually saying that if the camel was no longer fully laden, hence the wealth had been, dumped somewhere, then the camel went in easy as you like.
I don't know how rich you are if all your stuff is on the back of one camel.
Well, it depends if it's diamonds.
Yeah,
that's
damn
really rich. They hadn't found all the South African diamond mines then, so diamonds worth even more.
Yeah, good point.
The coronation of George IV, all the diamonds in the crown jewels were hired. The King of England wasn't rich enough to own enough diamonds for one poxy coronation. That's how expensive diamonds were.
Can you hire
now
diamonds?
any sort of rap star's got
Of course you can. At the Oscars, all the actors hire diamonds.
That would be the Everest of unsure engagements, wouldn't it? I've just rented this for a week. Let's see how things go. Let's wait till after you put it out.
No, you're absolutely right, David. That is precisely what...
Jesus was being sarcastic.
Meant exactly what he said.
Should have just said, you can't. If you're rich, you're going to hell.
Yeah.
How do you get a whole row of seats to yourself on a Virgin Airways flight?
Oh, if you're really fat.
That would, I think they might be able to get rid of an arm. But I don't think they'd let you on if you were any fatter.
No, but like really fat. Oh, I see what you mean.
Die is the right answer. You'd have to die.
Die!
Yeah.
You
I mean, you can't make people sit next to the dead. That's the truth,
Basically,
isn't it?
I think
You know?
that would be what it was. And if you're flying, say, London to New York, if you're near enough and someone dies, you'd turn around and all the other passengers go, "No, really? There's some consideration." but once you pass that point of near return, as they call it, then there's nothing you can do except go on to New York.
But what if the plane's full? Do they keep a row for the dead just in case? And in which case, if they keep a row for the dead, what if 2 people die?
There's always a row at the
If there's an
back,
outbreak
and
of sickness.
the crew use it for having a kip. What it means is the crew will then have to be awake.
Yes.
The dead bloke, that'll piss off.
Does it happen a lot, though?
Oh, now, this is what's interesting. British Airways have about 10 deaths a year in flight.
Well, that food is just...
for 36 million passengers. So if you extrapolate out to the rather amazing 3.5 billion passengers that fly every year, that means there must be around 1,000 deaths a year. And different airlines have different ways of doing it. Singapore Airlines have a corpse cupboard. I don't know why it's funny, but it is. So no one need even know there's a dead person.
I'm sorry.
There's also faulty towers, isn't it?
If I ever die on a plane, I should like to be stored in the overhead lockers.
For the rest of time.
Yeah.
British Airways, however, you get a good deal if you die because you go to first class. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
At last.
One long-established steward said, many years ago, we used to give them a vodka and tonic, a Daily Mail and eye shades and tell passengers they were fine. We don't do that anymore. Yeah, I think... it's bad enough being dead, but having to hold a Daily Mail... Holy crap!
Daily Mail and other newspapers, not just the Daily Mail, when they talk about their circulation, they are also including the newspapers that they give away for free. And so I don't think the airlines or any of those kind of institutions actually pay for the newspapers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's mainly, the Daily Mail is mainly dead people on aeroplanes.
Yes.
But the dead are very, very right-wing.
How would you make your house the most famous house in Britain?
Oh, that's easy.
Yep.
You murder lots and lots of people, dismember them, and bury them in the garden.
You marry the Queen. You marry the Queen.
Yes.
And you say, you're not living there in those... No, love, you're not living in those palaces anymore.
You're living in 3 Ironside Crescent, Carlisle.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Those would work. Yep, those would work.
Some sort of spectacular suicide? I suppose, actually, the murdering people would work better, which I think is sad.
But this is a bet.
Balloons? Is it like in the film Up? You just tie loads of balloons and your house goes... Whoa.
Oh, that would be sweet. That would be. This was a bet that took place in 1810 between Samuel Beazley and Theodore Hook. That Hook couldn't make any house he chose the most famous residence in London in 1 week. He had a week in which to do it, but in fact he sort of... I mean, he prepared over the week, but it all happened in one day. Yeah?
He started ordering goods, all kinds of different goods from all kinds
4,000 different tradesmen and services in all the commercial directories all over London. He started ordering chimney sweeps. So first thing in the morning, there were 12 chimney sweeps, all arriving like that. And then more and more and more and more and more arrived. I mean, it became absolutely gigantic. 12 coal carts, there were cake makers, doctors, apothecaries, surgeons, lawyers, priests for dead bodies, undergraduates, hat makers, haberdashers, bootmakers, fishmongers, butchers' boys. A dozen pianos arrived. And before long, the governor of the Bank of England had turned up to see what the fuss was about. It was in Berners Street, just off north of Oxford Street. And there it is.
That sign doesn't fit that bit of wall.
It doesn't really. And yet, I suppose if they put it the way it would, you'd have to read it in portrait rather than
needed to go back to the drawing board with that one.
I think you're right.
Got that all wrong.
Or just chill out about the whole thing.
You could have folded it round, mate.
That'd be nice. Is it a bit like, so the equivalent is like going on the internet and ordering the lot?
Yes, exactly.
I love everything.
Exactly, basically. And the poor woman whose name was Mrs. Tottenham was just besieged. I mean, it wasn't his house.
He didn't live there.
No, he chose it. He just chose this house. That was the point of the bet. I can make that house, 54 Berners Street, the most famous house in London. Theodore Hook betted a man called Beazley that he could make 54 Berners Street the most famous house in London. If by some terrible, terrible concatenation of circumstances. Both my co-pilot and I on this flight were suddenly taken ill. How would you land this plane?
Can't they just land themselves on an instruments landing?
Can't you? I'd stop reading the Kindle on the steering wheel.
That would be a wise start, yes.
Don't you radio... There's the co-pilot slumped, normally.
Yes.
In these situations.
Yeah, someone talks you in.
And somebody talks you in?
That's what happens in the movies, definitely, isn't it?
Yes.
Like Robert Duvall probably would be good.
Yes.
That's who I'd ring.
Or Lloyd Bridges, in the case of Airplane, the movie.
Perfect choice.
Yeah.
Yes. Presumably there are legal problems with someone talking you down, though, because you could then subsequently sue if it was interpreted by your relatives that you were given bad advice. So probably these days the air traffic controller would refuse to give advice and say, "I'm sorry, we're not covered for my saying."
That's right. You'd have to sign a waiver and sort of text it to them, and then they would insurance would cover you to be talked down.
It is a minefield. Extraordinarily and happily, it has never occurred in commercial airline travel history that someone has been, as it were, oh gosh, can anyone fly this plane because the pilot and co-pilot are ill or dead. It's never actually happened, but it would be fraught with difficulty. They have tried various simulations. For example, those with American civil private pilot licenses in America who can fly light planes were invited onto simulators of big jets. Yeah. And one of them couldn't even operate the seat that moved him towards the control. Another one turned the radio off. Another one turned off the autopilot and instantly crashed the plane. So the fact is, it's incredibly difficult.
Stephen, am I allowed to say that in your uniform how incredibly unlike a pilot you look?
So what do I look like instead? Be brutal, be frank.
No, I think you'd be the chap who calls himself the bursar. He comes round, he's got a big leather wallet and takes money for duty-free.
Yeah, calls himself the bursar.
Yeah.
Yes.
He calls himself the bursar?
Yes, I think he does, yeah.
Or the purser?
The purser.
The bursar is like the one that does the money for a...
Public school.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
What what kind of planes are you flying on?
Yeah.
Yes, the bursar will be collecting money for the end of term jamboree.
Here on a Charterhouse Air.
Yeah.
The bursar with the trolley, and then with the drinks, the groundsman.
Anyway, the fact is it's fraught with difficulty. The first problem you would have is simply getting into the cockpit, because since 9/11, of course, cockpits are locked. And if the pilot and the co-pilot were truly too ill to be able to fly, they may well be too ill even to let you in to the cockpit. But
do they have a secret knock? When they go and give them their lunch, though, surely they have to get in.
Yes.
So they must have a coded knock or something, like, it's me. I've got your lunch. Something like that. And they go, oh, must be the lunch.
It must be, it must be Ginger with the lunch. The lunch is. Now, why do I say lunch is?
Because there's more than one.
But why is there more? You are accruing points at a fantastic rate.
God, I tell you what.
Yes, there are more than one. But why would there be more than one lunch? Why would
they have to eat different meals.
Yes, the pilot and the co-pilot must eat different meals.
Oh, in case one of them gets botulism.
Exactly, so that if one is by accident poisoned or whatever. And in the case of extra long-haul flights, there are 3 pilots, not 2.
So you can't get into the cockpit. It's very, very dangerous. Never been done.
Yeah,
so...
and if it was on autopilot, you'd be able, obviously, to fly level and it would continue. But once you got into the landing situation, yes, the kind of film scenario would take over, whereby you would be told how to operate the flaps and at what speed. But there are so many variables in terms of glide path and vertical and horizontal axes and so on. It really is extraordinarily difficult. There is an auto-land system.
There's no way of flying it remotely, then, from the ground? Like with just somebody with a Wii or something, you know.
I don't know. Maybe one day.
Someone comes in the room.
What? Why?
It's a horrifying thought, but fortunately, as I say, it never has yet happened in major commercial air travel. How much of the moon can you see from the Earth?
Well, you can see one side of it.
Yes. There is this strange thing called libration, which is it's like vibration beginning with an L. It's a thing that was noted by quite a few of the early astronomers.
Can I say, sorry, Stephen, but if that's an acceptable way of defining a word, what? Libration. It's like vibration, but beginning with an L.
Just so you can picture it in your heads. Is that bad?
I was with you already, just with libration.
I thought you might have heard it as libation or something like that. That's all.
What does it mean?
Well, I was about to tell you, and then somebody came and said... No, I'll tell you. You get this kind of jiggling effect. Basically, what it comes down to is you can see about 59% of the surface
one
of the
time
moon from Earth. Obviously, when it's a new moon or whatever, then you see it's a lot less. But you can see 59% of the surface rather than just 50.
You know when you find a bee and it's crawling on its last legs?
I always rescue them.
You give it honey. It's the only thing they eat. Makes sense when you think about it. No point just talking to it, give it honey.
They're very much a one-recipe species, aren't they?
I'm intrigued because I generally give it the sole of my shoe, but you know, not to be harsh, but you know,
You tread on a struggling, crawling bee, trying to get back to the hive.
What? As opposed to rehabilitate it?
I like honey. I have it on my porridge, you murderer.
Yeah, but
you depend on bees.
We need the bees.
Okay, so in future I should lure the bee back. And sorry, do I get a syringe of honey, just a tiny amount of honey? How do I feed this
teaspoon of honey,
disabled
leave
bee?
it with the honey, don't tread on it. It should be criminal offence. You should be arrested. You should be locked up, you know where? In a hive.
But isn't it true, though, that a bee in his entire lifetime makes an absolutely tiny amount of honey overall? I mean, just a minute amount of honey.
Yeah,
so you don't have to give much rehabilitating honey to this one bee before the nation, the world, is making a net loss. It's useless. If you only get 1 teaspoon of honey from a whole bee's lifetime, and every time we have to get it back on its feet, it takes a teaspoon and a half, suddenly there's no honey at all.
This is more honey than this bee has seen in its life.
Yeah. You're insulting it, apart from anything else. It's like showing a very tired mason a whole cathedral.
Well, let's say that you're in between Alan and Dara. So, like Alan, you want to help the bee give it honey, but like Dara, you also want to kill. What you can do is you get what I would term too much honey, and you see the bee, and you pour molten... Look, hear me out.
All right, OK.
And then you watch him die a slow...
I carry on with... Yes, I've now heard you out.
Yes.
And it's no better.
Well, no, that's worse.
Much worse than what I did.
You're being humane, are you?
Yeah, I am.
You're not. You're getting a kick out of it.
Let's forget that.
Drowning the bee ironically in honey. You want some honey? How much honey do you want? Is this too much honey?
Oh, not so keen on the honey now, are you?
Very good. Well, thank you for that interesting, fierce and, I think, productive debate.
To demonstrate our teams.
A goose has been travelling on the train without a season ticket. It's been travelling from Brighton to Guildford for the last 5 years, and it's not its card, it's using somebody else's.
Well, that's nearly right, but it's a duck on an aeroplane.
Oh, it's a duck on an aeroplane.
This is the news that a duck has been providing comfort to nervous flyers on a flight across America. The duck has an official title. Does anyone know what it is?
Steward Ducky McDuck.
He quacks to soothe his nervous owner and is called an emotional support duck.
This just made this up.
A much bigger source of pride to Mr. and Mrs. Duck than his poor brother Toilet. Does anyone know what an emotional support duck actually wears?
Well, it's not even a real thing. An emotional
what's
support
he wearing?
duck.
According to the Telegraph, Daniel, the duck, was wearing little red booties.
Brilliant. Well, if I was having an anxiety attack on a plane, the sight of a duck in little red boots would not calm me at all.
Well, and also, hang on, he had a sign saying, "My first flight."
Oh.
And a Captain America diaper to make sure he didn't go to the toilet on the floor.
Why does Captain America need to wear a diaper?
I don't know, maybe he's got IBS or something. Who knows, Paul?
It's not usually considered a superpower, is it?
I don't know, I think...
Stand back, citizen, my bowel is irritable.
So let's make the most of this, our final chance to talk about the EU.
Oh, God, if only it was the final chance to talk about
on this programme it is. Let's see it off with a quick-fire buzzer round of E-University Challenge.
Nervous.
Fingers on buzzers. Why are there 12 stars on the EU flag?
Is that how many times we've won the World Cup?
You have to press your button. Jason?
It's us. It's us.
What? Oh, sorry.
That's one of the things they test you when you go into university. Can you spot a light coming on?
I was looking over there. Oh, no, there was lights.
It's nice in the winter months, though. What was the question? Because there was originally 12 member states.
No.
No.
There is no reason. There just are 12 arranged in a circle that apparently symbolises unity.
Yeah.
Or it may not. Fingers back on buzzers. Where is the highest toilet in Europe? Merton.
Or do I have to go like this?
He wasn't at Merton. Merton, life.
Yeah. Well, it strikes me that we had a vote in the mid-70s to join the European Union, and then we had a vote 2 years ago to come out, so that's 1-1. So now we're into extra time.
Yeah. The decider's coming up.
Must be.
We don't know when, but I think it is coming.
Speaking as someone who gets extra time on exams, all that happens is you have a bit longer to sit there and go, why didn't I prepare for this? I knew it was coming.
Are you suggesting the government didn't prepare?
I'm suggesting they probably have the same kind of learning difficulties that I do.
In a rare bit of good news, the continued global lockdown has seen an increase in birds singing, and one rare specimen has re-emerged in India. Let's have a listen to its enchanting song. I've reliably been informed that they would have included that clip regardless of whether I would have been presenting or not.
It's good to see, though, that the emu's career wasn't cut short by the death of Rod Hull.
Following the cancellation of his flight to Magaluf, one man refused to let it get in the way of his holiday plans.
How does he know it's his?
And at Burke Hall, words got around that Harry and Meghan definitely aren't coming back from LA.
Oh, come on.
I mean, I genuinely didn't know you could clap sarcastically till I saw Camilla there. As if she didn't want Charles to get better. Right, let's get on with the show. And we start with the bigger stories of the week. Ian and Maisie, take a look at this.
OK, that's Boris saying he's delighted to be back before he announces that he's got to go again because he's had a baby. That may be the baby, but who knows?
This is the 2020 Ryder Cup being held indoors.
And this is bleach. This is Trump's recipe for defeating bowl cleaning. They've dropped the E from bowl. And there he is. And there's someone who knows what they're talking about, looking incredibly embarrassed. Look at her legs. Oh, God, don't say that.
Yeah, this is the return to work of Boris Johnson on Monday, just in time to go on paternity leave on Wednesday. The first thing Boris did on his return to work was to chair a meeting of the Cobra Committee. Boris had lots of questions to ask, the first one being, where do they hold them?
I'm surprised that it's such big news about him having a baby. It's his 6th or 7th baby. I was quite disappointed they didn't announce the baby weighing in at 6 or 7 pounds.
No, they're going to do it with the name. Well, Rees-Mogg called his 6th baby Sextus, So I think Boris is probably going to call this one Septimus or possibly Octopus or even Decimus, depending on your counting system.
Big decision for Boris is how to keep control of the pandemic without frustrating people desperate to get out of lockdown. Everyone agrees that things won't be the same again for a long time. What's the phrase that everyone's using, Ian?
Is this the new normal?
Yes, the new normal.
I mean, it is extraordinary. I mean, the press in this country, having spent a couple of weeks saying, why didn't we have lockdown an awful lot sooner? They're now saying, why can't we stop lockdown an awful lot sooner? But it's balancing whether we slowly, I mean, let all under 30-year-olds out and they can do what they like and the rest of us have to be locked up for a couple of years. I think that's one solution, or do it regionally.
Like when my grandparents talk about what they did during the war and all of their national service, and then ours is essentially, oh, we just had to stay indoors and binge watch Netflix to the point where we were watching documentaries on the Panama Canal.
When was that on? That sounds terrific.
It's amazing, Ian. Honestly, it's amazing. Get involved.
Fantastic. Panama Canal, for God's sake.
The first wartime analogy was that we didn't close the pubs during the Blitz. That was the reason why we shouldn't have the lockdown, which kind of missed the point that the Germans weren't really trying to kill Londoners by infecting them in pubs. And then I heard another character saying that I think it might have been Farage, saying that we didn't have social distancing during the Blitz, and I still haven't quite worked out the logic behind that idea, as if maybe it would have helped. The bombs would have landed in between people if they'd all stayed 2 metres apart.
I love the 10 o'clock curfew, though. That's another of those things that when they instituted the curfew, they had no idea that everyone would leave the pub at the same time and hang around on the pavement all together, hundreds of people, not socially distanced, breathing. How on earth are you meant to know these things as a scientist?
But I think now Boris Johnson's coming under pressure to simplify the rules. But it's quite good because now they have the benchmark, which is they just need to ask themselves, are they simple enough for the Prime Minister to understand?
So the grind of government goes on, but who's on manoeuvres in the party?
Oh, right, the Prime Minister's neighbour, Rishi Sunak.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's quite an easy job at the moment, being Chancellor. I mean, you say, would you like an enormous amount of money? And everyone says it's not enough. You go, OK, here's some more. And then people go, that's fantastic. As Chancellors go, he is extraordinarily adept.
It'd be lovely if he'd help out the live entertainment industry a little bit more, though, you know?
Yeah.
Rather than just letting it die a slow death.
Yeah, I agree.
It's no joke, just
yeah. Serious comment, yeah.
I mean, I'm grateful I'm on here, you know, but like...
And you've been promised a bed for the night, haven't you?
Yeah.
But yeah, as Chris is saying, live comedy club.
It's safer than me driving home, Paul.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what Dominic Cummings said.
Why did someone from Hounslow get accused of pinching money this week?
Because that man the flash crash trader.
Yes. Navinder Singh Sarao, a British trader facing extradition to America over claims he deliberately triggered a flash crash.
He has this extraordinary lifestyle, which is so incredibly penny-pinching. He's worth something like 30 million or something like that. But he always wears a sort of tracksuit, and I think when he made one big avalanche, kind of sort of had a windfall, I think all he did was go out and buy another tracksuit for £100 or something.
This is from Sports Direct. Write it down, Ian. If you're looking for a new pair of tracksuit bottoms, if the ones that you normally watch television and have worn out, you can...
Sports Direct.
SportsDirect.com.
Do they do grey and baggy?
They'll serve anybody. They'll serve anybody.
They're serving their food out of bowls.
That's the word on the street.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a sit-down afterwards.
No, so afterwards, they're standing up.
Yes.
And, sorry, I'm trying not to get as animated.
Man, it's important to discuss
You're the
this.
person who's really gripped by this story.
I just can't believe you're serving food in bowls. Like, imagine you've got a glass and a clutch.
Yeah.
Where do you put your bowl under your chin and just like a trough?
Do you know what the term for this meal is?
No.
Bowl food.
Is a queen going to stand up and eat it out of a bowl?
No. No, she'll have a footman chucking cheesy
not.
watches at her.
Yes.
It might be a misprint. Prince Charles Organic Lentils. It could be bowel food.
In a way, all food is bowel food,
You're
you'd hope
right.
at some stage.
Yes. It's all a matter of timing, isn't it?
It is timing.
Maria Miller's resignation attracted the usual bunch of renter quotes. What we've seen is a Prime Minister who clearly is totally disconnected with how the voters in Britain feel about MPs' expenses. That was Nigel Farage. The same Nigel Farage who in 2009 revealed that as an MEP he'd claimed in expenses £2 million of taxpayers' money.
And who was it? Who was it that brought up the issue of £2 million and me and taxpayers' money? Dennis McShane.
Yeah, he's in jail, but you're not.
Yes, I had noticed that.
Good.
Yes, well, as a tax-funded MEP, Nigel Farage is an equal opportunities employer. Some of our money has gone to his wife and some to his mistress. Or have I got that wrong?
That is allegedly, don't you? I think that is allegedly.
We can set the record straight right now.
Yeah, I think it is. I think you ought to say allegedly, quite honestly.
Can I say, as a member of the press, I think, you know, actors really are in need of a royal charter. I mean, that sort of allegation is pretty distressing. What, is it true?
No, afraid not.
Not true at all?
Not true at all.
Any of the good bits?
There are good bits.
I'll tell you afterwards.
Right.
Well, let's have a look, shall we, at some of those revelations. Here is Nikki Sinclair, a former UKIP MEP, now representing the We Demand a Referendum party in the European Parliament. Take a close look at the reaction of the translator in the bottom left corner of the screen.
Does Mr Farage think it's a fair use of taxpayers' money, namely his secretarial allowance, not only to employ his wife Kirsten, but his former mistress Annabel Fuller? Is this a responsible use of taxpayers' money, Mr Farage?
I would just say this to you, Chairman. This is somebody who hid under the cloak of parliamentary privilege to make those comments, and when asked to repeat them, publicly refused to do so.
Quite funny, though.
David Cameron was very rude about your people, wasn't he, Nigel?
Oh, he always is.
Yes, he said...
He can't help himself.
He can't help himself. He said they were all fruitcakes and loonies.
And loonies, and
Yes.
worse. He said worse than that.
He did, right.
Extremists.
Extremists?
Yeah.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's time... I think it's time for a game of fruitcake or loony. OK, everyone, fingers on your buzzers. I'll show you some UKIP party members. You have to buzz in and tell me whether they're a fruitcake or a loony. Here's the first one.
I don't know who he is.
Ian.
I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
Fruitcake.
I'm afraid that's the wrong answer. He's a loony. He's a would-be UKIP councillor and loony John Sullivan, who wrote, "Regular physical exercise releases boys' tensions and thus avoided homosexuality." Which is quite right, Mr Sullivan, and that's why you'll never see a gay man down the gym. Fingers on buzzers, here's your next one. Nigel Farage, UKIP party.
This is a bit tricky, this one, because he's the treasurer and one of our biggest donors. And I wouldn't really like to call Stuart Wheeler either. I'll have to go for fruitcake.
Is the correct answer. You got it right. Yes. This is UKIP party treasurer Stuart Wheeler and fruitcake, who said that women had no place in the boardroom and couldn't compete with men at sports, even when they're not physically disadvantaged. He said, chess, bridge, poker, women come absolutely nowhere. I think that just has to be borne in mind. Final go, fruitcake or loony?
I don't know the chat.
No, anyone?
I'm going to go for loony.
It's the wrong answer. It's actually a trick question. He's not a fruitcake nor a loony. He's a closet racist. At a public meeting about travellers, he said, "The Romanians, they'll stick a knife in you as soon as look at you." His name is Rob Fraser.
Well, thanks for telling me.
Well, there you go. UKIP supporter.
Nice chap, buys his round.
And we start with
Gary the cat has eyebrows that what?
Distract you from the fact that Gary is a ridiculous name for a cat.
I've got a cat called Colin.
Well, that doesn't mean that it's OK, does it? Are you serious? Colin?
Yeah.
So when he's out, you open the door and go, Colin! People just think you're looking for a bloke. There's no way they think Colin's a cat.
Well, the judge believed me.
Gary the cat has eyebrows that always make him look confused. Here is Confused Kicker.
He's probably thinking, why the hell am I called Gary?
After the poisoning, the Russian ambassador was asked about diplomatic relations between Britain and Russia, and he said they've become rather poisonous. I mean, he's auditioning for a Bond film now.
Why didn't they just shoot him in the head?
Sorry, what?
You know, they've got... I mean...
I didn't expect that from the host of Pointless.
Well, no, why did they go to all these lengths? I mean, if they really don't care what we think...
I think it's fiercer.
It's more exciting, isn't it?
I suppose, yeah. How do Russian security services contemptuously refer to the two spies?
The two spies...
The two spies, the would-be assassins.
The would-be assassins.
Soon to be dead?
According to the Times, they're known as Dolce and Gabbana in Russian spy circles because of the suggestion by a TV interviewer that they appeared to be two gay men on holiday. The editor of Russia Today, Margarita Samonyan, who interviewed them, tweeted after the interview, I don't know if they're gay or not gay. They're so stylish with their beards and haircuts and tight pants. They didn't come on to me. Definitely gay then, Margarita.
He's a surprising person, George Osborne.
Yeah, he was revealing his musical tastes, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Do you know who he's a big fan of?
Oh, yeah.
NWA?
NWA,
who Ian and I are both massive fans of.
Massive fans.
What are your top 7 NWA tracks?
Top 6, give him a chance. And one of the members of NWA is called Dr. Doctor.
Should we be that surprised? Because...
Yes, we should.
It's just because, like, NWA and the music that they made and Straight Outta Compton all came out of a group of people who felt really disenfranchised and disengaged and abandoned by society. And is this George Osborne's way of cultivating UK hip-hop? Like, what he's been trying to do is cut off the poorest people in society, make them feel really angry, and then maybe we'll get a better class of rap music.
That's a genius scheme. In an interview with the Mail on Sunday, George Osborne revealed he's a fan of rap and has even entertained Dr. Dre at Downing Street, although he did fall out with Dr. Dre over his plans to make him work a 7-day week. During...
Just imagining Junior Dr. Dre, he's really tired.
Tired rap is actually a genre.
Is it?
No.
Goldman Sachs, they've been caught out, and the Americans are charging them with fraud. Goldman Sachs invented a bond to sell to people, which was based on subprime mortgages. So it was a pretty hopeless thing to sell to people. But they designed it to lose money, because one of their other clients was a big hedge fund manager who were betting on the bond to lose. So Goldman Sachs were selling this bond to you, saying this is terrific, and behind the back going to one of their clients, bet on this is complete rubbish. So Goldman Sachs basically proved that the entire financial collapse wasn't just an act of God or an accident, it was a fraud.
Can I just interrupt at this point?
Yeah.
Because I should make it plain, the law being as it is.
Yes.
Goldman calls the charges completely unfounded in law and fact.
What does Sachs say?
Yes. He completely
what can
agrees
you
with
do?
him.
You get caught, you get caught.
Frankly, I can't see any of this making it into the finished programme.
Are you worried about libel?
Yes. Unlike you, I haven't ever been done for it before.
I think there's very little chance of you getting any more than 2 years.
Yeah. And anyway, Jeremy, backstage he was saying what a bunch of crooks Goldman Sachs.
You could present your programme from your cell. The mission could be to walk from one end to the other in the shortest possible time.
Leeds United, the National Living Statue champions, Bob Dylan, and a policeman from Coventry.
They're footballers. Is that our entire police force? Give us a clue.
Yes.
We do know it, obviously, but we're
Obviously.
just struggling a bit.
It's about people standing still.
Ah.
Standing still. Oh, Bob stands still. That's the thing that he does when he's annoyed.
Really?
Yes, the silver people stand still.
Do the Leeds footballers have a goal celebration in which they freeze?
No, they stood still to let Aston Villa score.
Why? Why?
As an act of sportsmanship, which, for Leeds United, that's the first.
Is it the Coventry policeman is moving around a lot? Or, yes, he's moving around more than he should be. He's doing a bit of dancing, he should be just doing traffic duty or something.
Almost. They've all been praised for standing still, apart from a police officer from Coventry who's been criticised for jumping up and down. Why would he be jumping up and down?
He's trying to get out of Coventry.
He's excited.
It was the trampoline. They were on a drugs raid or something, and...
Well, it sounds like it.
He was filmed, yeah, bouncing up and down. There's no actual visual evidence of a trampoline. So maybe he's just got very springy legs. But I think he's been disciplined.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
A kangaroo court.
Let's have a look.
See, there's no trampoline in that shot.
Oh, he didn't get back up after that, did he? He could be jumping on the belly of a suspect.
Why has football team Leeds United been praised for standing still?
Oh, I know this one because...
Yes! Ian, I think it's Aston Villa, isn't it?
It's quite an interesting act of
Yeah, yeah.
They allowed their opponents, Aston Villa, to kick off and score a goal uncontested, a tactic Scottish football fans are familiar with. One Leeds United player did try to stop Aston Villa scoring, Pontus Jansson. He's a cult figure there. Have you heard the song about him?
No.
It goes, Pontus Jansson's magic, he wears a magic hat, and if you throw a brick at him, he'll head the fucker back. That's it. That's exactly it. Here are the living statue champions. This is live footage. It's a video.
That's impressive.
Did the runner-up come as a tree?
Why did Bob Dylan stand still this week?
He does get grumpy these days. I mean, he was always grumpy, but he's got more grumpy.
Well, the singer stopped a concert this week to scold fans for continuously taking pictures and ended up having to hold a pose to make his point. Well, as part of his rant, he said, "We can either play or pose, okay?" Unfortunately, none of the above was not an option. After admonishing the public, Bob Dylan stepped backwards and found himself tripped up by a tiny speaker. Now he knows how Theresa May feels.
Now, who might be particularly delighted with the timing of the election announcement?
Paula Venables from the post office, because she was up in the inquiry and it blasted her off the front pages and she would have got an absolute shellacking.
That's right, former post office head honcho and national sweetheart, Paula Venables.
She cried 4 times for herself. It was a really disgraceful performance. And I think, yeah, it was appalling. She said things like, "I didn't know that they were prosecuting these people when I took over." And you think, that just isn't true. It's all lies. I mean, she is now in the inquiry trying to blame her colleagues, which is the entire point of the inquiry, is that she's already blamed people who didn't do it in an attempt to cover herself, and now she's doing it again.
I also just don't understand how you can come and take over an organisation where suddenly, out of nowhere, after a new computer system comes in, 1 in 12 people that work from you has got their hands in the till and you never previously noticed, even though they worked for you for 30 years before that.
And you work for the Tory party.
I know! Right?
But if what is happening is that the amount of money that you claim they've stolen is returned to the post office and then you take it out as a bonus, which they did, that's straightforward theft.
I was going to call it corruption.
That's worse than that.
Is it worse than corruption?
Yeah.
This is the guys in charge of North Korea. He's disappeared, isn't he? As hard as that to believe, looking at that picture. But he has...
Why has he?
Well, they think that he's quite overweight and he may be in poor health. This was taken shortly before he perched himself at the end of the conveyor belt with his mouth open.
This is the news that Kim Jong-un is not well, bringing back memories of his father, Kim Jong-il.
It's cheese, though.
Yes, well done. It's cheese.
Yes. Kim watchers have decided he's eating too much cheese.
Yes. Well, according to the Metro, Kim has...
Ah, well, they know.
They
There's nothing like a giveaway
They do
London Free
know,
newspaper
actually,
to give you the lowdown on North Korea.
North Korean correspondent.
Anyone know what kind of cheese he's particularly addicted to?
Camembert.
No.
Camembert.
No, according to the Metro, yes.
Is it Korea Philly? Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry.
Yeah. This could be a spin-off programme, you know. With a bit of luck.
He is, in fact, addicted to...
Poison cheese.
An Emmental cheese. He has an Emmental cheese addiction. In a rare display of openness, what did North Korean TV show?
His digestive tract.
They released a documentary showing Kim limping around factories.
Blimey.
I just think he's got baby bells stuck in his shoe.
Next, huge duck army. What?
Huge duck army absolutely massacres tiny duck army.
Faces massive bill.
Huge duck army patrols South African vineyard. This is a vineyard in South Africa that uses an army of 800 ducks to control pests. Next, 18-foot-long cucumber. What?
Does not bother woman with 19-foot corridor.
18-foot-long cucumber available for events. The Cucumber Growers Association.
Oh, that must be the finale for the Daffodil Festival.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Is that real?
It looks a bit like a dirigible.
It's got a handle in the middle of it, look.
Yeah.
It's as if they're going to pick it up there and...
break down the doors of a massive salad.
Next, bald men on high alert. What?
As seagulls target pates.
Good enough.
What?
Yes. Bald men on high alert as marauding owl attacks. It is a bird one. This is about an owl terrorising people in Devon. One bald victim of the so-called terror owl was Richard Clevedon Smith, who reluctantly agreed to recreate the incident for the local paper.
I see that in the photograph behind him, the local Beatles tribute band are restaging the cover to Abbey Road.
There's a poll this week apparently saying that 60% of people want the government to get on with Brexit.
Well, according to a company called Delta Poll, 60% of voters polled agree with the statement, "I no longer care how or when we leave the EU, I just want it all over and done with."
Sort of dignitas, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
When's the appointment?
Yeah.
What is this order? What do you want? Do you want it over with, or do you want it fought out?
Open the box! Take the money!
Just glad to see divided Britain in action.
That was a second referendum.
That was it.
And the BBC's main 10 o'clock news bulletin announced a significant casualty of the coronavirus this week. What was that?
I think it's Love Island, isn't it?
Exactly.
So Love Island isn't going to go ahead this year, but I believe that if you hold your head close to the microwave, you can still burn through the same amount of brain cells.
So this is the news that the government are going to begin virus contact tracing. There are some fears that the contact tracing app could help the government to harvest our personal data. Doesn't bother me, said Eamon Holmes from the safety of his recently constructed tinfoil bungalow. On Sunday, Boris Johnson is expected to lay out a menu of options, and that could be the last menu you see until 2021. According to reports in the papers, Boris was going to be accompanied at his Sunday broadcast by Michael Gove, but they were worried that people would think, fuck me, Wilf's an ugly baby. Paul and Chris, here's yours.
OK, so Chris, what they're showing us is a tiger in the wild looking around. I think he's in the wild, and he's walking through, and there's some armed police, very heavily armed police, running towards the tiger. There was a story about a tiger that was discovered in Kent the weekend, and so the police were called by a startled onlooker, and they rushed to the scene to find that the tiger was actually a sculpture created by a woman who it says it's been there for about 20 years. So everybody had a good laugh, and he took a photograph of it, and everything was all right.
Somebody saw it, obviously thought it was a real tiger, and reported it. And I think it was the same person that reported that outside the chemist, local residents were forcing money into the head of a guide dog.
I was just going to say my cat was fantastically put out. Some other famous cat in Kent hogging the news for a week. He had a hissy fit and retired to his bed hurt. So it's the last we'll hear of him. Oh, he's gone again.
Do you know in Kent, though, you're more likely to be run over by a tiger driving a white van than you are to be eaten by a tiger in a field?
There's quite a few wildlife parks in Kent, so there's like the population of tigers in Kent is probably higher than you might imagine.
There he goes again, undoing jokes with facts.
I feel as if it's a service I can provide.
Shall we have a look at the reason that 10 armed police officers and a helicopter were dispatched to the Kent countryside? Here it is. Oh, yeah. It's good, but it's no Chris Whitty. Here's the tiger with some of his new friends.
Well, the tiger's clearly sunbathing, isn't he?
Wouldn't it be funny if while they were having their photo taken, a real tiger came out from a bush and ate them all?
It's interesting you say that, Chris, because actually there are quite a number of wildlife parks in Kent, and it's more tigers than you might imagine.
Do you know what? I've heard that before. It's
Yeah, so have I. I don't know where I've heard it from, but somewhere.
Bloody BBC repeat.
Exactly.
Do we have any idea how the tiger got there?
No, I think there's a woman, she's a sculptor, she sculpted it. She said it's been there 20 years. So I imagine that somebody went for a walk near their house where they hadn't been before, and they came across it, and there it was. But it's not a surprise, really, because I don't know if you know this, but there's a surprising number of tigers in Kent because there's a number of wildlife parks.
I think I'm getting a bit of echo on my earpiece.
In other news, who can tell me which former Tory MP once scaled a building to break into his own office?
It was Rory.
It was Rory. Very impressive for a civilian, yeah? We know you can't say, but it's lovely to have you here. Who has been claiming they're a spy recently? Relative of the fantasist-in-chief?
Stanley Johnson.
Correct. Stanley Johnson. According to him, in the 1960s, he was recruited while studying at Oxford and giving training which included the task of blowing up the power station in Blyth on the Northumberland coast, which he did successfully. And why was Stanley Johnson only a spy for 6 months? Stanley himself told The Times, "My incompetence might have cost people their lives." It's a bit of a family trait. This is the news that MI5 want to recruit more people from diverse backgrounds. Rory Stewart has denied being a spy, but has considered going undercover. He recently told New Yorker magazine that he considered living on a council estate for 2 or 3 years to better understand British poverty. Well, you could try, Rory, but thanks to your old party, there's a 30-fucking-year waiting list. Time now for the Missing Words round, which this week features a guest publication from Rory's old stomping ground, the Penrith Ramblers Group newsletter. And we start with what mocked for looking like Phil Collins?
Lewisham Town Hall. That's right, isn't it? I can tell. It's Lewisham Town Hall.
Not right.
But people say it all the time. It's Phil Collins. Oh, no, it's Lewisham Town Hall.
The answer is statue of baby Jesus, mocked for looking like Phil
Collins.
Collins.
I've got to see this. Oh.
This is a church in Mexico who accidentally installed this.
OK, give us a clue. Which is which?
And it's quite good, really. It's Genesis.
Yeah.
Time now for the Missing Words round, which this week features as its guest publication Skirmish, the living history magazine. 10.66. That's too much to pay, isn't it? Each issue should cost a £5. And we start with a common question I get asked at battle reenactments is
what side are you on? Are you my minicab driver? Weren't I married to you in Maidstone in the 1960s?
Any one of the three.
I actually went to a Living History festival once. There were whole fields full of people, some Vikings and then sort of Peninsular War soldiers and Anglo-Saxon. There was a group of them, and there was just one bloke sitting on a chair, and round him were loads of women, and he said, I'm the mead lord. Everyone here is just here to serve me mead. And I said to one of the women, why do you do this? And she said, he's got a car.
I went to a World War II reenactment. I was making a film about aspects of Ireland near Cork, and they had all the sort of gear, you know, the right uniforms, the vintage motors. And at one point, a Winston Churchill lookalike came up to me. He had the hat, he had the cigar, he had the waistcoat, he had the entire look. He looked like Winston Churchill, and he said to me, Paul, I'm a big fan of yours. It was very disturbing.
OK, well, here we are. A common question I get asked at battle reenactments is, why do you and your mates always play Germans? These are English reenactors who always take the part of the German army, talking about the origins of the World War I reenactment group. Their leader said, we started in Belgium, so full marks for authenticity. Next, penguins in Norfolk are what?
Lost.
Related?
Demanding a penguin's vote.
Are breeding with their relatives.
Bored?
Penguins in Norfolk are too randy.
Oh.
Penguins never have any difficulty finding a mate, as they're notoriously easy to pick up. And finally, man in Hull drives car into what?
Hull.
Frenzy, Utopia, City Centre, Mrs. Watson. Mrs. Watson's dog. Alan.
Gap in the road where there are no yellow lines?
Oh, no, well, sort of to do with the road. Man in Hull drives car into large hole. This is Grant Parker from Hull, who drove his car into a massive pothole. Here he is illustrating how big the hole is. Wow. Grant said, I thought hell had opened up as he drove into Hull.
I sort of think that most people will vote Remain if they do it again.
No, all the polls suggest people haven't changed their minds at all.
OK.
Everyone in here, if you had your time again, who would vote differently?
Well, what's that going to tell us?
50%
put their hands up. Well, that's conclusive.
No, what that tells us is absolutely pointless to have a second referendum, because for anyone to vote any different, they would have to admit they got it wrong the first time round. No one's going to do that.
No, people don't want to do that.
Yeah. All that talk about, oh, if there's a second referendum, there will be 80-20 in favour of Remain, not on your Nelly. No chance. It will be exactly the same outcome, because say you weren't happy with the level of immigration 2 years ago, you're not going to be happy about it now.
No.
So if you thought 2 years ago the country was run by unelected European Union bureaucrats, well, nothing over the past 2 years would have changed your opinion on that. Well, and if you were daft enough to fall for that 350 million quid a week for the NHS law, you're daft enough to fall for something else next time round.
And so, to round two, the picture spin quiz. Fingers on buzzers, please, teams.
Yeah.
Yes, this is monkeys stealing things.
Baboons. They actually managed to open the window and get in and wreck the place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereabouts is this?
In
Wigan.
Surbiton.
And, if the picture went lower down, we could see what they were actually stealing. I can't remember what it was now. But it was like a television or a blanket or something like that.
Let's have a look. There's other pictures.
A sofa or something.
It's a teddy.
Yeah,
The kidnapped Pudsey. Children in need won't happen next year.
And they got some linen. And some more linen.
Look at that one, just stuck on the wall.
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
Left there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Can I have one for Christmas, please?
What, a thieving baboon?
Yes.
Yeah, think of all the presents you'd get.
Yeah.
To go, my proud
They're very scary. When I went to Cape Town, a big one got in our car, so we jumped out, and we couldn't get back in the car. Just sitting in the driver's seat, messing around for ages.
How did it get in the car in the first place?
I left the door open.
And further animal news.
Yes.
What heinous crime did another animal commit a bit closer to home?
Heinous crime.
With an H.
Yeah. Yes, heinous. Yes.
Right, I'll tell you. When John and Steve Rolls were caught without a tax disc, they were given a £100 fine, which was waived when they told the police that a snail ate it. Oh. And sent this picture in.
So good.
Yes, yes.
This is the news that a gang of baboons have been photographed burgling an apartment block in Cape Town. Of course, the good thing about baboon burglars is they may shit on your carpet, but at least they throw it out of the window afterwards.
Time now for the odd one out round. It's just one between you this week. A dog in Thailand. Scott Mann, MP, Judith Strang from Texas, and Damien Green. Yes.
Now, Scott Mann, colleague of Johnny's,
Yeah.
and I believe there was an incident where Johnny actually saved his life from drowning. So I'm guessing that he is perhaps the odd one out in that the other three all float.
Is that right? Did you save his life?
Yeah, I mean, it's just because I thought he had my wallet, actually.
He got sacked from the Tory party, or did he resign?
Damien Green's still an MP. He was Deputy Prime Minister and then had a slight...
There was some porn found on a computer that he had access to, and the other three people featured in the film he was watching.
They've all been rescued at sea, apart from Damien Green, who had to be rescued from a river. He was thrown in as part of a student prank while studying at Oxford University. But more recently, who did Damien Green have a run-in with outside Parliament?
Yeah, so there's a set of protesters that are, like, permanently outside Parliament, so that when anyone goes on TV, they just heckle with quite amusing abuse, to be honest, some of it. But obviously some of it's not. And Damien Green came off an interview and met this chap who's dressed in a European flag and told him that in a contested field, you are by far the biggest here. No. And he was right.
Let's have a look.
Hello, can I ask how you're feeling about the vote yesterday?
No, you can't, because you just tried to shout over an interview I'd done, like you do everyone else.
I didn't.
In a competitive
I was
field,
singing.
You are the biggest wanker.
Where did this dog end up at sea?
Australia.
Hawaii. Same 5G company we're talking about.
Not quite. It was spotted last week by oil rig workers in Thailand, 135 miles from shore.
Wow.
Who threw that stick?
Wow.
And finally, where did Judith Strang from Texas end up in the sea?
On holiday, was it? On holiday somewhere?
Yes, she was on a tour of...
The fjords.
She was in Iceland. She sat down on some ice which had formed in the shape of a throne and was promptly carried out to sea.
How hot is her arse?
The iceberg incident happened a couple of weeks ago, after which the accident-prone granny completed her tour of Europe with a trip to Paris, where she lit a candle in Notre Dame.
Now, that really is enough about the government's bad week. Oh, no, sorry. Andy Coulson. Where did he unexpectedly find himself this week?
In the back of a cop car heading to Scotland.
Because?
Because they want to have a word.
I had absolutely no idea that you were a gangster.
Andy Coulson.
He's been arrested for perjury.
Yes.
During a trial where someone else was on trial for perjury.
Yes.
While he was actually working for the Prime Minister, which is pretty shocking. You shocked, Alistair?
I'm shocked.
You. I'm glad you're shocked, because, you know, some of the people that this government have been hanging about with, Rebecca Brooks, know her at all?
I do.
Were you shocked when she was arrested?
I've been shocked by lots of things, Ian.
He's been charged, though, not just arrested.
Yeah.
He's been charged.
He's been charged.
Which is why Ian's being so careful.
Yeah.
About Andy Coulson, if not about me.
Well, they haven't charged you yet.
Is it hot in here?
In case anyone thinks I'm being gratuitous, I know that Alistair is going to be reasonable tonight because he told Leveson, I am robust, but I'm not a bully. So no matter what anyone says, you're going to be really reasonable.
Tonight?
No.
That's good, though, to remember. Like, if your kid gets caught, like, kicking a fat kid, just go, no, he's not a bully, just robust. He's robust.
It probably seemed like a good idea when you said yes.
Farmer Ben Fletcher's sweet potato, Geminoid F, Kellogg's cornflakes, and John Prescott's office.
Yeah, I think this is about sex, basically.
That's sex?
Yeah, because Geminoid F is a sex robot. I've heard, I've been told. I read somewhere, I saw it on television, something like that. Anyway,
Yeah.
Farmer Ben Fletcher's, he's the farmer who keeps unearthing sensuous potatoes.
Sensuous potatoes?
Sensuously shaped
Your knowledge
potatoes.
about this is disturbingly thorough.
And I think the office is where John Prescott had sex.
Yeah. With that lampshade.
Temple.
With a lampshade. With a lampshade. And it was revealed that Kellogg, the originator of cornflakes, was anti-sex. Those people had cornflakes in the morning instead of having sex. Therefore, all the other three are about sex, except cornflakes. I suggest it's cornflakes.
You listen, that's amazing.
It was like watching a Scottish Columbo.
Wasn't it?
Because you went through each of the facts one by one, and I deduce. It was brilliant.
If you wait long enough in a programme, you get onto your specialist subject.
Sensual potatoes.
Dr. John Harvey Kellogg and his brother Will came up with the cornflake recipe as they believed that plainer foods helped cleanse the body and mind of erotic desires. Though there was an unfortunate misunderstanding early in the marketing process when he asked a designer to put a massive cock on the cereal packet.
Paul and Nick, here's another for you.
Oh, yes, OK, this is a clip from George Méliès's Voyage to the Moon. That's a nuclear explosion. There was some story this week about, was it during the Cold War, the Americans were debating about whether they should blow up the moon with nuclear weapons. I didn't quite see what they thought the point of that would be.
It's because Hans Blix had told them that the clangers had weapons of mass destruction. Obviously, the little boy was the bomb they dropped on Hiroshima, so they were looking at something a lot bigger. It was called a fat man. Would you like to see a picture of a fat man?
Yeah.
See? This is the actual bomb. You thought we were going to show you something like this. No.
It's Eric Pickles. He's a member of the cabinet. Have you ever heard of him?
Yes, I certainly have, but I didn't realise he was that large.
What was the reason why they wanted to do this?
It was like, I think it was sort of posturing, because the Russians had launched Sputnik, so they wanted to make a statement and surprise the Russians by blowing up the moon. Yeah, nothing happened.
Sanity prevailed.
Yeah, because there were doubts over what effect a moon blast could have on Earth, including tidal patterns. Talking of which, floods in this country have now got serious because a celebrity has been affected. Which celebrity?
What are the initials?
PD.
Is it P. Diddy?
Paul Daniels.
Paul Daniels.
Paul Daniels.
He lives by the River Thames.
Correct.
He lives on a little island.
Yeah.
Yes. Paul Daniels said this week that he was furious with the council and that his house was currently under about 2 foot of flooding.
He's been flooded every year for years, and he keeps moaning about it. Get a sandbag, for God's sake.
Weird, is it, if you live next to the Thames and then complain about flooding?
In the Thames.
It's like moving in next door to Ryan Giggs, then complaining when he bangs your wife. Like, you surely knew when you moved into the area. This is America's plan in the 1950s to blow up the moon. The plan to fire a nuclear missile at the moon was codenamed Project A119, although its purpose was later downgraded to finding a way of connecting Hartford and Stevenage. That is the actual road. Meanwhile, on Earth, the UK was again hit by widespread flooding. One of the people affected was magician Paul Daniels. He was stranded in his house. The emergency services said despite frantic efforts, they were running out of excuses not to rescue him.
And so to round 2, the jigsaw of news. Buzz when you know what it is. Paul and Jess.
That's an emu. And it's on the run in Scotland. It's been seen in Aberdeen, Perth and Dundee. It runs at about 35 miles an hour and nobody can catch it. They can't try to put a saddle on it. The Archbishop of Edinburgh has been lowered down on a helicopter to try and get onto its back. So essentially that's what it is.
Do you know its name?
Louis.
He's one half of a duo of emus named Bonnie and Clyde. And it's Clyde. Where did Clyde escape from?
A zoo in Edinburgh or somebody's house?
It was a petting zoo at a care home in the Scottish village of Ecclefechan. Which I think is actually what the zookeeper muttered when he found the emu was gone.
Yeah.
What's Ecclefechan renowned for?
Its inability to cage wild birds.
Tarts.
Beg your pardon?
The Ecclefechan tart is a sort of open-top mince pie which originates from Ecclefechan. Clyde is not the first emu to go on the run in Scotland recently. Would you like to see an emu running along the A82?
Yeah, is it Julian Assange, the emu?
I don't think I would, actually.
Can we have a vote on this?
Yeah, we should have a vote. Who wants to see an emu running down the road? Everybody. Everybody.
All right, quick look at the emu. Where was it going?
We know there's a coyote behind it. Where was it going? Well, I don't know, whichever way that road is. Aberdeen.
Well, it was a trick question because I didn't tell you which way along the A82 it was going. It was going away from Loch Ness towards Glasgow.
Are you auditioning some new quiz format?
This is the surprising news about an emu at a petting zoo in Scotland. The emu was spotted running down the A82 at 25 miles an hour, but was still overtaken by a local man who realised he'd left his change on the table at a little chef in the Trossachs. Fingers on Buzz's teams. Here's another one. Paul and Jess.
This is Amazon and these sort of voice recognition systems that use female voices, and some people have complained that this might be a sexist, stereotypical thing because women, as the stereotype might go, are always telling men what to do, or is it something like that? Is it that the sort of idea behind it?
I mean, the report from UNESCO says that the default female voice normalises the idea that women are subservient, docile helpers that are available at the touch of a button.
I do know, I mean, you know, with the satellite nav most people now have in their cars, when they first came out about 15 years ago, the research showed that most men didn't want to do what a man was telling them.
Mine's Snoop Doggy Dog.
Is it?
My sat-nav, yeah.
How'd you get him to do that?
He's not got a lot on, really.
Yeah. And he knows the Birmingham area really well.
He really does. I think it's a load of rubbish, people being upset about whether it's a man or a woman's voice, really.
I don't think the worst problem of sexism in the modern era is that Siri speaks with a female voice.
No.
It's actually a male voice in this country anyway, but... What voice does your Siri have?
You've got the voice of Gladstone on yours. I'm afraid that hasn't yet been invented, sir.
And what happened this week to show that things haven't changed quite as much as they might have done?
Oh, there was a female producer who didn't take the job that she was offered because she was found that she was getting £12,000 less than a man who was doing exactly the same job. That's right. Karen Martin, a BBC News producer, was offered the job of deputy editor for the BBC radio newsroom, and a man was also offered it, and she was offered £12,000 less. Even though, as she said in her email explaining why she was turning it down, they were offered the same job on the same day after the same board during the same recruitment process.
Will the BBC never learn? How many times do we have to say, pay us the same as people with balls?
Thank God, Jess, that you and I are both getting 20 grand for this appearance. That's right, isn't it?
You've got other things against you that means they wouldn't pay you as... We're in this together, Flower.
Tim, have you ever sort of backed the wrong horse, or...?
I make a career of backing the wrong horse, yeah. Which particular horse are you referring to?
Well, I was wondering if you're delighted to see Theresa May, you know, Prime Minister. Did you back her campaign?
Love Theresa May. Fantastic woman, making a great Prime Minister.
What I don't understand is how...
What are you laughing about? It's true.
Sorry, no,
Fantastic.
it's the best joke I've heard yet.
17 points ahead in the opinion polls.
Yeah, pretty good. But if only we had Prime Minister Andrea Leadsom, who you backed.
Yeah.
The country would be completely different now.
Even better.
Do you think so?
Even better. But we've got Mother Teresa, and she is fantastic.
And this is despite...
I thought that was the whole point, that she wasn't the mother.
Ooh.
Yes. Brought up by your candidate.
Controversial.
how she came to be Prime Minister when your wonderful campaign chant for Andrea Leadsom. Let's have a look at the clip from BuzzFeed.
What do we want? Leadsom for the year! When do we want it? Now!
That's the way you have a demonstrations. No police, no Molotov cocktails, no need for water cannons.
Not many
nice,
people.
Middle class. It was a great march on Parliament. Everybody had a very nice afternoon out.
Are you allowed to march on Parliament?
No, you're not.
without telling the police?
Apparently I committed an offence by having an unlicensed march.
That's a revolution. What we're looking at. So, in a bid to make sure this never happens again, of course, Lord Strathclyde has announced he's going to do a rapid review into curbing the House of Lords' powers. I'll give you a bonus point if any of you can give me the real name of Lord Strathclyde.
Bunty.
Is it one of those bonkers long names?
Yes, he's called Thomas Galloway Dunlop de Roy de Bleaky Galbraith. Another man of the people.
Well, he's also got product placement in the middle of his name.
Yes.
You just can't trust the Tories.
Did he change his name in wet weather?
Several of the papers identified one clear supervillain in all this. Who was that?
Well, apart from the obvious one.
Who's the obvious one?
Andrew Lloyd Webber.
Yes. Mega-rich musical gargoyle, Andrew Lloyd Webber.
Musical gargoyle.
He flew in from New York to vote for tax credit cuts. It was his first vote in over 2 years. He's previously voted just 30 times out of a possible 1,898 in 14 years. But he did deny he had flown back specifically for the vote. Does anyone know why he says he was in town?
He was here for an opening of one of his productions somewhere.
A new musical called Cuts.
Yes, he did say he was in town to watch the revival of Cats, the musical. Yeah. But surely he's seen that already. Or maybe he's just got a bad memory.
With round one is how we start, and vice versa. Ian and Ross.
There's Estelle Morris saying, I'm useless, I resign. Blair saying, I'm useless, I don't resign.
John Peel there.
Yep.
Yeah, Charles Clarke, wasn't it, who's taken over, because Morris has just gone, right, that's it, I'm off. You know, if I don't do it properly, then I'm just going to resign and that's it. And she's been taken over by a bloke who used to be a Toby jug.
Yeah. That's Charles Clarke.
Yeah, that's right.
He's taken her job over rather than taking her over.
Yeah, no, actually taking her over.
That's
He's going to set her up as a small shop.
Isn't this a rare case of somebody resigning for the sake of the programme? Government. Government.
Yes.
Government. Not programme, government. I meant government, I said programme, but I should have said government. Yeah. Not programme, forget programme, just
It was
government.
an easy mistake to make.
Really, was it? Yeah. Sounded like it needed quite a lot of organisation where I was sitting. There's the phone calls, there's a knock at the door.
A lot of stamina, too.
Could I talk about Estelle Morris just briefly? Is that okay?
Yes, certainly.
I'd rather hear about the sordid details of it, if you would.
So would I,
just a little bit, go on.
Yeah.
Just a tiny bit.
If I knew what they were, I'd tell you, I promised.
That's as unconvincing as anything I've ever heard. Yes, let's talk about politics. The stream of sleaze can wait.
Yes. Paul and Gerald, you're not on Channel 5.
Eureka Johnson, Matthew Wright, who was... that's him on this show, in fact. The selection of newspapers there with the cut-out details, the things that were cut out was the name of the man behind this accusation, and Sky Television and ITN have named him, but the BBC have got a policy at the moment of not naming him, so I can't give you the answer you're looking for. It wasn't you, was it?
We are allowed to refer to him as Mr. X.
Why will the BBC not allow this man's name to be mentioned when ITV will?
Yeah. I don't know. This is a question for the lawyers. I've no idea.
I suppose it's just a bit old-fashioned, me, but I always thought if you'd been raped, you rang up the police rather than a publisher. I suppose the basic reason he's not being named is because he hasn't been proved guilty yet. There's been a jury of one so far called Ulrika. This is just more of this. It's been a week where you sit there thinking, is there anything else going on in this country apart from a bunch of Z-list celebrities having sex with each other?
Yes.
The answer depressingly seems to be no.
No, yes. Gerald, you were surprised that there was a serious discussion programme, you were saying?
Yes, and I'm still surprised.
Yes.
To be fair, I think that this is as intellectual a television programme as you will find.
How dare you! You've come along as a guest and you badmouth us like that.
I thought the whole point about being a guest here was either to badmouth or be badmouthed, and calling this programme an intellectual programme was as low as I could sink.
We're following Fame Academy, come on.
Apparently the winner of that's going to host this show. Do you know that? Do you know about that? Happening, apparently.
Should happen. But that doesn't finish for months.
Oh, no, it must be wrong, then.
Yeah.
Next, nudists with attitude sees what?
Quiz show host. Get them bloody clothes off.
Is it nudists with attitude sees up in the cold weather?
It isn't. It is, in fact, the high ground. Next, I let a robot what?
Host my quiz show. And there was a significant improvement.
Is it...
Relentless. Yes.
I let the robot...
Says the voice of the people.
Yeah.
Or was that the news of the world?
I don't think they say that.
Is he a friend of yours, Angus? Good. That's right, love. It's only another 20 minutes to go.
If you've got a friend, you're both in luck.
That strange feeling of déjà vu.
Believe you me,
the rest of the country.
Operate on my knee. Before we bid them a fond good riddance, the minor irritation of our caption competition.
Prime Minister threatened by tiny comet.
Mystery sniper shoots hole in Estelle Morris.
Thank you.
TV man saying, slept with anyone interesting this week?
The last assault.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Is Mr. X just out of shot?
On which elevated note we say thank you to our panellists Ian Hislop and Ross Noble, Paul Merton and Gerald Kaufman, and I leave you with news that after persistently trying to sell household goods door to door, a Bristol man is set upon by angry housewives. Scientists uncover proof that self-hypnosis techniques carry no guarantee of success in life. And in London, a meeting breaks for 5 minutes after the mayor is informed of the death of his favourite newt. Good night.
How has ITV's Chris Shipp been having some fun with the election whilst presenting the news?
He's been hanging pensioners from lampposts. Shooting at them with paintballs.
No, on Tuesday. No, it's not
Well,
that.
you've not seen the footage I've seen.
On Tuesday,
yeah.
he was ridiculed for his paper management, the technique of his paper management at the end of his news bulletin.
Not shuffling, was it?
From everyone here on the Lunchtime News. Bye-bye.
And then on Wednesday, the next day, he did this.
From everyone here. Bye-bye.
Yes,
he won't last long, will he?
This is the last frantic week of election campaigning.
Yeah.
The Tories claimed that one of their advisers was punched in the face by a Labour activist, but footage quickly revealed it was entirely accidental. Good to see another one VAR's got right. Luckily for Boris Johnson, the news agenda was briefly hijacked by the erupting volcano in New Zealand, though there was a moment of panic when Dominic Cummings feared it was his underground lair. This week, Boris Johnson predicted a post-Brexit baby boom. Just what we need, said a beleaguered doctor at Leeds General Infirmary. So at the end of that round, it is 2 points each.
Right, let's get on with the show, and we start with the bigger stories of the week. Ian and Hannah, have a look at this.
It's Boris Johnson's first family photo. Are you one of mine?
Yeah, I've got to wash your hands of everything, really.
And Michael Gove there, looking for someone to blame. And finally, a metaphor there for thinking things through before you commit.
This is why we need schools to open.
I am not man, a number, of course, a message we can all get behind.
Having effectively persuaded us to stay at home, the government is now in the position of trying to persuade us not to stay at home anymore. And this is a bit of a problem because people got very scared and then they're staying a bit scared. So things that most people think should happen, like schools opening, we've got to open schools eventually. But everyone suddenly got very scared and said, we don't want to do it now, we don't know how to do it. Are we going to be safe enough? And again, there hasn't been much of a lead in terms of saying, this is what we'll do, it'll be fine. So there are lots of things we could do. But again, no one's sure about the science. But luckily, I've got a scientist on my panel, so whatever I say, even if it's rubbish, I will blame her.
Yeah, I take full responsibility. I think the thing about a lot of this is that there's a difference between the risk to yourself as an individual and the risk to your family and the risk to the country as a whole. And while there are certain things that we can probably do, we can probably risk it as a country as a whole, people slowly going back to work. That doesn't mean that the individual level risk is non-existent, and I think that's the reason why it's just this strange contradiction. You can see your boss, but you can't see your family. Your cleaner can come round your house, but your best friend can't. It's just we're in this strange limbo between the two states.
Well, yeah, it's just been so confusing from the beginning. That's why, isn't it? At the start of it, Boris Johnson was saying, well, we must shake hands, and then changing his mind. So you must not travel unless you're going somewhere, and must stay at home at all times when you're not out, and go to work but not travel there, so you must float, and that this will come in on Monday unless Monday falls on a Monday, and then they wonder why people are confused.
Well, that made more sense, to be honest, Mark.
Primary schools in Denmark have been open for a month. How did that go?
It actually went okay. So there was a bit of an increase in transmission initially, and then it stabilised again. So actually it looks like so far it hasn't had the terrifying effect that many people fear.
What is one of the more confusing aspects of I've just noticed here's a question I should have asked you earlier. What's one of the more confusing aspects of the government's Back to Normal campaign? It is I'll give you the answer. It's the planned return to school of primary-aged children on June the 1st. What did Michael Gove say about this?
You're accusing the government of being confused, and you've just given us the question after we've given you the answer.
If you won't all say things in the right order for the piece of paper they've given me, remotely, from your flipping homes on the other side of the internet, within a few minutes on Andrew Marr, Michael Gove made two claims. Do you know what the first claim was?
I'm not a sex offender.
I don't think that... Well, I imagine he may have said that.
But he didn't know, did he?
There was no risk of sending children back to school. And then he said there was a risk.
He said, yes, teachers will be safe. And then a few moments later, he said, no, I can't guarantee it, that no teacher will be infected. What did people do with their newfound freedom this week?
They went to the Lake District and to the Peak District and to wander around in Wales and Cornwall.
They flocked to various beauty spots throughout the country, including Dorset's famous beach at Durdle Door. Let's hope they disinfected the Durdle Door handle.
Some people are so brilliantly. There's a bloke I had on a radio phone and it was a radio phone in, and he said, I'm 83, and he said, and I'm going down the market stall same as normal because look at me, there's nothing wrong with me. And I thought, well, yeah, but there's something about the nature of disease you've not quite grasped, that even with really bad diseases, you are generally quite fine up until the moment you get the disease. There are no diseases, I mean, I have to ask Hannah for confirmation on this. As far as I know, there are no diseases so bad they make you ill before you get the disease, you stupid idiot.
I can confirm that's science fact, by the way. That's definitely science fact.
Brilliant. That's one fact we can lock in. Following the government's confused message about whether to stay home or go out, one man tries to do both.
Moving house.
Here's Eric Pickles. What has he just been given?
His own postal code.
He's been given a hat that looks strangely like an owl.
Yes, look at the owl's eye, yes. That could be a Russian owl.
He's been given a knighthood.
That's right.
He's now Sir Eric.
That's right.
Arise, Sir Eric.
Which has led to a lot of cheap jibes.
As in, you're going to repeat some?
Obviously. About how he was always destined for big things. Or how he could now be called Circumference. Finally, what is Tony Blair going to step down from?
Oh, being the peace envoy for the Middle East.
As his job is now nearly over.
The region is blossoming. Everybody's happy.
How did Guardian fashion journalist Jess Cartner-Morley put the final nail in the avocado's coffin? She said avocado is too reminiscent of the 70s bathroom suite. The Pantone charts of today are all moody lead and greys, chalky whites, blues, every other shade.
You mocked her speaking style.
Oh, I did, yes. But I also cut a word that I can't pronounce. Every other shade of green has had its day in the Fashion Week sun. Apple, emerald, jade, even school uniform bottle. There you go. Do you know how the avocado gets its name?
Yes. It's a cross between two plants called an avo and a cardo.
It's an old Aztec word, aguacate, which means testicle. It does. Shall we have a quick game of avocado or testicle?
No! Sir, there may be certain medical complaints that would confuse the issue.
And Rachel, take a look at this.
That's women bishops.
Yes, it's welcome to Have I Got Pews for You. We must have had that joke before, Ian.
No, there's a reason for that.
No. There's the outgoing Robert Runcie hugging what could be a female member of the laity, or the lady.
I think it's Rowan Williams, actually.
Oh, it was Rowan Williams, wasn't it? Did I say Runcie? God,
yeah, he's dead, but
date,
in a real sense, he's still with us. Essentially, as I understood it, there was an overwhelming majority in favour of women bishops, which means you can't have them.
I think everyone was a bit startled, shaken and stirred. Shaken and stirred by this vote, because in this country...
It doesn't help by repeating it slower and louder. It doesn't work the
I
first
thought we
time.
made
It's
a.
not
I thought we
repeating louder.
bonded then, though. Me and.
We
Okay,
have
okay, we'll
bonded.
hurry
I
up.
was thinking of covering the Israel-Gaza crisis.
No way on the women bishops.
Yeah, well, I reckon the women bishop story would keep it light. Just shows you how wrong I can be, doesn't it?
I think that in this country we expect people, on the whole, especially beardy Christians, who wear sandals and who say things like "God bless."
I think it's called Jesus. It's called Jesus
no,
in the Bible.
We expect them. No.
Jesus in the Bible.
I know you're a Christian, Ian. What would you have voted for
Well,
women
now,
bishops?
really, in this country, you can't go around throwing that sort of accusation at people.
You are openly
I'm a
Christian.
member of the Church of England, which is very, very different.
Is it? Well, it is now.
There are three houses. There's the bishops, and they voted for it, and the priests, and they voted for it, and the laity, they didn't. It's a very, very peculiar decision. But as it happens, everyone's very, very sad and very, very disappointed. They're going to do what the CFE does, is they say, we're going to take our time, we're going to pray for each other, we're going to bitch about each other really badly in private, and then in another 100 years, we'll have another vote.
Yes, but
as soon as that.
Yes. No, it's all go.
Reform's just like that amongst religious
Well,
groups,
I'm never
isn't
going to
it?
make it, am I, as a women bishop?
Do you know, I think you're not.
I tell you what, though, this has opened the door for women imams. There's a whole gap in the market
Well, what
there.
I think is that the women in the church...
They haven't quite got round to that yet.
But it was stymied by the laity, whatever that means.
Whatever it means, it happened. Who are the laity? They don't know, they specialise in stymieing.
Next, Basil Brush brought out of semi-retirement for what?
Mating. Boxing Day hunt.
Sneaking out the back of the bush going, "Bah, bah." The big puppet off with spoon. Who is it? Sue, the other one.
Yeah.
Sue, Sooty and
Sweet.
and
Sweet. Sue, all of them.
Yeah.
It's for Prince William's 5th birthday. This is from an article in The Puppet Master about the history of Basil Brush. Basil Brush has since fallen on hard times. I saw him only the other day, going through my bins.
So time now for the Missing Words round, which this week features as its guest publication the Herefordshire Beekeepers Association's buzzword. Worth buying for the page 3 honey. And we start with, unlike man, bees do not what?
Unlike men, bees do not walk around the house feeling the radiators, leaving the loo seat up, turning the thermostat down, telling you how to drive your car, mansplaining. Bees don't do any of that. Am I close?
No, 'cause it's too long for that. Well, you like judging distances, love. You see the gap there?
Unlike man, bees do not have a sense of their own mortality. I must apologise to any bees watching. That must have come as a nasty shock. Next, to really impress the family this Christmas, why not what?
Why not roast a bee?
Yeah. Introduce them to your secret family from Hull.
Drop dead.
What sort of funeral directors sort of advertising campaign for Christmas? Yeah. We call it Boxing Day in our trade. In they go.
Berlusconi what in old people's home?
Runs brothel. He belongs in old people's home.
Berlusconi Tazard in old people's home.
Told to work.
Told to work, yeah, it's community service.
Silvio Berlusconi has been sentenced to do a year's community service in an old person's home. The 77-year-old will learn to cope with a regime of bed baths, help with dressing and wiping up drool. And once he's been got ready, he'll do the same for the residents. Next, scientists discover why what?
DFS leather sofas are never full price.
Scientists discover why, but can't find how, when, or who.
It is why limoncello never tastes the same at home.
The Bernie Ecclestone turning up for his case.
Yes, it was great. He was rather baffled by the concept of revolving doors. Here he goes.
There he is, and he goes.
Here he goes. Like, now, so far, so good, you see. There we are. Now, just come walk out. No.